The Strange Death of Ocey Snead, a true crime story, written by Alana Sanchez, narrated by Vivienne. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, edited, copied, altered, printed, shared, unauthorized storage on electronic devices, or distributed without the written permission of the author. Preface. There are some cases that enter the mind in fragments, not as dates, not as names, not even as facts in any neat or reliable order. They return instead as images. A bathroom gone cold, black dresses at the edge of a room, a young woman made smaller and smaller by the people who should have protected her, a death announced too carefully, a note too convenient, money hovering over everything like a second, invisible hand. This was one of those cases. Long before the details settled into place, before the records were traced and the names restored, what remained was the shape of it. A young woman dead in a bathtub, female relatives dressed in black, whispers of inheritance, insurance, greed, and performance. The old theatrical language of mourning draped over something harder, stranger, and more deliberate. It had the quality of nightmare and of parlor drama, and yet it was no fiction. It belonged to that unsettling class of crimes that seem almost too stylized to be true, and are therefore all the more disturbing when they are. The woman at the center of this story was Oceana Wardlaw Martin Snead, generally remembered as Ocey Snead. She died in East Orange, New Jersey, on November 29, 1909, in circumstances first arranged to resemble suicide. The official and public understanding that followed was darker. That she had been drugged, drowned, and used by those closest to her for financial gain, particularly through life insurance policies raised on her life. Suspicion fell most heavily on her mother and aunts. The women newspapers helped immortalize as the three sisters in black because of their severe dress and eerie self-presentation. That phrase has endured because it is memorable. It is also dangerous. Sensational language has always clung to this case. It clung to it in 1909. When newspapers discovered they could sell not merely a crime but an atmosphere. Mystery, womanhood, secrecy, religion, eccentricity, performance, decay. It clings to it now because the case seems to offer, in a single tableau, everything readers of historical crime find difficult to resist. An isolated victim, an unusual death, suspicious women, family greed, old money, forged appearances, and a domestic space transformed into a stage for murder. The danger in such a case is not that it lacks drama. The danger is that the drama can eclipse the life at its center. This book is written against that eclipse. True crime, at its worst, can become a second injury. It can turn the dead into props and the living into caricatures. It can borrow the language of justice while serving only appetite. It can become too fond of its villains, too impressed by strangeness, too willing to repeat the old distortions as long as they remain entertaining. Cases involving women are especially vulnerable to this. The dead girl becomes symbolic. The older women become grotesques. Poverty becomes atmosphere. Illness becomes color. Grief becomes costume. And soon the actual person, the one who suffered, begins to vanish behind the version of her that scandal found most useful. Ocey Snead deserves more than that. She was not simply the body in the bathtub, nor only the final act in a family already clouded by suspicion, ruin, and loss. She was a daughter, a wife, a mother, and a young woman whose existence was gradually narrowed by control, dependence, and exploitation. The record suggests a life hemmed in by others long before it ended in violence. By the time authorities came to understand that her death was not the private despair the scene purported to show, much of the work had already been done. The weakening, the isolation, the manipulation of paper and appearance, the preparation of a story that could be told in place of the truth. There is, in crimes like this, a particular horror in the ordinary setting. No windswept cliff, no moonlit road, no forest, no alley, no anonymous public danger. Instead, a home, or something pretending to be one, a washroom, a bathtub, water running where water always runs, fabric folded nearby. The banal domestic objects of care and routine enlisted into a deception. Murder often unsettles because it reveals violence. This kind of murder unsettles because it reveals administration. It depends not only on cruelty but on arrangement. The room is prepared. The note is placed. The story is rehearsed. A woman is turned into evidence before she is even discovered. The bathtub itself became a symbol in the public imagination, and for obvious reason. It seemed to condense everything dreadful into one scene. Yet the deeper violence may lie outside that final image. Drowning was the conclusion, not the whole act. By the time Ocey was found, the evidence pointed to prolonged neglect, physical depletion, and drugging. The body in the water was not the start of the crime. It was the finishing touch. That is one reason the case remains so haunting. It was not, in any meaningful sense, sudden. Another reason is that the alleged perpetrators were women, and specifically women whose age, dress, reserve, and family intimacy collided with public expectations in unnerving ways. The fascination they generated was immediate. Here were not the familiar stock villains of the era, but mothers, aunts, respectable women, women cloaked in religiosity and mourning, women who could pass through parlors and boarding houses and rented rooms beneath the cover of domestic legitimacy. Their power, if power it was, did not look like force in the usual masculine sense. It looked like management. It looked like guardianship. It looked like sacrifice, frugality, discipline, care. It looked, that is, like the very social roles that enabled proximity to the vulnerable. That, too, belongs to the story. This is not a book interested in gawking at female wickedness as novelty. Nor is it interested in flattening the historical women around Ocey into cartoon villains merely because newspapers found them memorable. Women in crime writing have too often been either romanticized into mystery or reduced into monsters. Both approaches conceal more than they reveal. A family system can be predatory without becoming mythic. A domestic environment can be coercive without needing Gothic embroidery. And women, no less than men, can exploit the social trust attached to their roles. If this story feels Gothic, it is because life occasionally arranges itself into forms literature later borrows. The black dresses were real. The theatrical mourning was real. The room was real. The body was real. The note was real enough to be pinned beside the clothing, and false enough to invite scrutiny. The debts, the policies, the family entanglements, the public scandal, the press frenzy, the legal proceedings that followed, all of it belongs to history, not invention. But history is rarely neat. It leaves gaps. It leaves contradictory witnesses, distorted motives, self-serving statements, and the heavy thumbprint of journalism eager for a headline. The writer of historical true crime works under a double obligation: to pursue the record as faithfully as possible, and to remain honest about where certainty ends. There are things in this case that can be documented clearly. There are other things that can only be inferred from patterns of conduct, court reporting, medical testimony, and the long residue of suspicion surrounding the family. This book does not pretend that every silence can be filled. It does, however, refuse to let those silences be colonized entirely by sensationalism. The early 20th century was rich in new forms of scrutiny: modern policing, modern pathology, modern newspaper circulation, modern celebrity scandal. Ocey's death occurred at a moment when the private home had become newly penetrable by public narrative. Once the case broke, it no longer belonged to the family. It belonged to the city, to reporters, to readers, to courts, to gawkers, to reformers, to moralists, to those who believed the case proved something about greed, femininity, religion, modernity, decadence, or America itself. And yet beneath all of that meaning-making remained a simpler and more difficult truth. A young woman died in fear, depletion, and dependency, and the people nearest to her were suspected of having converted her life into profit. It is tempting, with historical crimes, to speak of them as belonging to a distant world. The dresses are old. The rooms are old. The language is old. The sums of money seem antique. The legal process feels half familiar and half remote. Yet the emotional architecture of the case is not remote at all. Financial abuse, coercive family control, performative respectability, the staging of self-destruction to conceal violence, the public suspicion reserved for women who do not fit prescribed roles, the dead reduced to spectacle, none of these belong solely to 1909. The details change. The instruments modernize. The scripts survive. That is why cases like this continue to exert such force. They do not merely reveal a strange past. They disclose enduring habits of power. This book returns, then, not to the myth of the three sisters in black, but to the woman obscured by it. It asks what kind of life becomes vulnerable to this sort of ending. It asks what family loyalty can conceal, what money can justify, and how easily domestic intimacy can become a site of predation. It asks, too, what happens when the dead can no longer speak except through records created by police, doctors, reporters, prosecutors, and the very people who benefited from their silence. Ocey Snead has been remembered for the bathtub, the note, the black dresses, and the grotesque theater of scandal. She should also be remembered for the quieter truth that sits beneath those details, that exploitation does not always announce itself in violence first. Sometimes it arrives as management, as dependence, as family concern, as practical arrangements, as signatures on paper, as rooms chosen for someone else, as food withheld, treatment delayed, stories prepared. By the time the violence becomes visible, the structure supporting it has often been in place for years. Every historical crime asks, in its own way, what a life was worth to the people around it. This one asks a crueler question. What happens when the people entrusted with a life begin to calculate its value more carefully in death? Introduction. By the time Ocey Snead was carried from the house, the story had already been prepared. It waited there in the small domestic details meant to quiet suspicion. The bathwater, the folded clothing, the note left nearby, the performance of grief, the insistence that what had happened was tragic but simple. A young woman had taken her own life. The household was shocked. The scene spoke for itself. And yet some scenes speak too fluently. There are deaths that resist arrangement. There are others that seem arranged from the beginning, not merely in the physical sense, but narratively, as though the facts have been placed in position for the convenience of those who survive them. The death of Oceana Wardlaw Martin Snead, known as Ocey, belongs to the second kind. Even before the full shape of the case emerged, there was about it the unmistakable pressure of something managed, a death not simply suffered, but interpreted in advance. What followed was one of the most unsettling family murder cases of the early 20th century. Ocey was young, married, and a mother. She was also deeply entangled in a family whose financial instability, secrecy, and habits of control had, by then, become difficult to separate from one another. When she died in a bathtub in East Orange, New Jersey, in 1909, what first appeared to be self-destruction came to look instead like the final stage of a longer exploitation. Investigators and prosecutors would come to suspect that the young woman in the bath had not chosen death at all, but had been gradually used, weakened, insured, and finally killed by those who stood closest to her. Her mother and aunts, women later fixed in public memory as the three sisters in black, became the dark center of that suspicion. The phrase has the quality of lurid fiction. It sounds invented, and perhaps because of that it survived. It offered newspapers a ready-made image. Three somber women, severe and inscrutable, moving through rented rooms and respectable spaces in funeral dress, carrying themselves with the self-conscious gravity of mourners while public suspicion gathered around them. It is easy to see why the press seized upon it. The phrase turned a complicated and ugly case into a marketable tableau. It made the women memorable before it made them comprehensible. But this book does not begin with the myth. It begins with the woman who disappeared behind it. In many historical crimes, the victim is paradoxically the least knowable person in the record. This is especially true when the victim is a young woman and the surrounding story proves irresistible to scandal. The louder the atmosphere, the quieter she becomes. Her name is repeated, but her inner life recedes. Her death is discussed in detail, while her days are compressed into shorthand. She is rendered symbolic, the heiress, the wife, the unfortunate girl, the weak one, the burden, the fool, the prey. Each label removes a little more of the person from view. So it was with Ocey Snead. To read the case only at the level of sensation is to misunderstand it. This was not simply the strange death of a woman in a bathtub, nor merely a family melodrama involving greed and deceit. It was a crime rooted in dependency, in family authority, in the use of domestic intimacy as cover, in the slow conversion of a vulnerable person into a financial instrument. The bathtub became the emblem because it provided the most shocking image, but the deeper reality of the case lies elsewhere. In the months and years before the water, in the gradual reduction of a life under the hands of people who could plausibly call themselves caretakers. That is why the setting matters. Not because it is picturesque, but because it is ordinary. The house in which Ocey died was not a dungeon, a ruin, or some theatrically isolated place. It was part of the recognizable world of family rooms, hired accommodation, household movement, women's routines, quiet transactions, and the endless labor of appearing respectable. Crimes committed in such settings are often difficult to see clearly at first, not because the evidence is absent, but because the environment itself teaches observers to misread what is before them. The home is assumed to be private. Female relatives are assumed to be protective. Illness is assumed to explain weakness. Sorrow is assumed to be sincere. A note is assumed to be written by the person whose death it explains. In that gap between appearance and reality, enormous harm can be done. The domestic world has always offered a certain kind of camouflage. This is one reason the case remains so chilling. It was not a murder carried out at the edge of society, but one that appears to have unfolded within its most sanctioned relationships. Motherhood, aunthood, kinship, dependence, shared rooms, shared finances, shared mourning. All the structures ordinarily associated with care appear here in corrupted form. Whatever else this case reveals, it reveals how easily familial language can coexist with predation. Indeed, under the right conditions, it can assist it. Ocey's death also belongs to a long and uncomfortable history in which women's suffering is discounted while women's behavior is overinterpreted. A frail or dependent woman might be dismissed as nervous, hysterical, suggestible, melancholic, weak-minded, or merely unfortunate. An older woman who stepped outside expected boundaries might become, in the public imagination, either grotesque or fascinating, sometimes both at once. The case drew power from these cultural habits. Newspapers and readers alike could not decide whether the women at its center were monstrous, absurd, pitiable, or perversely admirable in their cunning. That uncertainty generated fascination, but it also produced distortion. When female offenders appear in the historical record, they are often made stranger than necessary. When female victims appear, they are often made simpler than the truth allows. Neither habit is useful here. If the women later called the three sisters in black were indeed responsible for Ocey's death, they did not become dangerous by departing utterly from the social world around them. They became dangerous by learning how to operate inside it. Through paper, persuasion, dependence, respectability, religiosity, routine, and the exploitation of trust. Their alleged methods were neither spectacular nor modern. They were intimate. They relied on nearness, on family access, on the assumption that what happens in a household may be messy, but is rarely criminal unless proven otherwise. By the time proof begins to gather, the damage is often complete. That, too, gives the case its force. The death itself appears to have been only one point in a wider pattern of financial and personal manipulation. Insurance policies did not arise by accident. Narratives of illness do not assemble themselves. Isolation does not happen all at once. A woman does not become easy to erase in a single afternoon. Such endings are usually prepared long before they are staged. The body in the bath may have stunned the public, but to those who study the case closely, it reads less as an isolated event than as a culmination. To write about such a case now is to confront more than the crime itself. It is to confront the machinery that grew around it. The early 20th century press was fully capable of converting grief into spectacle, suspicion into entertainment, and women's bodies into public text. In that sense, Ocey's death was not only investigated, it was consumed. Readers were invited into the bedroom, the bathroom, the family quarrels, the insurance policies, the habits of dress, the facial expressions of mourning women, the moral character of entire households. The story could be sold as warning, as mystery, as pathology, as social collapse, as feminine deceit, as sensational theater. Once such a process begins, the facts do not disappear, but they change texture. They become coded in repetition, embellishment, and moral performance. For the true crime writer, this presents a difficulty as well as a duty. Historical cases do not come to us clean. They arrive through newspapers hungry for drama, court records shaped by legal strategy, testimony compromised by memory and self-interest, and later retellings that often repeat the most theatrical features because those are what remain most easily marketable. To revisit Ocey Snead's death therefore requires caution. It requires a refusal to mistake familiarity for accuracy. It requires attention not only to what was said, but to who benefited from saying it. Above all, it requires resisting the temptation to become impressed by the same surfaces that captivated the first generation of readers. The black dresses are real. The death was real. The note was real. The money was real. But reality, in cases like this, is never exhausted by its most famous image. This book proceeds from a different center of gravity. It is interested in coercion as much as in violence, in structure as much as in scene, in the habits that made the final act possible. It is interested in the old and recurring question of how private exploitation hides in plain sight when it is wrapped in family legitimacy. It is interested in the economies of womanhood. Who may earn, who may inherit, who may control, who may be spoken for, who may be kept dependent, who may be represented as too fragile to act, and yet useful enough to profit from. It is interested, too, in the cultural appetite for stories about strange women, and in how quickly that appetite can swallow the actual conditions of a victim's life. There is a further reason this case warrants careful return. It sits at the intersection of several enduring anxieties: the fear of domestic betrayal, the instability of female dependence, the social performance of mourning, the growing importance of insurance and paperwork in modern life, and the porous boundary between private family affairs and public scandal. For readers then, as now, the case must have felt both archaic and modern. Archaic because it seemed to belong to an older world of veils, boarding houses, and household authority. Modern because it turned on documents, financial instruments, staged narratives, and the increasingly public examination of private life. That double quality has helped preserve its hold on the imagination. It feels like a Gothic relic, yet it also feels uncomfortably current. Because it is current. The particulars belong to 1909. The underlying pattern does not. Families still exploit vulnerable members. Money still reshapes the language of care. Women still die in circumstances first read through the lens of emotion rather than coercion. Public attention still gravitates towards the decorative features of a case, while missing the structure beneath. The old costumes have changed. The habits of concealment endure. The purpose of this introduction, then, is not merely to announce a notorious crime. It is to mark the terms on which the story will be told. This is not a book that approaches Ocey Snead as an ornament of the macabre. It does not take the black dresses as shorthand for evil, nor the bathtub as a complete explanation, nor newspaper fascination as proof of understanding. It treats the case as a historical record of family exploitation that culminated in death, and as a cultural event through which a society revealed what it most feared and most enjoyed seeing in women. The woman in the bath matters. So do the rooms around her, the money around her, the women around her, the child left behind, the husband at the margins, the institutions that intervened late, and the public that turned private ruin into spectacle. Every murder asks for explanation. Some also demand translation. This is one of those cases. It comes to the present wrapped in melodrama, but beneath that wrapping lies a story of methodical diminishment. A young woman was made vulnerable. Her weakness became useful. Her death became profitable. Her voice, like so many voices in historical crime, survives only in traces and in the statements of others, some grieving, some lying, some performing, some uncertain where one ends and the next begins. To write her story now is to move carefully through those layers without allowing them to harden into myth. For myth has already had its turn. What follows is the record, as closely as it can be recovered. The family that formed around Ocey, the financial pressures that enclosed it, the women who directed its movements, the signs that were missed or ignored, the death scene that was meant to close inquiry rather than open it, and the investigation that gradually revealed the bath as not an end in itself, but a final device in a longer human betrayal. The story begins, as such stories often do, not with murder, but with family. Chapter 1. The child called Oceana. Before she became a death scene, she was a child with a name too large for easy handling. Oceana Wardlaw Martin entered the world bearing the sort of name that seems, in retrospect, almost literary, expansive, unusual, faintly romantic, carrying both elegance and distance. It was not the kind of name that disappears neatly into a page of court reporting, nor one that sits comfortably in the brisk, flattening language of newspaper crime. It belonged instead to the older habit of giving a child something elaborate enough to suggest aspiration, family pride, gentility, perhaps the hope of distinction. Yet history is full of children named for grandeur who are raised in narrowing circumstances. A fine name is no defense against private hardship. If anything, it can sharpen the later irony. The larger the promise, the smaller the life into which it finally collapses. By the time the public encountered her, she was usually called Ocey. The diminutive makes sense. Families shorten what they wish to keep near them. The intimate form is easier in a hallway, easier at a bedside, easier when spoken by women who have authority over the body it summons. But pet names are not always signs of tenderness. They can also be instruments of reduction. To be called by the smaller name is to be made manageable, domestic, familiar, containable. Whether affectionately or not, the child named Oceana had already been converted into someone easier for others to possess. Little in cases such as this survives evenly. The dead are not preserved in proportion. Their last day may be documented in exhausting detail, while the first 20 years of life are left to shadows, fragments, and afterthoughts. The archive is rarely interested in girlhood unless the girl later becomes useful to scandal. So it is here. The historical record does not hand over a complete child. It offers instead what so many records of female lives offer: lineage, movement, relations, dependency, scattered impressions, and the fixed certainty that whatever she was before the case, she was already being shaped by forces larger than herself. This is not unusual. It is one of the abiding cruelties of true crime that the victim so often appears in reverse. The body arrives first. The life must be reconstructed afterwards, awkwardly and incompletely, from documents not designed to cherish it. A woman is found dead, and only then do strangers begin asking who she was. Even then, they often ask poorly. Was she pretty? Was she weak? Was she melancholy? Was she difficult? Was she simple? Was she respectable? Questions of this kind circle the victim without reaching her. They are not inquiries into a life. They are assessments of how legible that life will be to others. For Ocey, the difficulty begins with the household into which she was born. Family, in historical crime, is too often described either sentimentally or too late. It is treated as background until it becomes motive. Yet the family is seldom background. It is the first government most people know, the earliest arrangement of power and dependence, the place where habits of obedience are formed so gradually they may later feel like personality. For a child, authority does not announce itself as authority. It arrives as routine, correction, expectation, prayer, account-keeping, household mood, and the careful measurement of what may or may not be said aloud. A child learns the family not through theory, but through atmosphere. Whatever else can be said of Ocey's early life, it was not the life of a child raised at an easy distance from adult instability. She belonged to a family marked by strain, by movement, by ambitions that appear to have exceeded means, and by women whose authority within the domestic sphere was substantial. This matters. The household that later drew public fascination as a scene of intrigue and manipulation did not become such overnight. The conditions that permit exploitation are often old by the time outsiders notice them. Long before there is a crime, there is usually a pattern: who decides, who depends, who is indulged, who is managed, who is spoken for, who is useful. Children become fluent in such arrangements with alarming speed. There is a particular vulnerability in growing up among adults for whom appearance matters deeply, perhaps more deeply than stability itself. In such homes, respectability is not merely a social ideal but a daily labor. Clothes matter. Speech matters. Visitors matter. The account one gives of oneself matters. Even privation may be dressed. Even crisis may be narrated as temporary, dignified, misunderstood. A child in such an environment learns not simply how to behave, but how to participate in concealment. She learns that facts can be softened by presentation, that weakness should be obscured until it can be turned to advantage, that what is said in public need not resemble what is feared in private. This, too, is a kind of education. It would be easy, from the vantage point of the case's end, to recast every feature of Ocey's early life as forewarning. But hindsight is an aggressive editor. It imposes shape where ordinary life would once have felt dispersed and undramatic. No child grows up under a sign announcing the uses to which she will later be put. Whatever instability surrounded Ocey in youth would have come to her not as Gothic menace, but as home. The people she knew, the rooms she inhabited, the voices that called her to table or bed, the tempers she navigated, the adult anxieties absorbed before she had language for them. To understand her later vulnerability, it is necessary to begin there, not in melodrama but in familiarity. A family can produce dependence without obvious brutality. It can do so through closeness, through emotional indebtedness, through repeated reminders of sacrifice, through the quiet insistence that survival itself is collective and therefore obedience is a form of gratitude. Such structures are particularly powerful for girls. The daughter is taught accommodation early. She learns to read moods, anticipate need, soften conflict, absorb disappointment, and understand that much of womanhood consists in endurance disguised as duty. If the women around her are themselves constrained, embittered, ambitious, or anxious, the daughter does not stand outside those forces. She inherits them, often before she can recognize them as such. Ocey's girlhood can only be partially recovered, but its shape can still be felt through the life that followed. She emerges from the record as someone not trained for decisive independence, not accustomed to occupying power in her own right, and not protected by the sort of social or financial distance that might have shielded her from family control. She appears, rather, as a young woman whose center of gravity remained within a household network dominated by older women, practical pressures, and financial calculation. Such a person is not born in a single moment. She is formed gradually, over years, in rooms where other people's decisions carry more force than her own. There is also the matter of money. Money in family histories is rarely only money. It becomes mood, shame, aspiration, leverage, explanation, and threat. Children may not know precise sums, but they know perfectly well when scarcity governs the room. They know it in altered meals, postponed purchases, anxious adult conversations cut short when they enter, in moves explained as opportunities rather than necessities, in the careful handling of garments, in the preservation of objects beyond their natural use, in the strange disproportion with which some things are treated as precious and others as expendable. They know it when the future is spoken of either too grandly or not at all. If Ocey grew up amid financial instability, as the later case strongly suggests, then her childhood would have been shaped by more than emotional hierarchy. It would have been shaped by economic pressure translated into household rule. Such pressure is never neutral. It sharpens power in some hands and weakens resistance in others. It can make a dependent child feel not merely loved but costly, not merely sheltered but burdensome, not merely part of a family, but part of its arithmetic. In homes where money is scarce and pride is not, people are often weighed without quite being told they're being weighed. A girl learns quickly when her existence has become one more item requiring management. The adults surrounding Ocey were women living in a society that praised female virtue, while offering limited respectable means by which women might secure real safety. That fact does not excuse what later happened, but it forms part of the world from which it arose. Women were expected to maintain households, preserve appearances, absorb disgrace, navigate dependency, and turn fragility into moral capital. Some did so with dignity, some with bitterness, some with ingenuity that shaded into manipulation. The boundary between resourcefulness and predation can grow thin when survival is precarious and power must be exercised indirectly. A child raised among such adaptations learns that influence is often covert, that direct force is not the only force, and that what cannot be openly commanded may still be arranged. None of this would have presented itself to young Ocey as social theory. It would have come to her in personalities. A mother's tone, an aunt's disapproval, the emotional weather of the house, the approval granted for compliance, the subtle rebuke that follows independent will, the way some adults make their needs appear noble and others make your needs appear excessive, the way illness, weakness, or delicacy are spoken of, whether with concern, annoyance, theatricality, or use. The way a child begins to understand which version of herself is easiest for the family to accommodate. If she was docile, she might be praised. If she was dependent, she might be cherished. If she was frail, she might be useful. If she required too much, she might be resented. If she resisted, she might be corrected until resistance seemed more painful than surrender. This is not speculation for its own sake. It is the ordinary grammar of unequal households. And it matters because the adult Ocey, as she later appears in the record, does not look like a woman who stepped cleanly outside such a grammar. She looks like a woman who remained, in crucial ways, interpretable and governable by it. The temptation in historical writing is to search childhood for a single key: the wound, the deprivation, the moment in which all later helplessness can be explained. Real lives are rarely so convenient. There may have been no singular crisis. There may only have been accumulation. Years of being formed within a web of authority not her own. Years of learning that closeness and control were braided together. Years of becoming the kind of daughter who could be kept near, spoken for, and eventually organized around. What later appears catastrophic may have been made possible by habits so old they had ceased to feel visible. In this sense, the true beginning of the case is not the bathtub, nor even the insurance policies that would later gather around her life. It is the production of a person who could be acted upon. The child called Oceana was born into a world in which women's power was real but constrained, domestic but intense, affectionate in language and managerial in practice. She was born into a family where dependence did not simply happen. It circulated. Where security may have been unstable, but authority remained. Where identity seems to have been less a matter of self-making than of placement within a set of relations already in motion. That kind of beginning does not doom a child, but it can make her especially vulnerable to any future in which love, duty, illness, money, and control begin to overlap. And overlap they would. There is something especially sad in the fragmentary nature of female childhoods in the archive. Boys more often leave traces of schooling, trade, public incident, or aspiration that the record is willing to preserve. Girls, unless unusually privileged or unusually ruined, tend to pass through history in lighter footprints. Their interiors are seldom requested. Their skills are assumed to be domestic. Their worth is relational. They are daughters before they are selves, and wives before they are remembered. Only catastrophe restores them to the page. Even then, it restores them badly. To write Ocey's childhood is therefore to write partly against disappearance. It is to insist that before she was pitted, judged, sensationalized, or used as evidence, she inhabited the ordinary, unrecorded dimensions of girlhood. She would have known routine, impatience, seasons, household chores or expectations, moments of silliness, irritations too small for history, and private hopes that no surviving record now grants us. She may have imagined marriage as escape, adulthood as enlargement, motherhood as dignity, or simple domestic peace as something available to other women, and therefore perhaps, one day, to her. There is no reason to believe she understood herself as moving towards notoriety. More likely, she understood herself as moving towards life. That possibility matters because it restores scale. The dead are so often read backwards, as though every earlier stage existed merely to deliver them to the end we already know. But childhood is not meaningful only because death later interrupts it. Childhood has its own absolute weight. Whatever hopes, fears, embarrassments, loyalties, and misconceptions filled Ocey's early years belonged fully to her whether or not history preserved them well. The tragedy is not simply that she died, but that a whole human life, beginning in particular rooms, among particular women, under particular pressures, was compressed into an emblem. The emblem came later. First there was the child, and the child, by all indications, was being formed inside a family world whose emotional claims were strong, whose material footing was uncertain, and whose women exercised the kind of influence that can, in favorable accounts, resemble care and, in darker light, resemble possession. It is impossible to say at what age a daughter begins to understand that the love surrounding her may not be gentle, or that dependence may one day be used against her. Many never understand it fully until the structure has closed. They interpret control as duty, intrusion as concern, sacrifice as evidence that resistance would be selfish. They continue, long after others believe they should have left, because what looks obvious from outside feels morally tangled from within. If Ocey's later life would show anything clearly, it would show this: that one may be an adult in law and still remain a child within the emotional architecture of a family. That architecture had foundations, and those foundations were laid early. Some cases begin with a stranger's violence. This one began with familiarity, with kinship, with women who knew one another too well to need explanation, and a girl growing up under their gaze. What she learned there, about compliance, dependence, weakness, and value, cannot be fully recovered. But the outline of its effects remains. The child called Oceana became the woman called Ocey, and the change in name tells its own quiet story. The grand promise diminished into something handier, closer, more usable. History would later do the same to her, reducing a life to a single tableau in a bathroom. This book resists that reduction. It begins, instead, where all such stories ought to begin, with the person before the use made of her. Before the black dresses, before the note, before the water, there was a girl in a household learning, day by day, what shape of self her family could most easily hold. And families, once they have decided the shape they prefer, can be very reluctant to let it change. Chapter 2. Mothers, Aunts, and Household Rule. In almost every family murder, there comes a point at which strangers begin asking the wrong question. They ask who hated whom, who argued, who stood to gain, who lied first, who possessed the coldness required for the final act. These are not foolish questions, but they are late questions. They belong to the stage at which the family has already become legible as crime. What they miss is the deeper and more difficult matter: how power was organized long before the law arrived to name it. Families do not need formal titles to govern. They govern through habit. One person decides what is sensible. Another decides what is shameful. One keeps the money, or claims to understand it best. One speaks for the household to outsiders. One manages illness. One interprets morality. One remembers old sacrifices and repeats them when obedience is required. One knows how to turn inconvenience into guilt. Another learns not to resist. By the time the structure is old, nobody inside it needs to describe it aloud. They simply live by it. The household around Ocey Snead appears to have been one of these. It was not unusual, in itself, for women to hold considerable domestic power in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. In many families they had to. Women managed food, clothing, rooms, visitors, sickness, reputations, and the endless improvisations by which fragile households continued to function. They preserved appearances when the money would not stretch. They absorbed scandal. They nursed. They watched. They remembered. They interpreted everyone to everyone else. In homes where men were absent, weak, drifting, compromised, or financially unreliable, women often became the practical state within the home. Treasurers, wardens, diplomats, martyrs, and bookkeepers of emotion. None of that made them harmless. The sentimental tradition that imagines women's domestic authority as naturally soft, protective, and morally superior has always depended on selective blindness. Domestic power is still power. It may operate without law, but it can be coercive all the same. It may present itself as care, but it can be governing, restrictive, punitive, and acquisitive. A mother or aunt may not need to strike to dominate. She may only need to decide what is proper, what is affordable, what is true, and what the younger people in the room are permitted to believe about themselves. This sort of authority leaves few visible bruises. The women who would later become infamous in Ocey's case did not begin as newspaper grotesques. Before the black dresses became a legend, before reporters fixed them in the public imagination as spectral and unnatural figures, they were family. They were older women within a domestic world. They were mothers, aunts, managers of rooms and routines, women who had learned how to move through financial difficulty without surrendering the language of respectability. They lived in a society that granted women limited formal power but entrusted them with immense responsibility inside private life. Such a position can breed endurance. It can also breed control. To understand the world in which Ocey grew up, it is necessary to understand how authority could gather around female kin. A child raised under strong maternal and avuncular oversight does not experience that oversight as political. She experiences it as ordinary life. The women who dress her, feed her, correct her, soothe her, and speak about her in front of others become the medium through which reality itself is organized. They decide whether she is well or unwell, grateful or difficult, modest or unruly, capable, or foolish. If their judgments are consistent, they harden into identity. If they are inconsistent, the child learns something else. That safety lies not in truth, but in reading the moods of those who define it. This kind of environment produces vigilance. It also produces dependency of a peculiarly durable kind. A daughter or niece may reach adulthood in years without ever achieving true independence in feeling. She may marry, bear a child, or move from one set of rooms to another, and still remain inwardly governed by the same old need to secure maternal approval, avoid domestic displeasure, and interpret herself through the women who first named her strengths and failings. Such dependence can look childish from the outside. More often it is the residue of long training. The surviving record around Ocey suggests not a household of gentle looseness, but one in which older women exercised significant control over movement, money, and narrative. This did not necessarily require constant open conflict. Indeed, effective domestic authority often prefers the opposite. It thrives on the reduction of conflict into procedure. A younger woman does not need to be shouted into submission if she has already absorbed the habit of deferring. She asks permission without realizing she is doing so. She anticipates objection before it arrives. She accepts arrangements presented as practical necessity. She hears, for your own good, so often that the phrase ceases to sound like an argument and begins to sound like the structure of life itself. That phrase has hidden many forms of violence. The world these women inhabited also mattered. Respectable womanhood in that period was a constricted performance. Women were expected to be self-denying without seeming bitter, competent without appearing ambitious, pious without fanaticism, frugal without visible desperation, emotionally rich without public disorder. Older women, especially those charged with maintaining households under pressure, learned how to convert suffering into authority. They had few recognized routes to direct power. Instead, they made power out of indispensability. The one who sacrifices most may claim to decide most. The one who has held the family together longest may insist that no one younger understands the true demands of survival. Such claims can be sincere. They can also become tyrannical. A child in such a family does not simply receive care. She receives a lesson in debt. She is reminded, whether explicitly or through atmosphere, that someone has gone without for her, worried for her, arranged things for her, carried burdens she cannot yet appreciate. Gratitude becomes the emotional tax levied on independence. If she questions the arrangement, she appears ungrateful. If she wants distance, she appears selfish. If she resists management, she insults sacrifice. Over time, even ordinary self-assertion can begin to feel morally suspect. One of the grimmest features of coercive families is how often they recruit virtue to do their work. Duty, piety, female devotion, respect for age, concern for health, prudence with money, silence about private matters. None of these values are corrupt in themselves, but each can be used to steady a hierarchy that advantages the strong and weakens the young. A mother may demand obedience not because she is stronger in argument, but because motherhood has already clothed her demands in moral legitimacy. An aunt may intrude because she is only trying to help. Financial decisions may be withheld from the person most affected because she is thought too delicate, too inexperienced, too emotional, or too indebted to question them. Thus control becomes almost invisible. It is especially invisible when exercised by women over other women. Public culture has long struggled to recognize female coercion unless it arrives in a style dramatic enough to satisfy expectation. A tyrannical husband is easy to imagine. A manipulative mother, less so. A predatory aunt, less so again. The language available to describe such women has often been either trivial or theatrical. They are called interfering, domineering, sharp, odd, hysterical, unnatural. Rarely are they described simply as powerful in a way that damages others. Yet families know otherwise. Many lives are bent not by public acts of force, but by private female authorities so constant it becomes architectural. Ocey's life seems to have unfolded inside precisely this sort of architecture. This does not mean that the women around her were always severe, nor that every gesture of care concealed malice. That would be too easy, and historical truth is rarely improved by moral flattening. Families that produce cruelty are not devoid of affection. Often they are crowded with it. The trouble is that affection itself may be possessive. Protection may become a claim. Concern may become surveillance. Shared suffering may become leverage. The mother who once comforted a frightened child may later insist, with complete conviction, that she alone knows what is best for the adult daughter still living under her influence. That conviction can become deadly when joined to money. Before motive hardens into plot, it usually first appears as valuation. Who is useful? Who is costly? Who has prospects? Who may be insured, married, relocated, spoken for, or persuaded? In families under strain, such calculations do not always feel monstrous to those making them. They may feel practical. The burdens must be carried somehow. The household must survive. The foolish must be guided. The delicate must be managed. What begins as administration can, under moral corrosion, become predation. A person ceases to be a relative in full and becomes instead an asset, a liability, an object of arrangement. The younger women of a family are especially vulnerable to this if they have been raised to equate obedience with goodness. There is reason to think Ocey had learned this lesson deeply. The adult who later emerges in the case does not appear as someone accustomed to contesting the terms of her own life. She appears instead as someone around whom others made decisions, others told stories, others handled practical matters. Whether from temperament, ill health, dependence, exhaustion, training, or some combination of them all, she remained unusually permeable to the authority of her maternal kin. The older women did not merely surround her. They interpreted her. They explained her condition. They managed the meaning of her weakness. In doing so, they occupied a position of great power indeed. They controlled not only circumstance, but narrative. And in some households, narrative is the strongest weapon. Who is sick? Who is unstable? Who is selfish? Who is fragile? Who is devoted? Who has sacrificed most? These are not innocent descriptions. Once accepted, they distribute power throughout the family. The person judged frail may lose autonomy. The person judged impractical may lose access to money. The person judged morally superior may gain the right to override all objections. By the time outsiders enter the picture, doctors, husbands, neighbors, landlords, police, they often receive the family's version of reality already shaped and ready for use. So it appears to have been in Ocey's case. It is worth pausing over the figure of the aunt. In the sentimental imagination, the aunt is secondary, a helper, a visitor, a woman on the edge of the nuclear household. But in extended family systems, especially unstable ones, aunts can wield extraordinary influence. They may reinforce the mother's account of things, creating a chorus strong enough to drown dissent. They may serve as witnesses for one another's virtue. They may move in and out of rooms with the authority of kin but without the same expectations that burden a mother. They can become accomplices not only in action but in atmosphere. If one woman's judgment begins to falter, another steadies it. If one story weakens, another repeats it. The effect is cumulative. A younger woman faced not with a single dominant relative, but with a united female bloc may find resistance nearly impossible. There is something suffocating in such unity. The newspapers later gave the public a memorable phrase, the three sisters in black. But even without the costume of mourning, the deeper fact was alarming enough. A cluster of older female relatives moving through the world as a self-confirming unit, validating one another's narratives, reinforcing one another's claims, and presenting to outsiders a seamless front of family concern. Whether in rented rooms, family quarters, or the small domestic worlds through which they passed, they carried not just companionship but collective authority. A younger woman within their orbit could easily become less an independent person than the subject around which their managerial energy revolved. It is here that one begins to see how care may slide into possession. Possession in families does not always speak its own name. It says instead, "She needs us. She does not understand. She cannot manage alone. She has always been delicate. She becomes upset. She is not in a state to decide. We know her best. We are only doing what is necessary." To those outside the family, such phrases can sound responsible. To the person on the receiving end, repeated over years, they can become a cage. The structure of the household around Ocey was also likely intensified by instability itself. Families under pressure often grow more controlling, not less. Scarcity makes flexibility feel dangerous. Reputation becomes more precious when material security fails. The room for individual preference narrows. Every member is expected to serve the group's survival, or at least not to complicate it. In such conditions, strong personalities gain more ground. Those who can organize, persuade, or emotionally dominate become indispensable, and indispensability is one of the oldest alibis for cruelty. The domestic ruler rarely looks like a tyrant while the household still depends on her. She looks tired, capable, burdened, put upon. She looks like the only adult in the room. She may even believe herself to be precisely that. The harm she does is therefore difficult to separate from the labor she performs. Others excuse her because they cannot imagine how the household would function without her. Younger dependents excuse her because they have been trained to read severity as sacrifice. By the time real damage becomes undeniable, the pattern has become very hard to challenge without seeming to destroy the family itself. This may help explain why Ocey's world appears so heavily mediated by the women around her. Their influence was not incidental. It was structural. They did not merely inhabit the same rooms. They defined those rooms. They organized the practical and moral terms on which life, within them, proceeded. That kind of power is not easily relinquished when a daughter marries, or when a younger woman shows signs of becoming someone separate. Indeed, those moments may sharpen the older women's hold, precisely because separation threatens the authority on which they have built both identity and control. In such a household, love and domination can become almost impossible to untangle. That does not mean they are the same. It means they are lived together. The daughter may genuinely love the mother who weakens her. The aunt may truly believe she is preserving the family while participating in its corruption. Affection does not purify conduct. It merely complicates motive. Historical true crime often prefers villains who are simple because simple villains are easier to narrate. But most damage in family life is carried out by people who can still persuade themselves that necessity, duty, or love justifies what they do. This is part of what makes the story of Ocey Snead so disturbing. It does not ask the reader to imagine evil entering a peaceful home from outside. It asks the reader to consider the possibility that home itself had already become the instrument through which danger operated. By the time Ocey was a grown woman, the influence of her mother and aunts does not appear to have weakened into background kinship. It appears instead to have remained active, practical, interpretive, and close. The older women had not retired into family scenery. They remained forces. And when later events placed money, illness, dependence, and a vulnerable young woman inside the same small orbit, those forces would matter enormously. For now, though, it is enough to see the shape of the rule. Not rule announced with commands shouted from the center of the room, though there may at times have been that as well. Rule enacted through certainty, through repetition, through collective female authority, through the making of practical arrangements that seemed too ordinary to question until their consequences turned grave. The girl named Oceana had grown up in that weather. The woman called Ocey had not escaped it. The family system was already in place. And once a family has taught one member to be governed, it does not easily forgive her for wanting to become fully her own. Chapter 3. Marriage without escape. Marriage is often misremembered in historical crime as a door. A woman passes through it and becomes someone else. Wife instead of daughter. Mistress of a new household instead of subordinate in an old one. Adult in a fuller and more final sense. The legal and social rituals encourage this reading. A name changes, or is expected to. A new domestic unit is recognized. The husband is imagined as protector, provider, authority. Whatever influence the natal family once held is presumed to recede. If trouble continues, readers tend to assume that the woman failed to leave properly, failed to attach herself firmly enough to the new life available to her. But marriage, especially for women of limited means, has never guaranteed escape. It may alter dependency without ending it. It may exchange one set of claims for another. It may create the appearance of independence while leaving the practical substance of life largely untouched. A woman may be married in law and still governed in feeling, in money, in habit, and in daily movement by the family that formed her. The wedding ring does not dissolve long training, nor does it automatically weaken the hands that have long arranged her life. Sometimes it does the opposite. A marriage may sharpen an existing struggle over possession. It may reveal that what appeared to be family closeness was, in fact, a claim no outsider was welcome to interrupt. So it seems to have been with Ocey Snead. Her marriage to Willie Snead should, in the ordinary sentimental account, have marked a transition into greater self-possession. She was no longer merely someone's daughter. She was a wife, and later a mother. In the public language of the time, these roles carried adulthood, dignity, and a new domestic center. Yet the broad outline of the case suggests not a woman firmly relocated into an independent married life, but one whose maternal family retained a striking and consequential hold over her circumstances. Marriage did not sever old bonds. It exposed how little severing had taken place. That matters because the case cannot be understood if Willie is imagined too simply. Historical crime is fond of weak husbands. They serve a narrative purpose. Their failure appears obvious, their passivity legible, their inability to protect the victim frustrating in a way readers quickly grasp. But weakness in such cases is rarely uncomplicated. A husband may be marginal not because he does not care, but because he has entered a domestic system already densely organized around female kinship, shared dependence, and old authority. He may find himself husband in title, yet peripheral in practice, tolerated only so long as he does not challenge the emotional and financial arrangement that preceded him. The wife herself, trained by years of family rule, may be unable or unwilling to transfer her deepest loyalty from the maternal household to the marital one. The result is not open rebellion, but a kind of divided sovereignty in which the husband stands near the edge of a life he is supposed to lead. Marriage then becomes not liberation, but complication. One must be careful not to romanticize the alternatives. Marriage in this period was itself a structure of female vulnerability. A husband could dominate, neglect, betray, spend unwisely, or fail altogether. A woman who left one controlling environment might easily enter another. But in Ocey's case, the important point is less what marriage promised in the abstract than what it appears not to have delivered in reality. Durable distance from the women who had long exercised authority over her. Distance is not merely physical, it is interpretive. Who speaks for the wife when she is unwell? Who decides where she lives? Who handles money? Who explains her moods, her frailty, her practical limitations, her needs? If the answer to these questions continues to be mother and aunts rather than husband and wife together, the marriage has not become a true unit, however respectable it may appear from outside. The older family remains not background but government. The wife, though married, remains in some essential sense under administration. This seems to have been Ocey's position. There is something profoundly sad in the figure of the married daughter, who does not fully depart. Not because filial closeness is itself suspect, but because failure to depart often reflects a deeper inability to imagine oneself as entitled to a separate life. Some daughters return constantly to the old center because it still feels like home. Some are drawn back by practical need. Some are made to feel that life away from maternal supervision is dangerous, foolish, or ungrateful. Some husbands lack the means or force of character to establish a new household firmly. Some women, weakened by health, money, temperament, or emotional training, find the old authority easier to submit to than the uncertain demands of independence. Most often, several of these things are true at once. Marriage then becomes a room inside a larger house. The husband may be present. He may even be loved. But he is not the strongest force in the atmosphere. That role belongs elsewhere. The record of Ocey's later life suggests just such an atmosphere of divided power. Her husband did not emerge as the unquestioned center of her world. Instead, the women of her family appear repeatedly in positions of proximity and influence, shaping circumstances and accounting for her condition in ways that suggest not occasional assistance, but continuing governance. Whatever Willie's intentions, he does not seem to have displaced them. If anything, he appears as a man whose role was never allowed to become fully secure. This is not only a matter of personality, it is also a matter of gendered expectation. For all the public rhetoric that imagined husbands as heads of households, actual domestic life often proved messier. Men working irregularly, earning little, moving frequently, or lacking confidence could find themselves outmatched by older women better trained in the management of intimate life. The husband might control little of the emotional economy of the home. He might be the nominal authority, but not the interpretive one. He might pay when he could, object when necessary, and still lose ground daily to the women who knew how to shape the wife's sense of reality. Authority, after all, is not only a question of who can command, it is also a question of who is believed. In many households, the mother's version of the daughter remains strangely powerful long after marriage. She knows her nerves. She knows her constitution. She knows her weaknesses. She knows what the husband does not understand. She knows how delicate the girl always was, how troublesome, how easily upset, how much care she requires. These claims may sound maternal. They also function politically. They preserve a mother's jurisdiction over the adult daughter's body and behavior. If repeated often enough, they can diminish the husband's standing without any direct confrontation at all. He becomes the outsider to his own marriage, the man who does not truly know his wife because others insist on interpreting her first. If Ocey had already been formed to accept such interpretation, the effect would have been stronger still. A woman raised to defer to maternal authority does not suddenly become self-defining because she has married. She may instead carry the old dependence into the new relation, asking her husband for some things while still measuring herself according to the judgments of the women who raised her. If conflict arises between husband and family, she may feel torn not because both sides are equally right, but because she has never been permitted a stable center from which to choose freely. Duty pulls one way, familiarity another, fear another, exhaustion another. What looks like indecision may in fact be the inward expression of a life never properly allowed to become its own. This gives the phrase, marriage without escape, its truest meaning. It does not suggest that Ocey consciously sought flight and failed. It suggests something sadder. That the conditions from which escape might have been necessary were so intimate, so normalized, and so morally entangled that leaving them may never have appeared straightforward even to the woman most endangered by them. Marriage also altered the stakes because it introduced competition over her value. As daughter, she belonged to one household economy. As wife, she ought to have belonged to another. As mother, she carried still further claims, bodily, emotional, financial, symbolic. A woman in this position may become the site of negotiation between families, especially if money is scarce and her health uncertain. Who supports her? Who controls access to her? Who bears the burden of illness? Who benefits from proximity? These questions are not always asked aloud, but they press on daily life all the same. When affection and calculation begin to overlap, the woman herself may experience care not as safety, but as pressure from multiple sides. And where pressure gathers, autonomy thins. It is possible that Ocey Snead wanted something like an ordinary married life and lacked the force to secure it. It is possible that he loved Ocey but could not protect her from the system that enclosed her. It is possible that he himself was compromised by weakness, poverty, uncertainty, or simple human inadequacy. Historical records are unkind to marginal men. They tend either to excuse them entirely or condemn them as spineless. The truth is usually narrower and more difficult. A man may fail catastrophically without being monstrous. He may be powerless in some respects and culpably passive in others. What matters here is that the marriage did not establish a firm sanctuary around Ocey. Whether through his weakness, her dependence, the family's pressure, or all three together, the line between married life and maternal rule remained perilously porous. The child she bore should have strengthened the new household. In another story it might have. Motherhood can deepen a woman's attachment to the life she is building with her husband. It can also intensify family involvement to the point of suffocation. Once a woman has a child, older female relatives often return with renewed authority. They know better. They have done this before. They can help. They can advise, supervise, criticize, and interpret. The young mother, especially if tired or unwell, may surrender ground quickly. Her body has become public property within the family once again. Her weakness acquires witnesses. Her choices invite correction. Under the banner of assistance, control resumes. If the young mother is already accustomed to being managed, the transition can happen almost without resistance. One begins to see, then, how little marriage alone can accomplish against a deeply rooted family structure. The wedding may have changed Ocey's name, but it did not erase the authority that had shaped her from childhood. Indeed, her new surname, Snead, sits in the historical record almost like a declaration never fully honored. It suggests a transfer into a separate domestic future. What followed instead was a life in which the old female household seems to have remained close enough, strong enough, and confident enough to keep directing the terms under which she lived. There is a particular melancholy in this. Marriage is so often imagined as movement forwards. Yet for some women it operates more like an overlay. A new role is added, but the old structure remains intact beneath it. Wifehood settles over daughterhood without replacing it. The adult woman continues to feel like a child in the presence of her mother. The husband senses that he is competing not with another man, nor even with a clear external enemy, but with years of intimate governance that cannot be argued away. Every practical disagreement becomes weighted with old loyalties. Every attempt at independence feels like a betrayal of prior sacrifice. In such a life, there is rarely one dramatic moment when freedom is lost. Rather, freedom never fully arrives. This has consequences for how the later tragedy must be read. It is tempting, in retrospect, to ask why Ocey did not simply remain with her husband, trust him, or insist upon a life apart from the women who would later come under suspicion. But such questions presume a self-possession that her life does not appear to have encouraged. To ask why she did not leave is, in one sense, to ask why a person trained into dependence did not suddenly behave as though she had always been free. It mistakes the nature of coercive family life, which works not only by external restriction but by shaping what the subject feels entitled to desire. If Ocey's marriage failed to free her, it was not because marriage itself is meaningless. It was because the older claims upon her remained stronger than the new structure was able to resist. And there was another problem, more dangerous still. A woman who belongs incompletely to her husband and incompletely to herself may belong too fully to those willing to manage her for their own ends. The possibilities for exploitation multiply in such a condition. Her husband may not control the finances. Her movements may not be private. Her illnesses may be narrated by others. Her emotional state may be interpreted against her. Her legal adulthood may exist largely on paper while her practical life remains under supervision. She can be moved, arranged, spoken for, and, if necessary, explained away. A married woman may appear protected to the world while living in circumstances that leave her startlingly exposed. This, perhaps, is one of the most important truths at the center of the case. Ocey did not stand alone in the world, abandoned and friendless. She stood within a dense network of relations. Yet density is not safety. Sometimes it is the opposite. Sometimes to be surrounded is to have no clear path out. The husband, in such stories, often becomes the witness to his own displacement. He sees enough to worry and too little to intervene effectively. He is close enough to be judged for not saving her and too far from the real center of control to understand fully how she is being held. If he lacks decisiveness, money, social force, or confidence, the process is easier for everyone but him. The older women continue. The wife continues to submit. The household absorbs tension rather than resolving it. And from outside, things may still look merely complicated rather than dangerous. Danger often prefers precisely that appearance. What marriage revealed in Ocey's life was not a clean new beginning, but the persistence of old power beneath new names. The daughter had become a wife, but not wholly. The wife had become a mother, but not securely. The young household had formed, yet its borders remained permeable to the will of the women who had long claimed to know best. Whatever domestic independence marriage might have offered in theory, in practice it seems to have remained incomplete, unstable, and tragically easy to override. That incompleteness would matter more with every year that followed. For once a woman's marriage fails to establish her as fully separate, all the old conditions may return with greater force. Family management, financial entanglement, narrative control, emotional indebtedness, and the quiet assumption that those who raised her retain the right to decide her fate. The husband may object. He may hover. He may even love her deeply. But love at the margins is a poor defense against a structure already in motion. Ocey had married. The world might therefore have assumed she had entered adult safety. The truth appears to have been darker. She had married without escaping the hands that had shaped her. And hands accustomed to shaping a life may, in time, begin to imagine they own the right to end it. Chapter 4. Motherhood and Frailty. There are few conditions more dangerous, in the history of women, than being both needed and weak. Motherhood was meant to strengthen a woman's standing. In the moral language of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it gave her gravity. It completed the sequence by which a daughter became wife, and a wife became something more settled, more legitimate, more central to the household story. A mother was no longer simply being prepared for life. She was in it. She had crossed into recognized womanhood by performing its most sanctified role. Around her clustered the approved virtues: care, sacrifice, modesty, patience, duty. To bear a child was not merely a private event. It was a social and moral elevation, one that could soften judgment, command sympathy, and fix a woman more securely within the structure of respectable life. But motherhood has always contained another truth, less celebrated and far more material. It weakens the body. It binds the woman more tightly to others. It exposes her to supervision, correction, and dependence under the flattering language of help. It makes her necessary while also making her vulnerable. It can enlarge her dignity in public while narrowing her power in private. This is especially so when the mother is young, unwell, financially insecure, or already accustomed to living under the interpretive authority of older female relatives. By the time Ocey Snead became a mother, the conditions of her life do not appear to have moved towards confident independence. If anything, motherhood seems to have deepened the qualities that later made her so perilously easy to use: physical weakness, emotional dependence, and a growing permeability to the judgments and arrangements of the women around her. The idealized image of the mother at the center of the home does not sit easily beside the record that emerges later. Instead of strength consolidating around her, one senses something else taking shape: a woman becoming more burdensome to the household and therefore, in the minds of others, more governable. That is one of the ugliest transformations family life can perform. A woman's weakness may first call forth concern. Over time, if it persists and money is short, concern can sour into irritation. Irritation may then be moralist. She is too delicate, too dependent, too nervous, too much trouble, too difficult to settle, too expensive, too sad, too passive, too easily upset. The same qualities that once justified care begin, in another register, to justify control. If she cannot manage, others must manage her. If she is not strong, others must decide for her. If she is a mother but not a robust one, the child, the household, and the future may be invoked as reasons why she cannot be trusted to direct her own life. Frailty is seldom a single fact. It is an interpretation. Bodies do weaken. Childbearing takes real toll. Illness, depletion, depression, chronic pain, poor nutrition, and exhaustion are not inventions. But in families such as the one surrounding Ocey, weakness does not remain merely medical. It becomes social. It is narrated. It is handled. It is invested with meaning by those who stand to gain from defining it. One person's illness becomes another person's jurisdiction. The sufferer may know her own discomfort intimately, and yet lose all authority over what that discomfort means. Is she truly ill? Nervous? Hysterical? Delicate by nature? Incapable? Temporarily exhausted? Permanently diminished? The answer, in unequal households, is often supplied by whoever already holds power. And once supplied, it can govern the life of the person said to suffer. This appears to have been part of Ocey's condition. The surviving impressions of her later life describe not a woman growing into firm adult competence, but one marked by increasing weakness and passivity. Whether that weakness arose from genuine illness, malnutrition, emotional distress, repeated pregnancies, drugging, coercion, or some combination of these cannot always be separated neatly in retrospect. Real life seldom sorts itself so helpfully. What matters is that frailty became central to how she was seen and, very likely, to how she was handled. The mother and aunts who later stood under suspicion were not dealing with a vigorous young woman difficult to direct. They were dealing with someone already reduced in body and energy, someone whose diminished state made intervention easier to justify and resistance harder to sustain. Motherhood only intensified this. A young mother is rarely permitted to belong wholly to herself. Her body has already been requisitioned by pregnancy, labor, feeding, recovery, and the social demands of maternal conduct. Others speak over her in the name of the child's welfare. If she is strong, she may push back. If she is weak, the tide of other people's judgment comes in quickly. She ought to rest. She ought to eat. She ought not to worry herself. She ought not to strain. She ought not to take the baby out. She ought not to argue. She ought not to decide in her present state. Such instructions may be kindly meant. They may also become the grammar of confinement. The child then becomes part of the structure that limits the mother. This is not because children are burdens in any crude moral sense. It is because motherhood increases practical dependency at exactly the moment when a woman may have least strength to resist its terms. She may need money. She may need shelter. She may need help with the infant. She may need time, food, warmth, quiet, recovery. In households where help is given freely, this can be a season of genuine support. In households where help is bartered for obedience, it is a season of heightened risk. Every need becomes leverage. Every weakness becomes information. Every expression of overwhelm may be taken not as evidence of strain but as proof that others ought to take firmer charge. It is difficult not to wonder, reading the broad outline of Ocey's life, how much of her weakness was allowed to remain weakness and how much was turned into function. A frail daughter-wife mother is pitiable, yes, but she is also manageable. She can be surrounded. She can be spoken for. She can be relocated under the pretext of care. She can be shielded from practical matters said to be too upsetting for her condition. She can be told that exertion is dangerous, that decisions are burdensome, that she must trust others who are stronger and more experienced. The language of protection grows especially persuasive when addressed to someone too exhausted to argue. And exhaustion, once it becomes chronic, has moral consequences. It does not merely tire the body, it narrows the imagination. It makes resistance feel expensive, even impossible. A woman may submit not because she agrees, but because she has too little left with which to object. This may be one reason Ocey later appears in the record as such a hauntingly diminished figure. The newspapers, of course, preferred vivid shorthand. They wanted the bathtub, the sisters in black, the note, the shock of an apparently respectable domestic murder. But beneath these marketable elements lies a quieter and more consequential fact. By the time she died, Ocey seems to have been a woman already reduced. The final violence matters. Yet so does the prior state that made the violence so easy to stage. A robust woman with independent habits, clear authority over her own affairs, and the physical confidence to resist or flee presents one kind of challenge to those who would exploit her. A weakened woman, tethered by dependence, childcare, family pressure, and chronic frailty, presents another entirely. This is how domestic danger often works. It selects for weakness, then deepens it. Whether Ocey's frailty was natural, aggravated, exploited, or deliberately cultivated, it became part of the environment in which others operated around her. The family did not merely contain an unwell young woman. They contained a future that could be organized around her condition. That is the darker possibility haunting the case. That illness ceased to be merely misfortune and became, in the minds of others, a usable circumstance. If she was already fragile, then every further decline could be explained. If she was already nervous or depressed, then despair could be plausibly attributed to her. If she already required care, then close control appeared charitable rather than suspicious. Nothing in such a process needs to be dramatic at first. It can grow in increments. Less food, perhaps, or poorer food. More fatigue. More tears. More sleeping drafts. More management. More talk about nerves, weakness, delicacy, rest. Fewer decisions left to the woman herself. Greater dependence on those who insist they are carrying the burden for her. From outside, this may resemble ordinary female invalidism, a sadly familiar feature of the period. From within, it may be something much more dangerous, the slow reshaping of a living person into an object of administration. The era's understanding of women's health made such reshaping easier. Female weakness was not merely recognized, it was culturally expected. Women were imagined as more fragile in body and mind, more prone to nervous disturbance, more impressionable, more liable to collapse under strain. Pregnancy and childbirth only confirmed this assumption. A woman who emerged from maternity tired, melancholy, or physically depleted did not challenge the social script. She fulfilled it. That made her harder to defend. Her suffering could be acknowledged and still misunderstood. The very vocabulary used to describe her weakness often deprived her of authority over it. She was delicate, nervous, run down, not herself. Such terms invited intervention without necessarily inviting respect. A strong personality in the household could do much with that. The mother, aunt, or caretaker who claimed expertise in the sufferer's condition acquired a near-medical role, particularly if physicians were intermittent, expensive, or inclined to trust family reports. She knew how Ocey had been yesterday. She knew how little she could bear. She knew what upset her. She knew whether the baby had kept her awake, whether she had eaten, whether she was fit to travel, fit to receive visitors, fit to decide anything of consequence. The power to describe the body in daily life is enormous. It shapes not only treatment, but the sufferer's own sense of self. If Ocey heard, day after day, that she was weak, not up to things, not safe to exert herself, she may have come to experience her limitations partly through the language others pressed upon her. This would not make the weakness unreal. It would make it governed. And governed weakness is among the most useful conditions a coercive family can possess. One must also consider the emotional consequences of motherhood under strain. The cultural script of the happy mother was strong, but many women lived far from it. Exhaustion, isolation, financial anxiety, physical depletion, resentment at lost freedom, fear for the child, disappointment in marriage, and the continued pressure of one's own mother could make the maternal role feel less like fulfillment than entrapment. Yet such feelings were not easily speakable. A woman who appeared sad, withdrawn, or emotionally altered after childbirth might be pitied, scolded, dismissed, or pathologized, but seldom truly heard. If Ocey experienced anything like this, and it would hardly be unusual if she did, that emotional dimming could later be repurposed by others. A depressed woman makes, on paper, a believable suicide. A despairing mother can be narrated into self-destruction with chilling ease. The possibility is dreadful because it turns suffering itself into evidence against the sufferer. What if the condition that should have summoned compassionate protection instead prepared the ground for a convenient lie? What if a woman's visible exhaustion, tears, passivity, or emotional collapse did not merely fail to save her, but furnished the very language by which her death could later be explained away? In such a scenario, frailty is not only tragic, it is useful to those who need a story. The maternal body is particularly vulnerable to this kind of appropriation because it is already public within the household. Others watch it, comment on it, monitor it, interpret it, correct it. In effect, the mother's physical and emotional state becomes communal property, a subject of constant domestic reading. She no longer belongs solely to herself. She belongs to the child, the husband, the older women, and the endless moral expectations attached to each. If she falters, the faltering is observed. If she weakens, the weakening is narrated. If she cannot keep pace, the household rearranges itself around that fact, or claims to. The rearrangement may look like care. It may also resemble enclosure. So much of Ocey's life appears, in retrospect, to have been lived inside this enclosure. Marriage had not fully freed her. Motherhood did not establish her securely as mistress of her own small domestic world. Instead, it seems to have intensified dependency, drawn older women closer, and provided a setting in which her physical decline could be both genuine and manipulable. The family could now approach her not only as daughter and wife, but as vulnerable mother, a role more sanctified in theory and more exposed in practice than either of the others. This made her more morally protected in the abstract and more practically helpless in daily life. There is a bitter irony here. Motherhood is often invoked in crime writing as the victim's last defense against self-destruction. Surely, readers think, a mother would not willingly leave her child. The argument has emotional force, but it can flatten reality. Some mothers do despair. Some are overwhelmed. Some live under pressures the sentimental imagination refuses to grant them. Yet in Ocey's case, the presence of a child cuts in another direction as well. It underscores her embeddedness. She was not merely a solitary woman whose fate affected only herself. She was tied by love, duty, and bodily labor to another vulnerable life that should have enlarged the number of people committed to her safety. Instead, it may have enlarged the number of people prepared to decide her value in relation to costs, burdens, and gain. When family systems become corrupted, even innocence does not soften them. It complicates the arithmetic. The child needs provision. The mother is weak. The household is strained. The future looks narrow. Money, if it can be found, will solve things. The weak woman cannot manage. The stronger women must do what is necessary. One can imagine how easily necessity begins to absorb conscience. If Ocey's frailty had remained a temporary season, the story might have altered. But the force of the case lies partly in the sense that weakness became the settled condition in which later events took root. By the time death entered the room, she does not seem to have been a woman on the edge of recovery or self-assertion. She appears rather as someone already dimmed, physically, socially, and perhaps spiritually, by circumstances that others around her had learned to navigate to their advantage. The bath, in that sense, was not the first violence, but the last deficiency. Such endings are rarely born in health. They arise where a body has already been drained, where resistance has already been worn down, where the sufferer's own account of herself has been displaced by household management. They arise where care and custody have become almost indistinguishable. They arise where a woman's weakness has ceased to be an occasion for protection and become instead a practical fact around which more ruthless minds may plan. That is why motherhood and frailty must be understood together in Ocey's story. To separate them would be to miss the texture of her vulnerability. She was not simply a mother, noble and protected by the sentimental prestige of the role. Nor was she merely an invalid, passively waiting for harm. She was both. A young woman whose maternal identity tied her more tightly to life, and whose frailty made that life increasingly difficult for others to manage except on their own terms. In that tension lay much of her danger. The child gave her reason to live. The frailty gave others reason to speak over her. Together, they made her at once precious and perilously easy to control. And once a person becomes both valuable and governable, the moral atmosphere around them can change with terrible speed. For now, the change had not yet announced itself openly. There was still the language of concern, of rest, of practical necessity, of women doing what women must. But beneath that language something harder was taking shape. A weak young mother in a strained household does not remain merely a human being in the eyes of everyone around her. Sooner or later, in a family already schooled in management and scarcity, she risks becoming a calculation. That calculation was still forming. Its numbers, however, were beginning to gather. Chapter 5. Insurance, Debt, and the Price of a Life. There is a moment in many family crimes when affection begins to acquire a ledger. It does not announce itself dramatically. No one says, at least not at first, that a life is now being measured against its possible return. The shift is quieter. Bills accumulate. Rent presses. Credit thins. Promises fail. A household that once spoke the language of duty and sacrifice begins also to speak, perhaps only inwardly, the language of burden, utility, and cost. The weak member of the family is still called dear, still referred to as someone to be cared for, still sheltered beneath the rhetoric of concern. But somewhere beneath that rhetoric another reckoning has begun. What does she require? What does she consume? What may she yield? What value, if any, can be drawn from the simple fact that she remains alive, or from the darker fact that she may not? This is the point at which money ceases to be merely circumstance and becomes structure. The story of Ocey Snead cannot be understood without money, though money alone does not explain it. There are families under terrible financial strain who do not descend into predation. There are schemes, debts, and humiliations endured without murder. Yet in cases such as this, material pressure does more than sharpen inconvenience. It corrodes moral boundaries. It encourages the habits of mind by which human relationships are translated into assets, liabilities, opportunities, and losses. It teaches those already inclined to control that necessity excuses much. If the household is always on the edge, then everything within it becomes available for use. A woman in frail health, with a husband of uncertain force, a child, and a life increasingly managed by older female relatives, may come to occupy a particularly dangerous position within such arithmetic. What makes financial pressure so potent in domestic crime is that it rarely appears in pure form. It arrives clothed in familiar virtues: prudence, sacrifice, making do, doing what is necessary, protecting the family, preserving appearances, avoiding disgrace. A mother who keeps close account of every expense may seem merely practical. An aunt who discusses money constantly may appear only burdened. A household that moves, economizes, borrows, improvises, and narrates its own instability as temporary misfortune may still be read, from outside, as respectable. Yet within the home, scarcity changes the texture of thought. It can make generosity brittle. It can make illness expensive. It can make dependence intolerable. Above all, it can make the imagination receptive to means of relief that would once have seemed unthinkable. By the early 20th century, insurance had become one of those means. There was nothing inherently sinister in this. Life insurance, burial insurance, and related financial instruments had grown increasingly woven into modern life. They offered a way to manage uncertainty, protect dependents, and guard against the financial devastation that death could bring. In principle, such policies expressed care for the future. They converted mortality into a form of provision. For respectable families anxious about decline, they carried the aura of prudence and modern foresight. But insurance also introduced a disturbing possibility into domestic life. It made death legible as value. This did not mean that every policy turned kin into conspirators. But it did mean that under certain pressures, the boundary between protecting against death and calculating upon it could thin. Where there was already instability, secrecy, or a habit of exploiting the vulnerable, insurance could become more than a safeguard. It could become temptation. A life no longer represented only emotional or moral significance. It also carried a payable future. The policy, on paper, remained an instrument of care. In the corrupted imagination, it became something colder, a promise redeemable upon the extinguishing of a particular human body. That body, in Ocey's case, was young, weak, and increasingly enclosed. This is one of the central horrors of the story. Not simply that money mattered, but that it seems to have mattered in precisely the way modern financial systems allow money to matter. Not through a sack of coins hidden beneath a floorboard, nor through some melodramatic inheritance reading, but through documents, premiums, signatures, obligations, and the quiet bureaucratic structures by which a life could be assigned a monetary consequence. Such a system does not require overt villainy at the outset. It requires only a shift in moral perspective. Once the life of a family member is surrounded by policies, debts, and expectations of payout, the person herself can begin to recede behind the paper. Paper is often more dangerous than passion. Passion flares. Paper waits. A violent quarrel leaves marks. A policy sits quietly in a drawer, lawful and ordinary, while those who know its terms go about their days as though nothing has changed. The existence of such documents alters the household without any outward drama at all. Death has been anticipated financially. Its occurrence now carries not only grief, but consequence. If the family is desperate enough, manipulative enough, or already practiced in moral self-deception, that consequence can begin to exert a gravitational pull on thought. A weak woman's continued life may appear expensive and unstable. Her death, if suitably explained, may appear both sorrowful and useful. One should pause over how modern and chillingly administrative this is. The old fantasy of murder for inheritance suggests distance. Some rich uncle, some elderly aunt, some dramatic death clearing the path to money long held elsewhere. The reality in cases like Ocey's is more intimate and more squalid. This was not grandeur. It was not a state intrigue in the country house manner. It was the monetization of vulnerability within cramped domestic life. It was the conversion of a diminished young mother into a source of financial possibility. Whatever rhetoric of care may have surrounded her, the existence of policies and debt made it possible for those around her to look at her not only with pity or frustration, but with calculation. Calculation has its own emotional climate. It does not necessarily extinguish affection. It coexists with it. That is what makes such cases morally difficult. A family member may still feel tenderness for the person she exploits. She may feed her, soothe her, pray with her, adjust her blankets, speak of her fondly, and all the while know exactly what her death will mean in money. Human beings are fully capable of living in such contradiction. They do not always experience themselves as monsters. Often they experience themselves as practical people carrying unbearable burdens, forced by circumstance to contemplate realities others are too sentimental to face. Once a household begins to speak in this register, the weak grow very unsafe. The weak already consume care. If they also represent possible return, their position becomes doubly charged. Every meal, every doctor's visit, Every day of inactivity can be felt as cost. At the same time, every premium paid, every policy maintained, every arrangement preserved can be imagined as investment. The language need not be explicit. It may never be spoken plainly at all. But the logic is there, shaping feeling. Resentment and expectation begin to mingle. The sufferer becomes, in effect, a living expense attached to a future benefit. She is still family. She is also, increasingly, a financial proposition. One of the most unsettling aspects of Ocey's case is how thoroughly this logic seems to have embedded itself in the family's world. Debt does more than create need. It humiliates. It shrinks options. It forces repeated explanation. It makes the future feel perpetually one crisis away from collapse. Families under this sort of pressure often become obsessed with preserving appearances, because appearance may be the last defense against social dissent. In such a context, insurance is especially attractive. It promises order amid uncertainty. It gives paper shape to hope. Yet if the insured person is vulnerable, passive, and surrounded by stronger personalities, the policy may begin to look less like protection for her dependents than like a scheme organized around her existence. And once existence itself is organized in this way, death becomes thinkable in a new register. Thinkable, not yet inevitable. There is an important distinction. Most people under pressure do not kill. Most families with policies do not drift towards murder. But crimes of this sort depend on gradual moral acclimatization. The idea must first become inhabitable. It must cease to appear monstrous and start to appear, if only for a moment, conceivable. That transition is easier in a household already accustomed to managing people rather than meeting them as equals. It is easier where illness has weakened the victim's authority, where older relatives already direct the practical terms of life, where the husband is marginal, and where every conversation about cost deepens the sense that ordinary means of relief have failed. In such a setting, the policy is no longer merely prudent. It is suggestive. Money has another property relevant here. It can make people imagine themselves justified. Those who exploit the weak rarely say only that they want money. They tell themselves a more usable story. They have suffered too. They have sacrificed. They have borne the load. The weak one cannot go on like this. The child needs support. The household cannot continue. The future must be secured. Others do not understand the pressure. What seems greedy from outside feels necessary from within. In this way, self-pity and covetousness join hands. The result is not merely theft but a moral rearrangement in which another person's life begins to appear available for conversion. Conversion is the key word. A living woman is converted into a set of practical concerns, then into a bearer of policies, then into a source of potential relief, then into a body whose death, if suitably managed, might solve what life has made unbearable. By the time the final act arrives, those involved may tell themselves they are not destroying a person so much as concluding a process already implied by circumstance. Such reasoning is abominable. It is also recognizable. True crime often emphasizes the moment of death, because death is visible. But the moral event begins earlier, when those around the victim permit themselves to imagine her not in terms of relation, but of yield. That is the real corruption at the heart of money-driven domestic crime. The killing is the consequence. The prior sin is valuation. There is reason to think that Ocey was being valued in precisely this way. Her weakness made her expensive. Her dependence made her controllable. Her isolation made her usable. The policies made her profitable. This combination is catastrophic. Had she been stronger, she might have resisted. Had she been poorer in paper value, she might have been merely neglected. Had she been surrounded by people committed to her person rather than her function, the policies would have remained what they were supposed to be, practical safeguards. Instead, the conditions seem to have aligned around her in a far darker configuration. The domestic atmosphere in such a case must have changed subtly before anyone outside could name it. Money has a way of entering every conversation without being mentioned. A pause over a bill. A look exchanged when the weak woman asks for something. A renewed insistence that she rest, stay in, avoid upsetting herself. Greater interest in signatures, documents, visits, arrangements. Behind the language of care there gathers a second language, silent but increasingly powerful. How much longer can this continue, and what happens when it ends? For the person at the center of this calculation, the experience may be bewildering rather than clear. She feels the irritation in the room without understanding its full source. She senses that her weakness has become heavy to others. She may feel guilty for being burdensome, ashamed of needing so much, unsure whether the concern surrounding her is tenderness or exasperation. If she has been trained all her life to accept other people's interpretations of her condition, she is unlikely to recognize that money has altered their regard. She may simply feel herself becoming more and more in the way. That sensation alone can be crushing. A woman in such circumstances may begin to collude, emotionally, in her own diminishment. She apologizes for needing care. She agrees that she is too weak. She accepts being managed because she sees how tired the others are. She withdraws. She becomes easier to handle precisely because she does not wish to be one more trouble in a life already full of troubles. This is one of the bleakest deficiencies of financial exploitation within the family. The victim's own conscience may be used against her. She comes to believe that obedience is kindness and self-erasure a form of mercy. The policies, meanwhile, remain in the background like a second script. One must not forget the specific cultural power of paperwork in this era. Documents carried a stabilizing authority that personal feeling did not. A signed policy, a recorded premium, an official beneficiary, a physician's note, a statement of circumstances, these were modern forms of reality. They could travel where a person could not. They could persuade institutions. They could turn a death from private event into financial transaction. For a family practiced in narrative management, this would have mattered enormously. Grief alone yields nothing. Grief accompanied by the correct papers may do quite a lot. And papers prefer deaths that can be explained. Here the question of suicide enters with terrible relevance. A woman already known to be frail, emotional, perhaps despondent, can be made to fit a story. If she dies suddenly and the scene is arranged with sufficient care, her prior weakness may serve as retrospective evidence against her. She had been so low, so delicate, so exhausted. Such things are said afterwards not only because they may be true in part, but because they become useful. The policies and the narrative begin to align. Financial motive does not replace psychological explanation. It hides behind it. This is why insurance in the Ocey Snead case must be understood not as a mere background detail, but as part of the moral machinery. It linked her physical vulnerability to a payable future. It translated domestic suffering into financial possibility. It invited those around her to imagine resolution in terms no loving household should ever contemplate. The debts pressing upon the family did the rest. Need sharpened temptation. Authority enabled access. Frailty reduced resistance. Paper offered reward. The ingredients of disaster were no longer scattered. They had begun to combine. If one wishes to understand how a young woman can be drowned in a bathtub by those nearest to her while the scene is prepared to suggest her own despair, one must first understand that such an act is not born of sudden hatred alone. It grows in the company of paperwork, pressure, habit, and moral decay. It requires not simply a willingness to kill, but a willingness to let the value of a life be set by what its ending may relieve. That is the true obscenity of the matter. Ocey was not merely loved badly. She appears to have been priced. And once a family begins to place a price upon one of its own, even the ordinary language of care becomes difficult to hear without dread. The bath has not yet appeared. The note has not yet been placed. The body has not yet been arranged. But the transformation essential to all that is already underway. A weak young mother, enclosed by women practiced in management, living beneath financial strain, surrounded by the quiet authority of insurance paper, had begun to occupy a place no human being should ever occupy in the mind of her kin. Not simply dear, not simply difficult, not simply unfortunate, valuable in death. And once that idea enters a household, it does not remain still for long. Chapter 6. The Family Trade. Families do not become dangerous all at once. This is one of the consoling myths people tell themselves after the fact. That there must have been a moment, clear and singular, when ordinary life tipped into criminality. A line was crossed. A soul was hardened. A plan was born. Before that, there was decency. After it, corruption. The story is tidy. It also flatters the reader, because it suggests that wickedness arrives with enough noise to be recognized by any sensible observer. But in many domestic crimes, danger is older than the act that finally reveals it. It exists first as habit, as method, as a way of moving through the world that does not yet require bloodshed to announce its moral quality. The family learns to improvise, to conceal, to narrate itself favorably, to survive by means not entirely candid. It learns what can be borrowed, what can be promised, what can be denied, what can be shifted from one room or town to another. It learns how to use respectability as a covering and misfortune as an alibi. Long before anyone is killed, there is already a family trade. Not always a profession in the formal sense, but a collective way of extracting continuation from instability. By the time Ocey Snead came fully into the center of this trade, it seems likely that the habits sustaining it were well established. That does not mean the family began as criminals. Such language is too blunt for the gradualness of domestic moral decline. What matters is not whether some original innocence can be proved, but whether patterns of conduct suggest a shared tolerance for manipulation, evasion, and exploitation. In Ocey's case, the broad outline points strongly in that direction. The later death in the bath does not read as an isolated convulsion. It reads, instead, as though it emerged from a family world already skilled in the management of appearances and the practical use of people. To call this a family trade is not to suggest simple conspiracy from the beginning. It is to recognize that certain households develop a culture of adaptation that can, under pressure, become predatory. Where one family makes economies, another makes schemes. Where one family endures humiliation quietly, another turns humiliation into performance and maneuver. Where one family accepts limits, another becomes practiced in sidestepping them. The members of such a household need not all possess equal cunning. Some may merely follow. Some may excuse. Some may perform distress, while others make arrangements. Some may not see the whole pattern at all, but only the small necessity immediately before them. Yet taken together, they form a system in which moral lines blur and survival itself becomes a justification for almost anything. There is something particularly potent about this process when it occurs among women whose recognized avenues of respectable power are narrow. The women later fixed in public memory as the figures at the center of Ocey's case did not inhabit a world rich in lawful independence. Their authority was domestic, relational, improvisational. It depended on their ability to manage rooms, money, moods, illness, and explanation. Such skills are not disreputable in themselves. In other circumstances, they might have sustained families honorably through hardship. But when repeatedly joined to instability, grievance, and the conviction that ordinary rules are for people more fortunate than oneself, they can produce a much darker expertise. The household becomes adept at living on edges. It learns to take what legitimacy it can and manufacture the rest. This is the atmosphere in which schemes become thinkable. The family trade, then, is not only about money, though money remains close to everything. It is also about mobility, about reinvention, about the ability to shift setting without shedding identity, or to shed identity without surrendering opportunity. A household under strain may move from place to place, not always as fugitives in any dramatic sense, but as people for whom stability is elusive and each new address offers temporary relief from old obligations. In such movement, continuity depends less on rootedness than on the carrying forward of method. The rooms change. The habits do not. This helps explain why transience matters so much in cases like Ocey's. A family that can re-establish itself quickly in new lodgings, explain its circumstances to strangers, manage impressions, and resume its internal hierarchy without pause possesses a form of hard-earned competence. To outsiders, this may appear merely unfortunate or eccentric. To those inside, it may become identity. We manage. We know how to get by. We know what to say. We know how to endure what others cannot imagine. Such self-understandings are powerful. They turn dubious conduct into evidence of toughness. They convert manipulation into ingenuity. They make the morally compromised seem simply practical. And practicality is one of the easiest masks for cruelty. When a family grows accustomed to using whatever lies to hand, charm, pity, obligation, half-truths, performance, paper, kinship, each member may begin to be seen less as a person in full than as part of the available stock. One offers labor, another appearance, another emotional leverage, another can be displayed as delicate, respectable, wronged, industrious, grieving, or dependent according to need. The household, in effect, learns to marshal itself. Such marshalling may be subtle, even unconscious, but it carries profound danger. Once people become functions inside a collective strategy, it is only a small step before one of them is used beyond recall. Ocey appears to have occupied precisely such a functional place. She was not the strategist. Nothing in the record suggests that. Nor does she appear as someone with the force to resist being positioned by others. Instead, she seems to have become part of the family machinery in a more vulnerable way. As the weak one, the manageable one, the one whose fragility could attract concern, justify control, and eventually serve purposes she herself may barely have grasped. In a family already practiced in trading upon circumstance, such a person is at terrible risk. She becomes not a partner in the strategy, but one of its most useful materials. One should note how often this kind of family trade depends on shared narration. The household tells itself who it is. It has suffered. It has been misunderstood. It has had bad luck. Others have failed it. The world is harsh. Respectable appearances must be maintained despite everything. There is no room for sentimentality. Those inside the circle come to believe not only that they have been wronged, but that their methods, however irregular, are justified by necessity. This is how corruption becomes communal rather than merely individual. One woman's scheme is steadied by another's grievance. One person's lie is repeated until it acquires the texture of family memory. To question the method is to question not merely conduct but identity. Families built on such narratives do not easily admit that they use one another. They prefer the language of sacrifice. We all do what we must. We carry each other. We have no choice. We have suffered too much to be judged by comfortable people. The younger ones do not understand. The weak must be looked after. The strong must make the hard decisions. What these phrases conceal is distribution. Who carries? Who is carried? Who decides what necessity requires? Who benefits most from the arrangement? In households where the same people continually answer these questions in their own favor, the structure may already be predatory even before it produces a crime visible to the law. The family around Ocey appears to have possessed that distribution in concentrated form. Older women held interpretive power. Movement and instability seemed to have been recurring conditions. Money was not secure. Respectability had to be performed and defended. The weak member of the household was also the one around whom financial possibilities increasingly gathered. This is not random misfortune. It is a pattern. And patterns matter because they suggest that the later murder did not erupt into a moral vacuum. It arose within a system already skilled at turning precarious life into opportunity. The public often prefers isolated crimes because isolation is easier to contain. One murder, one monstrous act, one day when everything went wrong. It is harder and more disquieting to contemplate a family whose everyday functioning has itself become ethically deformed. In such a family, the eventual death may feel shocking to outsiders while seeming almost continuous with prior conduct to those who participated in it. The moral distance between scheme and killing is shorter than respectable people wish to believe. That distance shortens further when the family has learned to treat reinvention as normal. A new place can mean a new story. A new landlord need not know the old debts. A new doctor need only hear the current version of the patient's condition. A new set of neighbors sees only what is presented. Past suspicions dissolve in fresh upholstery, in altered introductions, in the simple anonymity of urban movement. This capacity for renewal without repentance is deeply useful to exploitative households. It allows behavior to continue because its consequences are never allowed to settle in one place long enough to crystallize into lasting social knowledge. Reputation becomes portable rather than rooted. So too does impunity. If Ocey's family operated in anything like this way, it would help explain why the later tragedy feels so enclosed and yet so migratory. The final scene is fixed in one bathroom on one day, but the conditions producing it seem to have traveled. They belong not to a single house, but to a family method carried from one domestic setting to another. The rooms change, the arrangement survives. And arrangement, more than impulse, is what marks this case. Families with a trade also tend to produce specializations, even if no one would call them that. One person deals with practicalities, another with appearances, another with emotional persuasion, another with silence. In public accounts of Ocey's death, the women later cast as the dark center of the story often appear almost as a unit rather than as discrete personalities. The newspapers made much of this, of course, and often crudely. But beneath the sensational language lies a more serious point. United female kin can form a remarkably strong administrative block. Their authority is multiplied not because they are identical, but because each reinforces the other's version of reality. This is part of the family trade too. Collective confirmation. If one woman claims the weak daughter is too unwell to decide, another nods. If one says the money must be managed carefully, another supports her. If one frames the household hardship as exceptional, another repeats the story. If one proposes an arrangement that benefits the stronger members, the others can dress agreement as shared wisdom. The younger or weaker person inside such a circle faces not a single will but an atmosphere. Resistance begins to feel futile because opposition must be mounted not only against an individual, but against the entire moral weather of the household. Ocey had grown up in that weather. By adulthood, she seems not merely to have endured it, but to have been incorporated into its functioning. In this sense, the phrase family trade bears another meaning. It suggests inheritance, not of money, but of method. Children raised within morally flexible households often absorb not only particular values, but styles of survival. Some become practitioners. Others become victims. Some manage to escape. Others remain bound to the very habits that will harm them because those habits have come to feel like ordinary life. Ocey, tragically, seems to have inherited the position of the usable rather than the user. She belonged to the trade not as its master, but as one of the things through which it could continue. The saddest feature of such families is that love need not disappear for use to take hold. A mother may still stroke her daughter's hair. An aunt may still bring tea. Shared prayers may still be spoken. Mourning may later even feel sincere in moments. Yet sincerity in feeling does not erase exploitation in structure. A household may care and pray at once, especially when it has trained itself to regard necessity as a moral solvent. The family trade survives precisely because it can accommodate contradiction. It does not require everyone involved to feel cruel every hour of the day. It requires only that, when the decisive moment comes, the weaker member's personhood weighs less than the household's perceived need. And by the time Ocey's case begins to darken decisively, that imbalance seems already well advanced. She was weak. She was dependent. She was surrounded by stronger female kin whose authority had long roots. There were financial pressures. There were policies. There was a family culture already adept at movement, explanation, and practical arrangement. Under such conditions, the final crime reads less like an aberration than like an extension. Terrible, intimate, and irreversible, but still an extension of ways of living already in place. This is perhaps the hardest truth for outsiders to accept. Murder need not arrive from outside a family's habits. It may be latent within them, waiting only for enough pressure, enough opportunity, enough paper, enough weakness, enough self-justifying grievance to make the unthinkable seem, at last, merely the next practical step. The trade had prepared the ground, not by placing a knife in anyone's hand from the beginning, but by teaching a set of people how to bend truth without feeling it break, how to use respectability as clothing, how to move on when rooms became inhospitable, how to see in hardship not a call to moral restraint but a license for ingenuity, how to keep the family whole by making certain members of it bear more than their share of the cost. Ocey was one of those members. And there is another, quieter consequence of families such as this. They exhaust the sympathy of the victim before the victim understands it is being exhausted. A woman long spoken of as delicate, burdensome, dependent, difficult, or costly may begin to sense, however dimly, that those around her are tired of carrying her. She may respond not with rebellion but with apology, greater submission, and a kind of emotional shrinking. In doing so, she becomes even easier to use. The family trade depends upon this. It functions best when the person being exploited has already been trained to interpret her own suffering as inconvenience to others. By then, the household scarcely needs to force her. It need only continue. This, too, helps explain the dreadful passivity that hangs over Ocey's later story. She does not stride through the record as a combatant. She lingers there as someone increasingly shaped, arranged, and diminished by stronger wills. That is not because she lacked humanity or intelligence. It is because the family system around her had long since learned what sort of person she could be made into, and how profitable such a position might become. The trade, in other words, was not simply financial. It was human. It dealt in weakness. It managed dependence. It converted relation into advantage. It carried itself from room to room, town to town, under cover of domestic femininity and practical necessity. By the time the bathtub enters the story, the reader may be tempted to locate horror there, in the water, in the body, in the final stillness. But horror had already arrived, much earlier, in a different form. It arrived when family life learned to treat one of its own as a usable asset inside a recurring method of survival. The bath would be the conclusion. The trade was the preparation. And preparations such as these do not remain abstract forever. Sooner or later, they require a stage. Sooner or later, a room must be found. Chapter 7. Rooms, boarding houses, and respectability. Some crimes belong to houses so completely that the address itself becomes part of the legend. Others belong not to a single house, but to a way of living in rooms. That distinction matters. A permanent home suggests continuity, rootedness, the slow accumulation of family life in one fixed place. It carries the illusion that character settles where furniture settles, that neighbors watch long enough to know what is normal, that repeated routines become visible to those beyond the front door. Rooms, by contrast, are provisional. They can be respectable, certainly, even comfortable, but they are never wholly secure. They are inhabited rather than possessed. They invite arrangement. They can be entered, left, altered, explained, abandoned. A family living through rooms learns something different from a family held in place by a house. It learns adaptability. It learns concealment in motion. It learns that private life can be continuously restaged for new observers. This is one reason boarding houses and rented accommodation exert such force in historical crime. They exist in the uneasy borderland between public and private. A boarding house is not quite home and not quite hotel. It is domestic enough to permit intimacy, yet porous enough that strangers and semi-strangers drift near the edges of one another's lives. People hear footsteps, doors, voices through walls, fragments of arguments, signs of illness, odd movements at unusual hours. They observe clothing, table manners, moods, callers, signs of economy or distress. Yet what they witness is always partial. They know too much to remain wholly ignorant and too little to understand the whole truth. In such places, mystery grows naturally from proximity without knowledge. For a family practiced in management, these are useful conditions. The household at the center of Ocey Snead's story seems to have moved through precisely this sort of world. Rooms taken, rooms left. Domestic life carried from one temporary setting to another beneath the signs of female respectability and ordinary need. This was not in itself suspicious. Countless families of limited means lived in rented accommodation, moved frequently, took what rooms they could, and stitched private life together under the gaze of landlords, neighbors, and other boarders. Respectability under such conditions required work. One had to appear orderly, self-possessed, decent, temporary in misfortune rather than chronic in failure. Clothing mattered. Manners mattered. Explanations mattered. It is difficult to overstate the moral labor of such appearances. For women especially, rented life could feel precarious in a way deeper than mere inconvenience. To lack a settled home was not only to endure instability, it was to risk social diminishment. The ideal of respectable womanhood was still powerfully tied to the management of a stable domestic sphere. A woman without that sphere had to recreate its signs wherever she went. Clean linen, controlled speech, careful mourning, visible propriety, the suppression of financial desperation. She had to make a room seem more secure than it was. She had to turn temporary walls into a stage on which decency could still be performed. The women around Ocey appear to have understood this well. This understanding is central to the atmosphere of the case. The public later remembered black dresses, veils, solemn demeanor, the eerie impression of a household carrying mourning and secrecy through ordinary settings. Newspapers made much of this, naturally, because visual strangeness is easy to sell. But beneath the sensational surface lies a more interesting social fact. These women were skilled in the use of appearance. They knew how to occupy space in ways that communicated gravity, legitimacy, perhaps even suffering. In boarding house culture, such signals mattered. Landladies, neighbors, doctors, shopkeepers, all relied on impression as much as evidence. A family that looked respectable could move with relative ease through uncertainty, even when uncertainty clung to everything it owned. Rooms reward such performance because rooms are always half-read. A neighbor sees a woman in black and imagines bereavement, dignity, piety. A landlady hears that a family member is unwell and interprets seclusion as concern. A boarder notices tension at table but assumes money worries, not criminal intention. A doctor receives the household's account of the patient's condition and has little reason, at least initially, to distrust the women who have attended her daily. Everything is visible, and nothing is fully known. This partial visibility is not incidental to domestic crime. It is one of its enabling conditions. A house owned and occupied over many years may expose patterns through repetition. Neighbors learn who comes and goes, who thrives, who deteriorates, whose explanations no longer fit observed reality. In rented rooms, by contrast, time is often too short for certainty to form. Strangeness can still be excused as transition. Illness can still be explained as temporary. Eccentricity can still be tolerated because permanence has not yet turned it into scandal. By the time suspicion begins to harden, the family may already be preparing to move again. Movement, then, becomes a kind of laundering of reputation. Not complete laundering. Rumors travel, and some impressions linger. But enough is shed with each new set of walls that the household can begin again, under slightly altered conditions. A new landlady hears only the current story. New neighbors inherit no old unease. A weakened woman can be introduced as delicate rather than suspiciously declining. Financial strain can be framed as recent bad luck rather than chronic instability. Temporary accommodation, paradoxically, becomes a way of preserving the fiction that all trouble is temporary. This would have mattered enormously for a family such as Ocey's. By the time she entered the last phase of her life, her weakness itself needed explanation. A robust and cheerful young mother declining in one visible community over several years would invite questions harder to silence. A frail woman moved through rooms and boarding arrangements can be perpetually represented as in recovery, in difficulty, in need of quiet, in a passing state too private for outsiders to probe. The instability of lodging protects the instability of narrative. The two reinforce one another. It is no accident that so much historical unease gathers around rented domestic space. The boarding house in literature and journalism often appears as a site of blurred moral boundaries, too intimate for anonymity, too unstable for trust. That reputation was not wholly fair. Most boarding houses were simply economic necessity made orderly. Yet the form itself lends power to certain kinds of deception. One can seclude and display at once. One can keep a sick woman in the back room while still presenting an orderly face to the hallway. One can perform respectability in shared spaces and maintain coercive control in private ones. One can produce just enough normality to keep others from asking the question that would unravel everything. What is truly happening in there? The answer, in cases like Ocey's, is often hidden not because no one can see anything, but because everyone can see only something. A cough behind a door. An unexplained absence from meals. A woman who looks paler each week. Older female relatives always at hand, always ready with explanation. Financial caution so pronounced it begins to feel like secrecy. An atmosphere difficult to describe, but impossible not to feel. Such fragments seldom assemble themselves into accusation while the victim lives. They remain impressions, stories exchanged after the fact, details rediscovered by police, prosecutors, or reporters once the final event has forced all earlier uncertainty into a single retrospective frame. That is one of the cruelties of boarding house crime. The witnesses are numerous, but their knowledge is broken. Each person holds a shard. No one holds the whole mirror. This fragmentation would shape the later case powerfully. The truth about Ocey's life and death did not emerge from one grand revelation but from the slow piecing together of partial observations, medical impressions, household stories, the condition of the body, the scene in the bathroom, the family's finances, the conduct and demeanor of the women around her. Such truths are typical of crimes committed in transient domestic settings. They must be reconstructed from edges, because the center was kept private until privacy itself became suspicious. Rooms also alter power within the family. In a settled home, even a weak member may possess corners of recognized authority, a routine, a preferred room, familiar neighbors, objects with history. In borrowed rooms, authority often contracts towards whoever manages the practical terms of occupation. Who pays? Who negotiates? Who speaks to the landlady? Who decides which room belongs to whom? When meals are taken, who is too unwell to receive visitors? What explanation is given for household peculiarities? These are small powers, but small powers accumulate. The person already strong in the family grows stronger when instability requires constant management. The weak become even more dependent because every ordinary comfort now depends on someone else's competence. This is particularly dangerous for a woman like Ocey. She was already frail, already permeable to the authority of older female kin, already part of a family structure in which explanation and management did not belong to her. To move through rented spaces under such conditions would only deepen that vulnerability. She could be placed, kept quiet, introduced, spoken for, shielded, or denied access to outsiders with a plausibility difficult to challenge. After all, the family was only trying to protect her rest. The rooms were temporary. Her health was poor. Why should a landlady or a neighbor interfere? Domestic coercion survives on precisely such courtesies. People do not like to intrude on private suffering. They are even less likely to intrude when the household in question presents itself as female, respectable, and burdened. Older women caring for a weak young mother do not fit the easiest public image of danger. They fit the image of domestic sacrifice. The moral script works in their favor. Any unease felt by others is dampened by embarrassment. One does not want to accuse care of concealment without stronger grounds. One waits. One says nothing. One tells oneself that families are complicated. By the time the grounds are strong, it is often too late. Respectability itself, in this context, becomes more than appearance. It becomes a weapon of delay. The black clothing later associated with the women in Ocey's story illustrates this sharply. Mourning dress in the period was not merely decorative. It signaled seriousness, bereavement, moral position, and, in some contexts, social legitimacy. A woman in black could evoke pity, restraint, even reverence. Her claims upon privacy increased. Her reserve seemed proper rather than suspicious. If the women around Ocey used mourning and somber presentation as part of their public face, that would not make the grief false in every private sense. But it would matter enormously as social strategy. It shaped how others read the household before they knew what they were looking at. In boarding house life, such readings could determine everything. The landlady who pities does not pry. The doctor who sees devoted relatives may trust their account. The neighbor who senses solemnity may interpret silence as grief rather than control. The boarder who glimpses a weak young woman surrounded by older women may imagine dutiful care. A family skilled in carrying itself this way can live for some time within an envelope of moral credit, even while the conditions inside grow darker. There is also a deeper irony in the relation between boarding houses and domestic femininity. Such spaces were inherently unstable, yet women were expected to turn them into semblances of home. This required constant emotional and material labor. Laying out garments carefully, controlling the child's noise, preserving clean surfaces, maintaining social niceties in close quarters, making sorrow graceful, keeping desperation tidy. For stronger women, this labor could produce a sense of righteous authority. They were, after all, the ones keeping everything from collapse. That sense of indispensability may have intensified the control exercised over weaker members of the household. In cramped, precarious settings, the practical manager easily becomes the moral ruler. One begins to see, then, how roomed life and family hierarchy fed one another. The family trade traveled through rooms. The rooms rewarded explanation. Explanation strengthened the women already in command. The weak woman became both less visible as a self and more visible as a problem to be managed. This is the setting in which the later murder must be imagined. Not as an event descending upon a settled and transparent home, but as the climax of a domestic life already habituated to transience, impression, half-seen suffering, and the practical use of cramped female respectability. The bathtub, when it appears, will not emerge from nowhere. It will arise inside precisely the kind of interior such families know how to construct. Intimate enough for control, ordinary enough to deflect early suspicion, temporary enough that few outsiders understand the full story. And there is another cruelty to rooms. They absorb without remembering. A permanent house can gather reputation, history, the residue of repeated incidents. Rooms simply move on to new occupants. Whatever was whispered there, whatever was arranged there, whatever decline unfolded behind those doors, the walls soon hold other lives. The transience that protected the family while the crime ripened also helps the world forget. Only records, later testimony, and sensational retellings attempt to pin the story to place. But place itself slips away. The room becomes symbolic, then legendary, then vague. This may be why the case has survived so vividly in image and so imperfectly in ordinary memory. The black dresses remain. The bathtub remains. The woman's strange name remains. But the actual rooms through which her life narrowed are harder to recover. They belong to a world of boarding arrangements, rented domesticity, female burden, and social performance now largely lost beneath the shorthand of sensational crime. Yet without those rooms, the crime is misunderstood. They were not incidental backdrop. They were the medium through which control became everyday and suspicion remained fragmentary. Ocey did not die in a grand setting. She died in the kind of space modernity produced in abundance. Temporary, respectable enough, close-walled, half-observed, and morally easy to misread. That is what makes it so unsettling. The extraordinary often hides best in the ordinary. The murderous household often looks most convincing when it resembles a burdened but decent one. A room rented by women in black, caring for an ailing young mother, does not announce itself as a theater of predation. It announces itself as domestic hardship. And domestic hardship, in any age, is the mask behind which many forms of violence wait most patiently. By now the family structure is clear. The weakness is clear. The money is gathering. The methods are in place. The rooms are ready. What remains is not the invention of danger, but its concentration. Soon the movement through rented life will narrow into one particular setting. Soon the household's habits of explanation will be tested by a death too carefully arranged. Soon the partial knowledge of neighbors, doctors, and observers will begin to harden into something more dangerous than unease. For the present, though, the family still moves beneath the shelter of ordinary appearances. A weak young woman, older female relatives, temporary rooms, respectability carried from address to address like folded linen. To most who glimpsed them, it would have looked like hardship. It was hardship, but by then hardship had already become something else. Chapter 8. East Orange. Every case has a place where its scattered conditions begin to close. Not the first room, nor the first lie, nor the first sign that a household has become dangerous to one of its own. Those things usually come earlier, in forms too ordinary to command notice. But there is often a later place in which the existing elements, weakness, money, authority, secrecy, routine, stop drifting separately and begin to gather with unmistakable pressure. The family arrives there carrying all it has already become. What follows may still appear sudden to outsiders, but the place itself has been prepared long before the decisive act. It does not create the danger. It concentrates it. For Ocey Snead, that place was East Orange, New Jersey. By the time the household reached it, very little that mattered was truly new. The family patterns were old. The methods of management were old. The habits of female authority, economic improvisation, narrative control, and moral self-justification had already had years in which to harden. Ocey's weakness, too, was no sudden development, nor was the larger architecture of dependency in which she lived. Yet East Orange matters because here, at last, the movement narrows. The family trade, so long practiced across rooms and transitions, enters a setting where the pressure seems to tighten around one particular life with unusual completeness. The floating unease of earlier chapters begins to acquire walls. This is one reason the final phase of such cases often feels so oppressive even in summary. Everything that has thus far been dispersed becomes localized. East Orange at the opening of the 20th century was neither an isolated village, nor some melodramatic outpost fit only for Gothic invention. It belonged to the expanding urban world of the American Northeast. Respectable streets, rented houses and rooms, commuter rhythms, aspirations towards middle-class order. Domestic interiors meant to signify stability. Like many such places, it offered a useful mixture of visibility and concealment. One could be observed by neighbors and still remain largely unknowable. One could occupy a house or rooms respectably enough to avoid instant suspicion while preserving, behind doors and within household authority, a private regime outsiders only guessed at through fragments. For a family such as Ocey's, this was fertile ground. It is easy to imagine the move or arrival being narrated in practical terms. New circumstances, a better arrangement, a place where quiet could be had, a sensible decision under pressure. Families living precariously do not announce that they are carrying danger with them. They speak instead the language of necessity and hope. This is only temporary. This will do for now. The patient needs rest. The child requires a safer arrangement. Expenses must be managed. A new place may allow everything to settle. Such phrases have an innocent sound. Often they are innocent. In cases like this, they also serve as the ordinary grammar by which households move from one stage of control to the next. East Orange should not therefore be understood merely as scenery. It was a setting that made a particular arrangement possible. By this point, Ocey appears less like a woman with options than like a woman enclosed. The enclosure was not only physical, it was financial, emotional, and interpretive. Others spoke for her condition. Others managed practical matters. Others defined what was necessary and what was impossible. East Orange did not create that enclosure, but it seems to have drawn it tighter. In a more settled social environment, prolonged decline might eventually force wider notice. In a temporary or controlled domestic one, the same decline could be folded into daily explanation. She is unwell. She must not be disturbed. She is resting. She is not up to visitors. The household is under strain. All of this is plausible. That is precisely the problem. Domestic crime thrives where the truth can hide inside the ordinary language of care. A weak young mother in rented or semi-rented accommodation does not, in herself, constitute a social scandal. Nor does a household of older female relatives, somber in manner and burdened by practical cares. People in such settings often see enough to register unease while lacking both the evidence and the social boldness to translate unease into accusation. The family seems odd, perhaps. The patient seems too pale, perhaps. There are tensions one cannot name. But decent people are reluctant to intrude upon private sorrow, especially when private sorrow is presented through the familiar forms of female duty and concern. East Orange, like so many respectable urban settings, provided the perfect stage for this reluctance. It also provided routine. Routine matters in domestic murder because routine dulls alarm. The same stairs are climbed. Meals are prepared. Doors open and close. Children make noise or are hushed. The weak woman lies down again. The stronger women continue their managerial labor. If there is desperation in the house, it is wrapped inside habitual action. To outsiders, and perhaps even to some inside, life appears merely difficult rather than dangerous. Yet within routine something decisive can be ripening. The point at which one member of the household is no longer being merely cared for, or endured, or spoken over, but prepared. Prepared not always in the lurid, cinematic sense. Prepared through diminishing options, through greater quiet, through the repeated assertion that she is too frail, too low, too dependent, too burdensome, too costly, too difficult for life to continue otherwise. The final act may still await its hour, but the moral work that makes it possible has already been done. East Orange seems to have been the place in which that work reached maturity. There is a particular chill in the idea of a last household phase. Before it comes, there are still movements left. New lodgings, new explanations, new opportunities to postpone or redirect collapse. Once it arrives, the atmosphere changes. The family may not articulate it even to itself, but something in the air grows more fixed. The future narrows. The vulnerable person's life ceases to feel open-ended and begins, in the minds of others, to feel like a problem approaching its resolution. Every day of continued weakness weighs differently. Every expense carries more irritation. Every existing financial instrument, every policy, every debt, every promise, presses more urgently against imagination. The household is no longer merely surviving. It is waiting for something. That sensation hangs over East Orange. This does not mean that everyone in the house necessarily shared one conscious plan from the outset. Family crimes are often less tidy than prosecution narratives later require. One person may think further ahead than the others. One may supply the strongest will, another the practical support, another the emotional alibi, another merely the silence, without which the rest could not proceed. Yet whatever distinctions existed among the women around Ocey, the household as a whole appears by this stage to have become a closed system. Its dominant energies no longer pointed towards Ocey's restoration. They pointed towards the management of her condition and the preservation of the family's own interests under mounting strain. That is a terrible threshold. A sick or weak woman can survive much within a household genuinely committed to her recovery. She can also perish slowly within one merely committed to controlling the appearances of her decline. The difference between these two regimes may be difficult for outsiders to discern because they employ many of the same gestures: bed rest, seclusion, quiet tones, explanations to doctors or neighbors, management of food and medicine, regulation of visitors. What distinguishes them is not their surface, but their orientation. Is the household organized around the sufferer's good, or around the household's convenience and advantage? In East Orange, everything suggests that this distinction had become dangerously distorted. The place also matters because it gives the final phase a kind of sad respectability. A crime committed in a slum or under openly chaotic conditions can more readily be dismissed by society as the natural product of disorder. One committed in a setting striving towards order unsettles more deeply. It forces recognition that respectability itself may serve as camouflage. East Orange was not a world outside normal life. It was precisely normal life, domestic, aspirational, observant but not too observant, morally coded through cleanliness, propriety, neighborhood, rented respectability. Within such a world, the spectacle of women in black caring for a weak young mother could pass, for a time, not merely without objection but with sympathy. Sympathy is another of domestic crime's shields. The household burdened by illness receives allowances others do not. It may be curt because it is tired, private because it is strained, economical because hardship has pressed too hard. Neighbors excuse what might otherwise draw scrutiny because no one wishes to add to another family's suffering. The stronger the appearance of feminine duty, the stronger this protective sympathy may become. Older women tending a weak daughter or niece fits so recognizable a social script that the possibility of exploitation can seem almost indecent to entertain. East Orange, in other words, offered not only rooms and routine, but a social environment in which the household could claim the moral credit attached to visible hardship. That credit would matter once the death occurred. Yet before the death there were days, perhaps weeks, of ordinary time. That is one of the most difficult things to hold in mind when writing historical true crime. Even on the edge of catastrophe, life retains its banal surfaces. Children must still be quieted. Meals must still be taken or refused. Clothing must still be brushed, folded, mended. Conversations occur about trivialities. A weak woman may sit up 1 hour and lie down the next. Someone fetches medicine. Someone watches the clock. Someone worries about rent. Someone rehearses explanations to a doctor or neighbor. The finality the reader senses in retrospect was not necessarily visible in those hours as finality. It may have felt instead like a prolonged and wearying present in which the same anxieties repeated until one particular possibility began to seem less impossible than it once had. That is how domestic disaster often ripens, not with theatrical inevitability, but with exhausted repetition. One can imagine Ocey in East Orange not as the emblematic figure she later became, but as a weakened woman still caught inside ordinary sensation. Fatigue, perhaps pain, perhaps confusion, the sense of being watched, managed, discussed. The child's presence near and far. The older women moving about with their mixture of concern and authority. The husband not central enough to alter the deeper pattern. The rooms themselves closing in through familiarity. Whatever she understood of the dangers surrounding her, she still inhabited the daily textures of life rather than the stark narrative shape later imposed upon it. That fact matters. It restores humanity where retrospective storytelling tends to flatten. She was not living inside a legend. She was living inside a household. And households are most frightening when they remain households to the end. East Orange also marked the point at which the family's narratives about Ocey were likely becoming increasingly useful. A weak young woman, perhaps melancholy, perhaps despondent, perhaps too ill to sustain ordinary life. Such an image did not need to be entirely false to serve later deception. It merely needed to be cultivated, repeated, accepted by enough people in enough fragments that if a sudden death came, the explanation would already possess a plausible shell. In this sense, the last phase of the household was not only about physical containment. It was about narrative preparation. The family had long practiced speaking for Ocey. In East Orange, that practice seems to have moved closer to its darkest purpose. There is a terrible economy in this. The same weakness that demanded care could be turned into evidence of despair. The same seclusion that limited outsiders' knowledge could protect the household from early intervention. The same respectability that encouraged sympathy could delay suspicion. The same financial pressures that made the future feel intolerable could render death newly imaginable a solution. All the elements, by now familiar, met one another in East Orange with uncommon force. A place can acquire moral weight not because it changes people, but because it receives them at the moment their own developments have become hardest to reverse. By the time Ocey entered this setting, she was already vulnerable in all the relevant ways. By the time her female relatives entered it, they were already practiced in domestic authority, narrative control, and the management of hardship. By the time money entered it, it was no longer only money but pressure attached to paper. East Orange did not invent any of this. It simply became the vessel in which these pre-existing conditions came close enough together to combust. The reader may be tempted to seek a sign here, some omen visible at the threshold. A peculiar conversation. A look. A neighbor's instinct. A change in the weather of the household obvious to all. Sometimes such signs exist in memoir or testimony. More often they do not. More often there is only the quiet thickening of atmosphere. A sense, afterwards, that things had become too still, too arranged, too controlled. That what had once been merely hardship had begun to resemble something more deliberate. This is likely the truest way to imagine East Orange. Not as a scene announced by thunder, but as a domestic world where motion began to cease. The family had traveled through rooms, debts, explanations, improvised identities of burden and respectability. Here they reached a kind of still point. The future no longer stretched vaguely forward. It pressed inward upon the household. The weak woman at the center of all these intersecting needs had become too fully enclosed to be anything but perilous to herself. Or, more precisely, perilous to herself because she had become useful to others. Once a household arrives at such a point, almost any ordinary room can become the setting for murder. That is among the most disturbing facts of the case. No Gothic architecture was required. No isolated manor, no storm, no external villain. East Orange offered only the modern domestic ordinary. Privacy enough for secrecy, visibility enough for later witnesses to hold fragments, and social codes strong enough to protect female family care from early accusation. The stage was modern, respectable, intimate, and almost unbearably banal, which is to say it was perfect. By now the atmosphere has changed decisively. The earlier chapters traced formation, the child, the household rule, the marriage that did not free, the weakness, the money, the family method, the life in rooms. In East Orange those strands do not merely continue. They contract. The household, carrying all its prior moral injuries, enters the last enclosure. The woman at the center of the case is no longer simply vulnerable in general. She is vulnerable here, now, under the authority of those already practiced in turning hardship into arrangement. And arrangement is the key word for what follows. The death, when it comes, will appear at first as though it has explained itself. That is how arranged scenes are meant to function. But before the bathwater, before the note, before the body becomes public object, East Orange offers the final domestic silence in which the household can still pretend to itself that all its actions belong to the ordinary care of the weak. It is the last stage at which evil may still wear the expression of management. The room has not yet been entered. The bath has not yet been filled. The scene has not yet been composed. But by now the place has done its work. It has gathered the family into one final setting. It has closed the distance between pressure and act. It has made the ordinary intimate enough to contain what comes next. And once such concentration is achieved, the household no longer needs a new idea. It needs only the moment. Chapter 9. The bathtub. By the time a body is found in water, the room has already made its argument. That is part of what gives bathtub deaths their peculiar and enduring unease. Water is ordinary. A bath belongs to the most private and repetitive rituals of domestic life. It is associated with cleanliness, retreat, the tending of the body, the temporary closing of the door against the world. To die there is shocking not only because of the death itself, but because the setting seems at first to speak in a language of intimate plausibility. A woman has withdrawn. She was low. She was weak. She took a bath. The note explains the rest. The room presents a finished thought. And yet rooms can lie. They do not lie on their own, of course. They are made to lie by hands that understand how quickly the eye accepts arrangement when arrangement is placed among familiar objects. Clothing folded or set aside. Water where water belongs. A body stilled in an environment associated with privacy. A written statement placed within reach of discovery. Domestic order does not dispel suspicion in such cases. It postpones it. The better the room mimics the forms of ordinary sorrow or self-destruction, the more time the truth may be granted before anyone thinks to challenge it. This is what makes the death of Ocey Snead in the bathtub so chilling. The scene did not merely contain a dead woman. It contained a story prepared around her. One must resist the temptation to describe such a room too theatrically. The newspapers already did enough of that. They had reason to. A woman drowned in a bathtub by those nearest to her is a crime that seems to come prepackaged for public appetite. It contains the contrast all sensational reporting desires. The domestic made murderous, the intimate made treacherous, the ordinary object transformed into instrument. Yet the true horror lies not in theatrical detail but in restraint. The bath was not a flamboyant setting. It was precisely the sort of place in which a weak and private woman might plausibly be found dead. Its force as a crime scene depended on that very banality. What occurred there, as later suspicion and prosecution would argue, was not the spontaneous culmination of despair but the final execution of a plan already prepared by weakness, money, and household control. The room itself, then, must be read in two ways at once. First, as it was meant to be read at the moment of discovery, a private domestic chamber where an unhappy woman had put an end to her own life. Second, as it came to be read under scrutiny, a space in which murder had been disciplined into the posture of suicide. The gap between those readings is the true subject of the case. Between them lies everything. The family's prior management of Ocey, the paper value attached to her death, the authority of the women surrounding her, the assumptions society brought to female sorrow, and the fragile hope that a correctly arranged scene could close inquiry before it properly began. One can imagine the bathroom in its stark ordinariness. Not the mythical room of later retellings, but an actual working domestic space. Enamel, water, towels, clothing, chill surfaces, the small signs of use and household necessity. Perhaps no more than a modest room meant for practical privacy rather than drama. The body within it would have transformed all that at once. Yet, even then the objects remained what they were. The bath did not become symbolic until others looked upon it and began to understand that the scene before them was doing more than displaying death. It was guiding interpretation. This is why staged domestic crime so often relies on familiar rituals. The bath suggests seclusion. The note suggests intention. The order of clothing suggests calm. The very intimacy of the setting suggests that what happened there belonged to the dead woman's own unobserved decision. Such signs are powerful because they recruit the observer into completing the scene mentally. One fills in the missing sequence. She undressed. She stepped into the bath. She wrote the note. She chose water as the instrument of her despair. The body becomes the end of a plausible narrative. The fact that the narrative is plausible matters more, in the first moments, than whether it is true. For a woman like Ocey, already spoken of as weak, low, and dependent, this plausibility would have been especially potent. A healthy and vigorous young woman found dead in a bath might invite immediate confusion. A frail one, known or described as emotionally and physically diminished, fits too easily into a cultural story about feminine collapse. Women in distress had long been imagined as liable to self-destruction, especially in domestic privacy. Their tears, exhaustion, nervous weakness, and supposed emotional excess were readily available as explanatory shorthand. One did not need to prove much at first. One needed only to place the body where the social imagination was already prepared to understand it. The family around Ocey seems to have understood this with grim precision. Nothing about the bathtub death makes sense if it is read as purely physical act detached from narrative purpose. The point was not only to kill. The point, as later investigators concluded, was to kill in such a way that the death would appear self-authored. This is a distinction of immense importance. It reveals the moral intelligence of the crime. Those responsible, if the case against them was right, were not content merely to extinguish a life. They meant also to assign meaning to its extinction. They meant to write Ocey's death over her body before others could read it differently. That is one of the deepest violations any staged murder contains. The victim is deprived not only of life, but of the last interpretive claim to that life. Her final act is invented for her. Her body is turned into an argument against her own continued innocence. The dead woman is required, even in stillness, to serve the needs of those who have used her living weakness and now require her silent cooperation in death. If Ocey was indeed drugged or otherwise rendered incapable before being placed in the bath, as suspicion later suggested, the symbolism becomes crueler still. Water, associated with cleaning, renewal, and maternal domesticity, becomes the medium through which a weakened woman is finally erased. The bath, one of the household's most ordinary instruments of care and maintenance, becomes instead the last technology of household domination. Murder does not enter from outside. It grows from within the very structures meant to sustain daily life. There is something almost too exact in that transformation. The women later associated with the case were already figures of management, handlers of rooms, routines, weakness, practical necessity. To imagine them, or some combination among them, moving Ocey's last moments towards the bath is to imagine domestic order turned completely inside out. The place where a vulnerable body might be washed becomes the place where vulnerability is completed into death. The room of temporary privacy becomes the room in which privacy itself is weaponized. No one else can fully witness. No outsider can intervene in time. Everything depends on the authority of those already inside. That authority would have mattered enormously in the immediate aftermath. Who found her? Who called for help? Who spoke first? Who explained what had happened? Who handled the note? Who supplied the emotional tone by which the scene should be understood? In household crimes, these first interpreters often wield extraordinary power. The room has been prepared, but the human voice must still complete the work. Here, too, the strength of older female relatives mattered. Women positioned as caretakers and mourners can direct the reading of a death with terrifying effectiveness. Their concern appears natural. Their shock appears credible. Their account of the victim's recent weakness seems authoritative because they have already spent so long speaking for her condition. A household accustomed to telling others who Ocey was could now attempt to tell them what Ocey had done. The body in the bath, then, was only part of the scene. The rest was performed around it. One should not imagine this performance as necessarily cold or wholly insincere. Human beings are rarely so simple, especially in family crime. Panic, grief, calculation, fear of discovery, and the stunned practical instinct to maintain the chosen story can all coexist. Someone may weep and lie in the same breath. Someone may feel horror at the sight of the dead woman and still cling to the explanation that best protects the living. The domestic theater of murder is often sustained not by theatrical villains, but by people able to move, with terrible flexibility, between feeling and self-preservation. Still, the room remains what it was made to be, a machine for interpretation. Everything about the bath scene depends on stillness. A body in water arrests the observer. It quiets the room. It creates an unnatural calm. There has been struggle, perhaps, or force, or the prior stupor of drugging and depletion. But the final image suppresses all that. Water smooths violence into passivity. The dead woman does not appear mid-argument or mid-flight. She appears enclosed, private, surrendered. That visual effect alone is powerful. It works especially well against women, whose suffering has so often been aestheticized into pale stillness rather than recognized as evidence of coercion. The bathtub offers that aesthetic with terrible efficiency. This is one reason the case has endured in public memory. Even among those who forget the exact details, the image remains. A strange-named young woman. A bath. Women in black. Money somewhere behind it all. The image survives because it condenses the whole story into one domestic emblem. Yet its very memorability is dangerous. It tempts the reader to believe the case begins and ends there. In truth, the bath is less the origin of the horror than its final compression. Every previous chapter of Ocey's life converges in that room. The child trained into deference, the marriage that did not free her, the frailty that made her manageable, the policies that priced her, the family trade in usefulness and appearance, the rooms through which her decline traveled, the final enclosure in East Orange where the household's pressure became concentrated enough to act. The body in the bath is thus not merely a victim. It is the endpoint of a long domestic education in power. By the time Ocey entered that room for the last time, whether walking, led, assisted, or carried in some more figurative sense by forces already closing around her, she had been prepared for victimhood by years of diminishment. That does not make the final act less shocking. It makes it more so. Murder is always evil. Murder of the already weakened carries a specific cowardice. It takes advantage not only of the victim's body, but of the social meanings attached to that body. A frail woman in a bath can be more easily translated into suicide than a strong one. Her weakness does work even after death. That is why the bathtub scene must be understood as an act of narrative theft. The family, if the prosecution's later theory was correct, did not simply place Ocey in water. They placed her within a recognizable moral script. The unhappy woman who has chosen self-destruction in solitude. Once seen in those terms, every prior fact could be made to support the fiction. Her tears become evidence. Her weakness becomes evidence. Her dependence becomes evidence. Her neediness becomes evidence. Even her very inability to direct her own life might be translated, after death, into the supposed inner collapse that led her to end it. In this way, the household sought to convert years of damage done to her into proof that she had done the final damage herself. Few cruelties are more complete. Yet scenes, however carefully laid, are vulnerable to scrutiny because they must remain static while truth is dynamic. The body may tell one story, the note another, the medical evidence another again. Timing may not fit. Physical condition may not fit. The emotional logic may ring too neatly. The very completeness of the arrangement may begin to trouble those who encounter it. Rooms that seem at first eloquent can, under questioning, start to speak too fluently. Real despair is often messy, confused, contradictory. Staged despair is sometimes too composed. This tension already hovers over the bathtub the moment one reads the case with any seriousness. Could Ocey, in her condition, have done what the scene implied she did? Did the room reflect her will? Or someone else's intelligence regarding how female despair ought to look? Was the bath chosen because it suited the family's understanding of what others would believe? What had been done to her before the water received her? These questions transform the bathroom from endpoint into evidence. And evidence, unlike image, does not remain satisfied with appearance. Still, before evidence comes the human encounter with the body. Someone saw her there first. Someone understood in an instant that a line had been crossed from which nothing could be restored. The room would have seemed both terribly ordinary and irrevocably altered. Every household object, however humble, would now be divided from itself. Towel and evidence, bath and instrument, floor and stage, note and lie or truth, body and accusation. The domestic world, so long used to contain hardship, had now been made to contain its most extreme expression. That is one reason the bath scene feels so profane. It is not simply that a woman died there. It is that the room was enlisted into agreement. Domestic objects have no conscience. They will serve the innocent and the guilty alike. Yet there is something about their use in staged murder that feels like a second desecration. The house has already failed the vulnerable woman. The common instruments of privacy and care then assist in concealing that failure. The bath receives her. The folded garments imply intention. The room keeps its silence. Everything cooperates except the dead, and the dead can only speak later through marks, inconsistencies, and the patient work of those willing to doubt what the eye was first encouraged to accept. So the bathtub stands at the center of the case not because it is sensational, though it is that, but because it reveals the crime's essential logic in one contained space. It shows how family authority, female respectability, bodily weakness, financial pressure, and narrative control could all be made to meet in a single domestic image. A woman is killed. Her death is dressed as her choice. The room is expected to make the lie seem natural. What happened there was intimate, efficient, and devastatingly modern. Not modern in technology, but in the bureaucracy of meaning surrounding it. A death scene arranged for later reading. A body placed in dialogue with paper. A domestic tragedy prepared to satisfy institutional questions before they were even fully asked. The family had learned, over years, to manage appearances. In the bathtub, appearance reached its most terrible refinement. The water had not only to drown, it had to persuade. And for a little while, perhaps, it nearly did. But even in the stillness of the bath, resistance remained. Bodies resist through fact. Rooms resist through small imperfections. Stories resist through the strain of being told by those too invested in their success. The bathtub offered a complete picture, yet something about completion itself invited unease. A weak young mother, a household already dense with management, a death so conveniently private, the arrangement may have looked eloquent, but eloquence in crime is often the first sign that someone has worked too hard at meaning. The room had made its argument. Soon others would begin, quietly and persistently, to answer it. Chapter 10. A suicide too carefully written. The dead do not usually leave behind exactly what the living require. That is among the oldest frustrations of any suspicious death. The note, if one exists, is often ambiguous, impulsive, fragmentary, private in emphasis rather than explanatory in structure. It may clarify little. It may raise new questions. It may speak not to the public or the law, but to a single loved one, or to no one at all in a way that outsiders can easily understand. Real despair is not an efficient administrator. It does not ordinarily arrange itself with such precision that those who survive are spared confusion. Yet staged deaths often attempt precisely that kindness. The note in such cases is not merely farewell. It is function. It exists not to convey the dead person's inner truth, but to settle interpretation in advance. It answers the right questions too neatly. It places responsibility in the intended direction. It offers emotional logic rather than living confusion. It closes rather than opens. It does what the room itself has already tried to do. It gives the living a ready-made account of why they need look no further. This is why the alleged suicide note in the death of Ocey Snead matters so profoundly. The bathtub alone could suggest. The note was meant to confirm. One must be careful here. Notes are treacherous objects in historical crime because they sit at the junction of language, emotion, and evidence. A genuine note may appear strange. A false one may appear convincing. People in extremity do not write according to literary convention, and the law, unfortunately, is often tempted to expect precisely that. There is therefore danger in declaring any unusual note suspicious merely because it fails to resemble the tidy image of private farewell. But there is equal danger in accepting a note too readily simply because its existence seems to spare everyone the discomfort of doubt. The note associated with Ocey's death belonged to this second danger. Set near the scene, it formed part of the room's argument. A weak woman, a bath, a written farewell. The elements reinforced one another. Each made the others easier to believe. A body without a note might still provoke inquiry. A note without the visual eloquence of the bath might seem less decisive. Together, they produced what all staged domestic deaths hope to produce: interpretive closure in the first shocked moments after discovery. And yet the very convenience of such closure is often what begins to trouble serious observers. Why this note? Why here? Why now? Why does it seem to know exactly what explanation the household most needs? The note's importance lies not only in what it said, but in the kind of work it was required to perform. It had to transform Ocey from victim into author of her own ending. It had to make the household story appear to originate in her hand. It had to convert years of weakness, dependency, and management into a final act of autonomous despair. In other words, it had to do something deeply paradoxical. It had to present as self-determining a woman whose life had been marked precisely by her diminished capacity to determine its terms. That paradox alone should give pause. A woman long spoken for by others suddenly speaks at the exact moment her speech most benefits them. One need not be cynical to find this unsettling. Indeed, One need only pay attention to family structure. If Ocey had been increasingly weak, increasingly managed, increasingly interpreted by the women around her, then any final document purporting to explain her inner state must be read against that history. The question is not merely whether the words were hers, but whether the story they told belonged to her life as she had actually lived it, or to the narrative most available to those who had long controlled its public meaning. This is why allegedly self-explanatory notes in coercive households deserve special suspicion. Such families are already practiced in description. They know how to say the weak one is too low. They know how to frame dependence as despair. They know what outsiders will accept as plausible in a suffering woman. They know, above all, how to make a prepared account sound like ordinary private truth. In this sense, the note was not an isolated object. It emerged from a culture of household narration already well established. The same people who had likely long explained Ocey's health, mood, and limitations could now present a final statement that seemed merely to ratify what they had been saying all along. She was unhappy. She was frail. She could not bear it. The note becomes persuasive precisely because it echoes the domestic character already built around her. The dead woman is made to certify her own reduction. There is something especially violent in this if the note was forged or arranged. Physical murder ends the body. Narrative murder follows by taking possession of motive. A woman who may have been drugged, weakened, and drowned is then compelled, through false writing, to assume responsibility for her own destruction. The law is invited to pity rather than investigate. The household is invited to mourn rather than answer. Financial consequences are smoothed. Sympathy is redirected. Suspicion, if it arises at all, must now fight not only the scene but the written word supposedly placed there by the victim herself. Writing carries unusual authority in such matters. Speech can be denied, misheard, contradicted. A note appears fixed. It seems to come from the dead without mediation. It is therefore a perfect instrument for fraud when the dead cannot dispute it. That is why forged suicide notes hold such power. They exploit not merely emotion, but the modern reverence for document. The written page stabilizes a story that might otherwise waver. It supplies the fiction with an object. In Ocey's case, the note's supposed function was both emotional and practical. Emotionally, it made the death legible as sorrow. Practically, it reduced the need for broader inquiry. Socially, it protected the household's respectability. Financially, it helped preserve the meaning of the death most useful to those who survived it. This is not to say the note alone could accomplish all this. It needed the room, the body, the family's performance, and the pre-existing image of Ocey as weak and broken. But the note was the hinge. It translated atmosphere into language. It took what the eye was encouraged to assume and rendered it explicit. That transition matters enormously. People often mistrust their own impressions. They are less likely to mistrust a written declaration, especially one found in circumstances already suggestive of self-destruction. Yet one of the strange features of staged notes is that they can feel both persuasive and wrong at once. Something in them is too direct, or too composed, or too useful to the needs of others. They may carry an emotional flatness where living distress would likely show irregularity. They may explain more than genuine despair tends to explain. They may contain precisely the information required to redirect blame away from those who most need protection. They may sound as though they were written not into a private void, but towards an audience already imagined: police, relatives, doctors, whoever first arrives at the scene. A note written for discovery is not always a note written for truth. This does not mean every discovered suicide note is false. It means that discovery itself is a clue. The question becomes, what kind of communication is this? Farewell? Confession? Apology? Explanation? Absolution? Who seems to be its intended reader? Does its emotional texture fit the person known to have written it? Does it illuminate a mind, or merely service a scenario? With Ocey, the note appears to have been too ready a servant of the scenario. That is one reason it failed, eventually, to settle the matter. However convincing the arrangement may have seemed at first, the note did not stand alone. It had to survive contact with the body, with medical evidence, with the known facts of Ocey's condition, and with the broader pattern of household control and financial motive. Once these other elements entered the frame, The note began to look less like the spontaneous utterance of despair and more like one component in a prearranged domestic fiction. This is often how such deceptions unravel, not through a single flaw, but through misfit. The note says one thing, the body suggests another. The household's history complicates both. The dead woman's actual condition seems at odds with the act attributed to her. The practical benefits of the note's existence grow harder to ignore. Slowly, what first looked coherent begins to look engineered. One can also imagine the note as a failure of imagination on the part of whoever prepared it. Staged crime often depends on cultural stereotypes, and stereotypes are always thinner than lives. Whoever wished to pass Ocey's death as suicide needed only a recognizable image of female despair, not Ocey's actual inner world. A weak mother, a low spirit, a short written farewell, water, privacy. The formula did not require intimate psychological truth. It required plausibility according to the expectations of the time. This is why forged notes can so often sound generic. They are built from social ideas about what a despairing woman would say, not from the distinctiveness of the woman herself. That reduction is its own insult. Ocey disappears twice. First beneath the family's control, then beneath the script of feminine collapse chosen to explain her absence. The alleged note would have helped this reduction by smoothing away the rougher facts of her life. If she had been physically diminished, emotionally exhausted, and subject to others' authority, the note could recast all of that not as evidence of exploitation, but as the inward instability of a woman who had simply reached her limit. In one stroke, the household's responsibility is lessened and Ocey's suffering is privatized. She becomes the cause of her own end. The structure surrounding her vanishes into background. A better tool for those seeking concealment could hardly be devised. There is another way in which such notes betray themselves. They often misunderstand despair by making it too legible. Real desperation can be articulate, yes, but it is frequently tangled. It moves unevenly between apology, accusation, confusion, tenderness, anger, and dissociation. A fabricated note, by contrast, tends to prefer clarity because clarity serves the needs of the living. No blame, no complication, no references that would invite awkward investigation, no difficult ambivalence. The story must move in one direction only. She chose this. She was unhappy. No one else is responsible. The cleaner the note, the dirtier the suspicion may become. By the time serious attention turned to the details of Ocey's death, the note was no longer a simple object of pity. It was evidence subject to doubt. That change in status is one of the key turning points in the case. A household prepared for sympathetic acceptance now faced a different question altogether. Not what the note said, but who needed it to say it. This is a more dangerous question because it moves from surface to interest. The content may be moving or plausible. Interest reveals motive. Once investigators begin asking who benefits from the interpretation a note imposes, the room's original eloquence starts to break apart. In Ocey's case, far too many interests aligned behind the suicide story. The household needed protection. The finances needed resolution. The older women needed their authority over the narrative preserved. The death needed to appear self-authored rather than imposed. The note served all of these needs. That is rarely a coincidence. And yet, even as one suspects the note, one must not lose sight of the larger sorrow. Whether false in handwriting, false in spirit, or merely false in the use made of it, the note still testifies to something true about the period. How easily a suffering woman could be made to fit a story of self-destruction. The culture was ready for such a narrative. A weak mother under strain was legible. Her pain could be romanticized, pitted, moralized, and finally used against her. The note's power depended not only on the household's cunning but on social habits already prepared to accept that a woman like Ocey might vanish into her own despair. That readiness is part of the crime's context, and perhaps part of its success, however temporary. The forged or suspect note is never just a family artifact. It draws authority from a wider world willing to read women's suffering as inward collapse rather than outward coercion. In that sense, the note did not invent the script it used. It borrowed it. The household merely wrote in the margin of ideas already circulating in society. That frail women break. That private sorrow is beyond inquiry. That motherhood under strain can end in self-erasure. That old female relatives, however odd, remain natural witnesses to such suffering rather than possible architects of it. Once those assumptions are in place, the note need only appear. Still, the case did not end there. Something in the arrangement, in the note, the body, the household, the broader circumstances, resisted closure. That resistance matters. It reminds us that even carefully written lies are not all-powerful. Language can be imposed on the dead, but it must still survive contact with fact. In Ocey's case, the note may have been intended as the last word. It became instead one more item requiring explanation. And explanation, under scrutiny, is where falsehood often begins to fray. A note too carefully placed. A story too promptly supplied. A death too useful. A woman too long spoken for, now apparently speaking exactly as others would wish. The writing, rather than ending inquiry, began to invite it. That is the dark irony of the chapter. Those who staged the room, if that is what happened, understood enough about domestic appearances to know a note was needed. But they may have understood too little about the difference between a life and a script. Ocey had been diminished, yes. But a diminished life does not automatically produce the kind of perfect written closure the scene required. The note, in trying to be convincing, may have revealed its own excessive purpose. It did not sound like the accidental remnant of a shattered mind. It sounded, increasingly, like a document made to do a job. And it had done that job too well. By now the bath has been found. The household has spoken. The note has entered the room and attempted to fix meaning in place. But meanings fixed too quickly in suspicious deaths rarely remain fixed for long. Soon the attention will shift from what was written to what could not be written away. Soon the body will begin to answer the page. Soon medicine, that colder and less obliging witness, will intrude upon the household's prepared narrative. And when that happens, the note will no longer be the voice of the dead. It will become one more thing the living must account for. Chapter 11. The body speaks back. A staged death depends on the hope that the body will consent to silence. Sometimes, for a little while, it does. The eye is taken first by scene, by setting, by the persuasive logic of arrangement. A woman in a bath. A note nearby. A household ready with explanation. In the first shock of discovery, the body may appear to confirm what the room has already suggested. It lies where it has been placed. Its stillness is read as final agreement. The dead cannot interrupt. The living, especially when they are grieving or wish to seem so, do the speaking in its place. But the body is not so obedient as the liar hopes. It has its own chronology, its own injuries, its own refusals. It records in tissue, posture, depletion, and chemical trace what no amount of theatrical domestic arrangement can fully command. The body does not tell the truth cleanly. It must be interpreted, and interpretation is always shaped by the knowledge and limitations of the period. Yet, even imperfectly read, the body remains one of the most dangerous witnesses in any suspicious death. It may not speak quickly, but it speaks with a material stubbornness that writing and performance cannot easily erase. This is what began to undo the household story surrounding Ocey Snead. The room had argued for suicide. The note had attempted to close the matter. The family had supplied the emotional and practical framework in which such a reading might seem plausible. Yet once attention shifted from the scene's symbolic coherence to the actual condition of Ocey's body, the arrangement began to lose its power. The dead young woman in the bath no longer appeared simply as an emblem of feminine despair. She began instead to re-emerge as a physical fact, weakened, used, and harder to reconcile with the story told around her. That transition is one of the most important in the entire case. For all the mythology later attached to the three sisters in black, it was not their appearance alone that sustained public fascination. It was the way that fascination gradually encountered something firmer than mood. Evidence suggesting that the woman whose death they explained had not died in the inward, self-directing manner the scene implied. The more closely the body was examined, the less willing it became to remain inside the household's fiction. This is often how domestic murders begin to unravel, not because the killers lack cunning entirely, but because they mistake narrative plausibility for total control. They believe that if the room looks right and the note reads right, the body will be read through those things rather than against them. Often, at first, they are correct. But modernity had brought into the early 20th century a growing confidence in medical scrutiny. The corpse was no longer merely an object of family mourning or religious rite. It was also evidence. Death was becoming, in a new and unsettling way, a matter for professional interpretation. That professional interpretation was far from flawless. Forensic medicine in the early 1900s did not possess the certainty later generations would like to imagine. Toxicology was uneven. Pathology was developing, not complete. Much depended on the skill of the examiner, the quality of observation, the preservation of evidence, and the ability to resist social pressure in a case already dense with emotional suggestion. Yet even in this imperfect form, medical examination carried a particular authority because it cut through the household's immediate emotional framing. It asked not, what story is being offered, but what condition is before us? In Ocey's case, that question proved dangerous to the story of suicide. What the body seems to have shown was not simply death by drowning, but a prior condition of serious weakness and depletion. A body already reduced before it entered the bath. This matters profoundly. A body may drown in water under many circumstances. It is the surrounding physical state that helps distinguish despair from coercion, accident from arrangement. If Ocey had been strong, alert, and fully capable, one sort of explanation might hold. If she was already profoundly weakened, perhaps drugged, perhaps undernourished, perhaps otherwise incapable of mounting the physical and mental autonomy attributed to her by the scene, then the bath no longer reads as the straightforward extension of her will. It reads, instead, as a place into which a diminished body was brought to complete a plan. The phrase, "the body speaks back," is apt here because it suggests not miraculous revelation but contradiction. Everything in the room had tried to convert Ocey into a symbolic figure. The melancholy woman who quietly ended her life. The medical eye returned her, however incompletely, to material specificity. She was not merely a woman. She was this woman, in this condition, with these signs upon and within her. Her flesh resisted metaphor. It refused, at least in part, the convenient flattening required by the household narrative. There is something morally bracing in that refusal. A woman who has been spoken over in life is too often spoken over again in death. To submit the body to examination is not automatically respectful. Medicine can objectify as coldly as scandal. Yet in a case like Ocey's, examination offered one of the few remaining chances for her to escape the interpretation imposed upon her by those nearest to her. The body did not restore her voice in any sentimental sense. It did something harder, and perhaps more important. It broke the monopoly the household had hoped to maintain over the meaning of her death. It also raised the possibility of prior violence not visible in the room's quiet composition. That is one reason staged domestic murders are so deceptive. The final scene is often calm. Water stills. Bedclothes smooth. The note reassures. The emotional labor of the household channels first reactions towards pity rather than alarm. But the body, once examined beyond the room surface, may reveal that the real violence occurred earlier and elsewhere. In deprivation, in drugging, in prolonged neglect, in the wearing down of resistance until the final act required comparatively little force. Such violence is difficult to detect because it does not resemble the dramatic struggle the public expects. It is administrative violence. It unfolds over time. By the moment of death, the victim may already have been made too weak to resist effectively. This seems to have been central to Ocey's case. The suspicion was not merely that she was drowned, but that she had been rendered especially vulnerable to drowning by the conditions imposed upon her beforehand. The bath was not necessarily the first injury. It was the culmination. If a woman has been enfeebled physically and emotionally, if her body has been worn down, if drugs or sedatives have dulled her further, then the line between murder by force and murder by preparation narrows until they become nearly inseparable. The body in such a case records not only a final mechanism of death, but a longer campaign of diminishment. That is part of why this chapter matters more than the bath alone. The bathtub gave the public its emblem. The body gave the case its structure. Without medical contradiction, the room might have remained persuasive enough to end the matter. With it, the scene begins to look too composed, too dependent on symbols, too eager to present a moral narrative before the physical one has been tested. The body, as evidence, strips away some of that eagerness. It forces the observer to confront what the room had tried to conceal. Not a private mental collapse, but a vulnerable human being whose physical condition may itself have been the strongest proof of exploitation. The era's limitations make this all the more striking. Investigators and medical men were not operating with modern certainty, yet even then the dissonance appears to have been strong enough to matter. That tells us something important. If the signs of weakness, depletion, or drugging were compelling enough to disrupt the family's account in a period when women's suffering was so often misread, then the contradiction between scene and body must have been considerable indeed. There is a further irony here. The very domestic intimacy that allowed the family to stage the death also made the body's condition more suspicious once examined. Older female relatives may plausibly care for a weak young mother, but if that young mother is found to have been extraordinarily depleted, the question inevitably returns: who managed her food, her rest, her medicines, her movements, her access to help? In other words, the body does not only challenge the immediate story of suicide. It points back into the daily life of the household. It asks how this woman came to be in such a state under the supervision of those who claim to be caring for her. That question is devastating because it cannot be answered by the bath alone. The bath explains the end. The body demands explanation for the lead-up. And in family crime, the lead-up is often where guilt becomes clearest. A woman does not simply arrive at catastrophic vulnerability from nowhere. Someone has been arranging her circumstances. Someone has been deciding what she eats, what she is told, how she is described, when a doctor is called, whether she sees outsiders, what medicines she receives, how much agency she retains. The corpse, examined after the fact, becomes evidence not only of death, but of the household regime that preceded death. This shifts the moral center of the case dramatically. At first glance, the story may appear to concern one terrible act: drowning a woman in a bathtub and pretending she chose it. Under closer examination, it becomes about something more prolonged and possibly more awful: the systematic reduction of a woman until such an act could be committed with relative ease. The violence is no longer concentrated solely in the bathroom. It extends backwards into meals, medicines, rooms, conversations, financial calculations, and the distribution of authority inside the family. The body, by showing prior depletion, forces recognition of that longer violence. This is how the dead speak back. Not with melodrama, with sequence. By refusing to look like the body of someone who had simply, clearly, and independently arranged her own end. By appearing as the body of a person already acted upon. One can imagine the effect this would have had on those whose initial sympathy had inclined them towards the household's version. The note now looks less decisive. The women's somber demeanor looks less like grief and more like strategy, or at least like something no longer innocent of strategy. The room itself begins to shrink in significance. It is still important, of course, but it is no longer the whole story. Medicine has widened the frame. The bath is reduced from total explanation to one scene in a larger chain of coercion and possible homicide. That widening is crucial to any serious account of the case. It is also where true crime must be careful. Medical evidence, particularly historical medical evidence, should not be turned into omniscient certainty. It can mislead. It can be overread. It can be marshaled theatrically by prosecutors as easily as by writers. But here the broad function is clear enough. The examination of Ocey's body introduced a material resistance that the family's narrative could not easily absorb. Whatever exact findings were emphasized at the time, the general effect was unmistakable. This was no longer a death that sat comfortably within the framework of female self-destruction. The body had rendered comfort impossible. And perhaps that is one reason the case has endured so strongly. It does not merely offer a grotesque scene. It offers the deeper satisfaction, intellectual, moral, almost juridical, of seeing a carefully prepared lie challenged by something harder to manipulate. Readers are drawn not only to the bath, but to the fact that the bath did not succeed fully in disguising what had been done. The dead woman did not remain reduced to the script assigned to her. Through the evidence of her own condition, she began to exceed it. There is dignity in that, though it is a tragic dignity. Ocey's body could not save her. It could not restore the years of dependence and weakness that preceded the bath. It could not speak her thoughts, or tell us precisely what she feared, or make fully transparent the actions of those around her. But it could disrupt the theft of meaning attempted in her name. That disruption is the beginning of justice, however partial. Once the body was read against the room, the household had to do more than mourn. It had to answer. Why was she so weak? Why did the scene need a note? Why did the physical evidence sit uneasily beside the emotional explanation? Why did the death prove so convenient for those already implicated in the management of her life and its financial value? These questions belong not to sentiment, but to accountability. They arise only because the body refused to lie still within the fiction prepared for it. And that refusal altered everything. The investigators were no longer dealing with a closed domestic tragedy. They were dealing with a crime scene whose most important witness had been hidden in plain sight from the beginning. Not the note. Not the room. Not the women in black. The body. What followed from that recognition was inevitable in a way the earlier chapters have taught us to distrust. Yet here the word has some force. Once the body contradicted the room, scrutiny had to widen. The family's authority over narrative would no longer go unchallenged. The black dresses would be seen differently. The financial motives would begin to matter differently. The household's performance of mourning would sit beneath a harsher light. Soon the women themselves would move from caretakers in the public eye to figures of suspicion, even obsession. Soon their image would harden into the phrase that history has remembered too well. But before that public legend came this quieter and more decisive event. A dead woman's body, subjected to examination, refused the story chosen for it. That refusal is where the case truly turns. The bath had attempted to close the matter. The note had attempted to write the ending. The household had attempted to supply emotion in place of truth. But flesh does not care for narrative elegance. It records what has been done to it. And sooner or later, if anyone is willing to look closely enough, it answers back. Chapter 12. The Three Sisters in Black. By the time the women became a phrase, they had already ceased to be read as ordinary relatives. This is what public scandal does. It takes living people, compromised, frightened, theatrical, practical, grieving, dishonest, vain, exhausted, or guilty in uneven proportions, and compresses them into a form the newspapers can carry. A household becomes an image. A pattern becomes a title. Whatever complexity remains is pushed to the edges so that the center may hold one memorable thing. In the case of Ocey Snead, that memorable thing was not, at first, the dead woman herself. It was the women around her. Somber, self-contained, severe in dress, fixed in public imagination as the Three Sisters in Black. The phrase endured because it solved too many problems at once. It gave the press atmosphere. It gave readers villains they could picture. It transformed a complicated family killing into something almost allegorical. Three dark female figures moving through rooms, through mourning, through secrecy, through a story already half Gothic before anyone had fully proved it. But phrases of this kind do damage even when they contain truth. They simplify. They harden. They turn behavior into costume and costume into essence. Once the women were called the Three Sisters in Black, it became difficult for the public to see them as anything but embodiments of a particular kind of menace. Their clothes mattered more than chronology. Their severity mattered more than structure. Their strangeness mattered more than the long domestic conditions that had made the crime possible. The phrase was irresistible because it suggested that danger had announced itself visibly all along, that evil had worn recognizable garments and all one had to do was look. Life is rarely so obliging. The women at the center of the case were not creatures dropped into history from a sensational serial. They were older female relatives in a family world already marked by instability, moral flexibility, and practical control. They had lived for years inside the hard disciplines of respectability under strain. They knew how to move through rented domesticity, how to speak for the weak, how to manage impressions, how to draw upon the social capital attached to womanly sacrifice. If they were guilty, and the case increasingly suggested guilt, then their danger did not lie in some theatrical deviation from ordinary female life. It lay precisely in how thoroughly they had learned to operate inside its expected forms. That is what the phrase conceals. Three Sisters in Black sounds exceptional. In one sense, of course, it was. The case was strange enough, and the imagery vivid enough, that the title attached itself with unusual force. Yet the deeper truth is more unsettling. Nothing about these women's power required supernatural darkness or even exceptional charisma. It required domestic authority, shared narrative, social plausibility, and a victim already sufficiently weakened to be managed. The black clothing gave the public a way to see menace. The real menace was older, quieter, and far more recognizable. Still, one cannot dismiss the power of appearance. Dress mattered in this period, especially for women. Clothing was not merely personal expression, it was social language. Mourning dress, in particular, carried authority. It signaled bereavement, seriousness, restraint, piety, and a kind of moral exemption from intrusive judgment. A woman in black could command privacy without asking for it. She could appear burdened, disciplined, touched by sorrow, and therefore less likely to be read as dangerous. If the women around Ocey dressed and carried themselves in the somber style later emphasized by the press, that would have shaped every early encounter with neighbors, doctors, landladies, officials, and observers. Before they became infamous, they would have looked like what society was trained to trust. Women acquainted with suffering, bearing it with decorum. Theatricality and respectability are not opposites. Often they are allies. This is especially true in domestic crime. The performance need not be extravagant. It need only be exact. A controlled voice, a lowered gaze, black fabric, measured grief. The right combination of privacy and revelation. Enough sorrow to discourage intrusion. Enough composure to reassure others that the household remains decent. Such performances are effective because they do not look like performances. They look like womanhood under strain. The stronger the cultural expectation that women ought to carry sorrow in this way, the stronger the protection such presentation affords. By the time scrutiny hardened around Ocey's death, the women had already benefited from that protection. But once suspicion begins, the meaning of the same signs reverses. The black dress no longer suggests dignity. It suggests costume. Reserve no longer suggests propriety. It suggests concealment. Household management no longer suggests sacrifice. It suggests control. Collective female solidarity no longer suggests mutual support. It suggests conspiracy. This reversal is one reason the case became so gripping to the public. People are fascinated by transformations of moral sign. Nothing alarms a community more than discovering that the very cues by which it recognized decency may have disguised exploitation. The women in black became memorable not simply because they looked unusual, but because the social language they wore seemed, after Ocey's death, to have betrayed those who trusted it. That sense of betrayal gives the case much of its emotional force. It also invites distortion. When society discovers female criminality hiding inside maternal or avuncular roles, it often overcorrects. The women cease to be persons shaped by history and become monsters of type. Poisoners, schemers, black-clad furies, unnatural females whose wickedness appears at once fascinating and freakish. The danger in such portrayals is not that they recognize guilt where guilt may truly exist. The danger is that they place guilt outside ordinary social life, as though the crime could only have been committed by women already marked as aberrant. This flatters the world that produced them. It permits readers to believe the horror lay in their strangeness rather than in the everyday structures that made their power effective. The women surrounding Ocey were not dangerous because they wore black. They were dangerous because they knew how to make their management look like care. The press, of course, had no interest in such sober analysis when a more vivid shorthand was available. A phrase like "three sisters in black" allows reportage to function almost like fiction. It offers a cast, a mood, a visual emblem, a moral polarity. Readers need not hold in mind the complexities of insurance, family dependency, female frailty, medical evidence, or the slow administrative violence of the household. They need only picture the women. The phrase turns the case into a tableau. That is why it endured in headlines, memory, and later retellings. But the very success of the phrase has cost Ocey something. Her death became inseparable from her killer's legend. Her personhood was further eclipsed by the image of the women around her. The title the world remembered belonged not to the victim, but to the suspects. That imbalance should trouble any serious writer of true crime. It is one thing to acknowledge the lasting cultural power of the phrase. It is another to let it determine the moral center of the story. This book cannot avoid the title. History has fastened it too securely to the case. But it must also undo some of its spell. The women in black were not the story's true center. They were the dominant public image through which the center was obscured. Still, if the phrase distorts, it also reveals something important about public fear. The figure of the dangerous older woman has always unsettled the social imagination. Not merely because she may do harm, but because she troubles the sentimental bargain by which femininity is granted trust in exchange for visible nurturance and self-restraint. A man who kills for money fits an established script. A woman who kills within domestic space, under cover of kinship and care, threatens a deeper symbolic order. She turns the household inside out. She makes the nursery, the sick room, the bathroom, the table, the shawl, the medicine spoon, the gesture of concern themselves suspect. That is why societies respond to such women with a mixture of horror and fascination disproportionate even to their crimes. They do not simply break the law. They contaminate the signs by which daily life recognizes safety. The women in Ocey's case came to embody exactly that contamination. Older female relatives ought to have protected the weak young mother. Women in mourning ought to have inspired sympathy. Caregivers ought to have spoken truthfully about the condition of the woman in their charge. Shared domestic life ought to have softened greed, not sharpened it. If these expectations were violated, and increasingly it seemed that they were, then the public was confronting not only homicide, but sacrilege of the everyday. That helps explain the almost mythic quality the women soon acquired. They were no longer judged merely as suspects in a financial murder. They became symbols of inverted womanhood. Caretakers who used care as access, mourners who wore grief as social cover, female kin who treated a depending younger woman not as person, but as usable matter. The phrase "three sisters in black" caught this inversion in a form the public could repeat. One should also notice the gendered asymmetry in how such a phrase operates. Had the case centered on three men in dark coats, public attention might have rested more heavily on documents, schemes, and physical culpability. With women, the gaze lingers longer over demeanor, dress, age, reserve, and emotional style. Female criminality is rarely permitted to remain merely factual. It must also be interpreted aesthetically. What did they look like? How did they hold themselves? Did they appear cold, grim, unnatural, excessive, pious, grotesque? The woman offender is turned into a text for social anxieties about femininity itself. This happened unmistakably here. The black dresses became shorthand not only for mourning but for menace. Their collective presence became more important than their individual distinctions. The public memory preferred the eerie tableau to the untidier, domestic reality. Yet distinctions do matter, even if the newspapers preferred to erase them. Family conspiracies are rarely made of identical minds. One woman may lead, another may reinforce, another may follow out of loyalty, fear, exhaustion, dependence, or moral collapse of a less active kind. Public legend compresses such differences because unity is more dramatic than gradation. But the actual power of a household like this often depends precisely on differentiated roles. One person dominates interpretation, another handles practicalities, another supports the chosen account by repetition and presence. Together they form a collective force greater than any one of them alone. This collective force was one of the most frightening elements in Ocey's world. A vulnerable woman can sometimes resist one stronger relative. She may find it almost impossible to resist several, especially when they confirm one another's account of her weakness and of what is best for her. That is what made the women's public image so resonant. Even if sensationalized, it captured a real structural truth. These were not isolated individuals drifting separately around Ocey's life. They formed a block. They wore one another's certainty. They reinforced one another's authority. To outsiders they appeared, and perhaps increasingly behaved, less like a family in disagreement than like a unit managing both a household and a story. Once that unit fell under suspicion, every aspect of its appearance took on sinister afterlight. Were the black clothes sincere mourning, social strategy, habit, or all three? Was the solemnity grief, discipline, defiance, or calculation? Had the very image that once shielded the household now become a trap, making them too memorable, too distinct, too theatrically severe to pass beneath scrutiny once doubt had begun? These questions animate much of the case's enduring fascination. They also remind us that performance cuts both ways. A carefully managed public image can delay suspicion, but once suspicion takes hold, the same image may crystallize it. The women's somber presentation may have protected them initially, Later, it helped the world remember them as ominous before it remembered almost anything else. There is a bitter irony in that. The household may have depended on atmosphere to control meaning. In the end, atmosphere helped convict them in the wider imagination, even beyond the courtroom. The public did not remember the exact medical testimony as vividly as it remembered the black dresses. The women themselves, through their appearance and through the press's hunger for symbolic shorthand, became inseparable from the case's moral interpretation. And still, one must be cautious. Public memory is not justice. Sensational imagery can overreach, can flatten, can encourage certainty where the truth is more textured. Yet here the caution need not restore innocence to the women's image to remain useful. It need only insist that they be understood not as fairy tale witches conjured by journalism, but as products and practitioners of a social world in which female respectability carried enormous power. Power that could be used to nurture, to govern, or, in the darkest circumstances, to exploit and destroy. The three sisters in black are not merely the case's most marketable emblem. They are its clearest example of how gendered authority works in private life. Their clothes made them visible. Their real force lay in everything beneath the cloth: kinship, age, experience, household command, social plausibility, shared story, access to the body of the weak. Without those things, the black dresses would have meant nothing. With them, the dresses became the visual seal upon a far older and more intimate form of power. By now the case has moved beyond the bathroom. The body has spoken back. The household's narrative is weakening. The women themselves are no longer read first as mourners, but as possible architects of the very tragedy they display. Public curiosity, always quick to seize on image, now does what it does best. It mythologizes. The phrase is coined. The legend begins. But legend, however vivid, is not explanation. The explanation remains what it has been all along: a vulnerable young woman reduced by dependence, a household ruled by stronger female kin, money pressing in the background, a death arranged to look self-authored, and women skilled enough in domestic performance to believe, perhaps, that they could carry the deception through. The black dresses did not kill Ocey. The phrase did not drown her. But both reveal how easily a society may mistake the signs of respectable sorrow for proof of innocence, until something in the dead refuses to cooperate. Then the image shifts. The women in black are no longer shielded by mourning. They are framed by it. And once that frame is fixed in public memory, it never entirely loosens. Chapter 13. Husband, child, and witnesses. Every family crime creates an outer ring of people who saw enough to remember and too little to prevent it. They stand near the center without ever fully entering it. The husband who senses he is being edged aside. The child too young to understand but old enough, perhaps, one day to inherit the story. The doctor who notices a weakness harder to explain than the household account allows. The neighbor who hears tones through a wall but not the words that would make them actionable. The landlady who sees strained decorum at breakfast, black dresses moving through narrow passageways, a patient kept upstairs, and cannot decide whether she is looking at misfortune or something more corrosive. These are the people from whom true crime so often builds its afterimage of a household. Their testimony is broken, partial, and indispensable. In the story of Ocey Snead, such figures matter because the household at the center was so closed. A family skilled in management leaves few clean openings. It speaks for itself. It interprets weakness before others can question it. It turns practical arrangements into moral claims. It uses privacy as shield and domestic femininity as credential. In such a system, the outer ring becomes the only place from which contradiction may first arise. No single outsider sees enough to accuse, but together they hold the fragments from which a truer picture begins to form. This chapter belongs to those fragments. It begins, inevitably, with Willie Snead, the husband who should have occupied the legal and emotional center of Ocey's adult life and yet appears, throughout the case, as a man repeatedly displaced. That displacement is not merely biographical detail. It is one of the clearest signs that Ocey's marriage never hardened into a secure domestic unit capable of protecting her. Willie stands in the record almost as the representative of a possibility that failed. The possibility that marriage, fatherhood, and ordinary household authority might have drawn Ocey out from the stronger gravitational pull of her maternal kin. Instead, He seems to have remained near the edge of his own wife's life. That edge is a sorrowful place to stand. The marginal husband in historical crime is easy to judge, and sometimes judgment is deserved. He may be weak, evasive, compromised, indecisive, or simply incapable of the force required by the moment. Yet one should resist turning him into a stock figure too quickly. Willie appears less like an outright villain than like a man who never fully gained possession of the role the culture nominally assigned him. He was husband in name, father by fact, but not master of the household reality in which Ocey's life narrowed. Other voices interpreted her more strongly. Other women stood closer to the daily administration of her weakness. Other interests seemed to weigh more heavily upon the rooms in which she was kept. The question this raises is not only why he failed, but how failure of this kind becomes possible. In the sentimental imagination, a husband is expected to know his wife's condition better than anyone. In actual domestic life, particularly where a wife remains bound to her natal family and physically diminished, this is far from guaranteed. A husband may be fed a narrative piecemeal, may be present intermittently, may lack money, status, or force of character, may meet resistance every time he attempts to assert himself, and may slowly come to occupy the humiliating position of a man treated as secondary in matters that ought most to concern him. If he is already uncertain, such treatment weakens him further. If he is tired, poor, or conflict-averse, he may begin to accept the marginal role assigned to him while still dimly resenting it. That resentment, however, is not the same as power. Willie's position in the case is tragic in precisely this way. He seems not to have been strong enough to break the pattern, yet close enough to be haunted by it. The woman who should have been under his protection remained in practice subject to a larger female household authority. The child that should have anchored their shared future did not secure a separate domestic center. By the time Ocey died, Willie appears less as the head of a home than as one more figure orbiting a family system already organized by others. There is something deeply masculine and deeply pitiful in that sort of exclusion. The law might still name him husband. The atmosphere of the household did not. If his testimony or a later role in the case carried pain, it is because he stood at once inside and outside the tragedy. He had enough proximity for grief, not enough command for prevention. Such men often become the readers of their own failure after the fact. They look backwards through scattered scenes, through warnings too faintly understood at the time, through moments when they ought perhaps to have insisted more strongly, and see, too late, the shape that others were imposing around the woman they loved. Whether Willie understood the full extent of the danger before Ocey's death is doubtful. That he understood enough afterwards to live within its shadow seems far more likely. And then there was the child. Children in true crime are too often reduced to symbols of innocence or aftermath. Yet they are also historical facts. Bodies in rooms, sleepers in cradles, listeners in hallways, dependents whose needs shape adult decisions. Ocey's child matters not only because the existence of a child made the idea of her suicide more emotionally charged, but because the child was part of the household economy in which her life was valued and devalued. The presence of a child intensifies everything. It deepens sympathy. It sharpens burden. It complicates money. It strengthens the household's claim to be acting out of practical necessity. It also ties the mother more tightly to the very people who may use her dependence against her. A young mother may endure much because she cannot conceive of abandoning her child. A family may rationalize much because it can persuade itself that the child's future must be secured somehow. In this way, innocence becomes entangled with exploitation. The child left behind by Ocey's death therefore haunts the case in two directions. On the one hand, the existence of the child ought to have enlarged every moral barrier against harming the mother. On the other, the child may have intensified the household's sense that money, control, and future arrangements could no longer be indefinitely postponed. The cruel arithmetic of family crime rarely spares the infant. It simply folds the child into its self-justifying logic. Another mouth to feed. Another dependent life. Another reason. In the minds of the corrupt, that necessity has become merciless. Yet for the reader, the child does something more. The child returns scale to the story. Among black dresses, notes, baths, and policies, it is easy to forget how local and bodily domestic tragedy really is. Somewhere in those rooms, there was also a child whose mother was weakening. A child whose future would proceed without her. A child for whom the household must still dress itself as order, even while the deepest disorder had already entered. The child stands not at the center of the evidence, but at the center of the human cost. Ocey was not merely a victim in the abstract. She was removed from someone who knew her first as warmth, voice, routine, touch. The dead leave documents and rumors. Children lose a world. Around husband and child stand the wider witnesses, each with his or her broken share of knowledge. These are the people who lend historical crime its texture of almost seeing. Their evidence is rarely dramatic. It comes instead in habits noticed, statements remembered, physical impressions, small inconsistencies that acquire weight only after death has forced them into alignment. A witness recalls that the young woman looked too thin, too weak, too unlike someone recovering. Another remembers that the older women always seemed ready with explanation. Another notes the strangeness of the household's reserve, or its intensity, or the way the patient was kept from ordinary view. Someone remembers the somber clothing. Someone recalls the mood in a hallway, the sense that all was not right. No one of these things proves anything alone. Taken together, they begin to form atmosphere into evidence. That is one reason witness testimony in domestic cases is so often frustrating. It rarely gives the reader the satisfying clarity of direct sight. Instead, it offers edges. What was heard through doors, what was inferred from demeanor, what was said at second hand, what physical conditions seemed apparent, what explanations no longer felt adequate. Yet this very incompleteness makes such testimony morally significant. It reflects the actual structure of social life. People almost never witness the heart of coercive domestic crime. They witness the consequences leaking at the margins. The doctor, especially, often occupies a peculiar place among these witnesses. Medical men of the period could be authoritative without being omniscient. They depended heavily on what households told them, especially in relation to women's health. If a family said the patient was nervous, weak, low, unable to cope, a physician might readily incorporate this into his understanding. Yet the body, as the last chapter showed, can resist even when the living account attempts to frame it. Thus the doctor becomes both participant in and challenger to the household narrative. He may initially accept too much. Later, confronted with the body's condition, he may become one of the most unsettling witnesses against the story first offered to him. Neighbors and landladies serve a different function. They are custodians of social normality. A landlady knows what households usually sound like, how sick people are generally spoken of, how respectable women tend to carry themselves under strain, what kinds of movement through rooms are ordinary, and which begin to feel charged with something harder to name. She is not an investigator, yet she is often an acute reader of atmosphere. A neighbor, similarly, knows the rhythms of a building or street well enough to sense disturbance without necessarily understanding it. These figures may not possess hard proof, but they often preserve something equally valuable to the historian: the social impression of a household before official judgment arrives. In Ocey's case, such impressions would have mattered greatly because the family traded so heavily on appearance. A household working to sustain the impression of burdened respectability depends on witnesses remaining uncertain. Not reassured entirely, perhaps, but uncertain enough that no one crosses the line from unease into interference. The witnesses around Ocey therefore occupy the exact threshold on which the family's success depended. They saw enough to notice. They did not see enough to act in time. After the death, their memories became dangerous precisely because they recorded that threshold. The moment where care and control had begun to blur, where mourning and performance could no longer be cleanly separated. What such witnesses often report is less the content of wrongdoing than the feel of it. This household seemed odd. The young woman looked alarmingly weak. The older women were always around. There was a strangeness in how everything was managed. The emotional tone did not sit naturally. One felt, even then, that something was wrong. Readers sometimes distrust this kind of recollection because it sounds subjective, and indeed it is. But subjectivity is part of social truth. Before institutions name danger, ordinary people experience it as atmosphere. A house feels wrong before it can be proved wrong. A woman appears too diminished before one knows why. The mood of a corridor, the pressure in a room, the strained courtesy of those guarding the patient. These are not legal conclusions, but they are often the first sensory evidence that a domestic system has turned against one of its own. Willie, too, may be read in this sense as a witness rather than merely a husband. He stood close enough to register displacement, perhaps decline, perhaps the authority of the other women over Ocey's condition, yet not strongly enough placed to overturn it. His very impotence becomes evidentiary. It shows how complete the maternal and avuncular control had become. In a healthier domestic arrangement, the husband's concern might have altered the course of events. Here, concern seems to have existed within a structure already too far consolidated elsewhere. He becomes not the rescuer who failed at the last moment, but the man whose role had been eroded long before the death occurred. This is one of the saddest recognitions the case offers. The tragedy was not simply that witnesses failed to save Ocey. It was that the household had already been arranged in such a way that witnessing itself could not easily become intervention. The husband lacked effective access. The child lacked comprehension. The landlady lacked proof. The neighbor lacked standing. The doctor lacked the full picture until the body could be examined. Each figure was held at just enough distance for the family's narrative to keep functioning. That is how coercive systems survive. They do not require total invisibility. They require fragmentation. Fragmented knowledge is the household's ally. Only after death do the fragments begin to seek one another. The husband's unease meets the doctor's conclusions. The neighbor's impression meets the landlady's memory. The household's financial motives meet the body's condition. The note is placed beside all of them and begins to look less like resolution than one more suspicious convenience. What none of the outer ring witnesses could do alone becomes possible in retrospect through accumulation. That accumulation is the moral counterforce to family control. It says, in effect, that although no one fully knew the private center while Ocey lived, the world did not know nothing. Her weakness was seen. The atmosphere was registered. Her husband's marginality was not empty. The child's existence sharpened the horror. The roomed life of the household left traces in other minds. The family's belief that it could fully right Ocey's and over her body was wrong because other people, though partial and late, still existed around that body. They had watched. They remembered. Their incomplete testimony became the means by which a more complete suspicion could be built. For the writer, there is also something ethical in attending to these witnesses. They remind us that crime is not experienced only by principles. It radiates. It leaves secondary wounds in those who stood near enough to absorb dread, confusion, guilt, or grief without possessing the knowledge that might have transformed those feelings into action. Willie lives in the record as one such wound. So does the child, in another register. So do the minor witnesses history usually forgets once the dramatic figures have claimed the stage. But households are never made only of dramatic figures. They are made of listeners, of lookers-on, of people who carry trays, answer doors, rent rooms, make medical visits, nod at staircases, hush children, and later discover that the oddness they could not place had concealed far more than mere hardship. This chapter belongs to them because without them the case would remain trapped inside the family's own account. The body spoke back, yes, but it did not speak into a void. It spoke into a social world already holding scattered impressions of Ocey and of the women who managed her life. Those impressions did not save her. They did, however, help prevent her from being wholly absorbed into the fiction arranged around her death. That matters. A woman weakened in life, spoken over in illness, and nearly rewritten in death was still, finally, held in view by others, badly, partially, belatedly, but not at all. The husband who could not rescue her. The child who would grow in the long shadow of her absence. The witnesses who sense the household's wrongness without mastering its cause. Together they form the moral outer ring of the case, the human circumference around the family's center of control. They saw enough for history to recover something. Not enough to stop the bath. Not enough to break the household in time. But enough that Ocey's death did not vanish entirely into the story prepared for it. And once such fragments begin to gather, they tend to draw other things after them. Documents, policies, contradictions, motives. The case is now moving outwards from atmosphere and inward from evidence. The household's close circle is beginning, at last, to fail. Soon the money itself will have to be followed. Soon the papers will speak as insistently as the body did. Soon what seemed like grief and strangeness will harden into something colder, more administrative, and harder for the family to deny. For now, though, it is enough to remain with the witnesses. They stand where so many stand in the aftermath of private violence. Near enough to remember, too far to have understood, and doomed, afterwards, to wish that the fragments they held had once been enough. Chapter 14. Following the money. When family murder begins to move from rumor towards proof, feeling is rarely enough to carry it. Grief can be performed. Shock can be imitated. Even the atmosphere of a household. The strangeness, the unease, the black dresses, the over-readiness of explanation may suggest corruption without yet fastening it to anything a court can reliably hold. Bodies help. Witnesses help. Contradictions help. But sooner or later, in cases driven by domestic calculation, investigation turns towards a colder domain. Paper, numbers, policies, premiums, beneficiaries, signatures, dates, debts. The human voice can bend and crack. Money leaves a more disciplined trail. That trail is what begins to give suspicion its administrative spine. The death of Ocey Snead had already ceased to rest comfortably within the story of private despair. The body had unsettled the bathtub. The note had grown suspect under scrutiny. The women who first appeared as mourners now stood in the altered light of possibility. Not caretakers misled by tragedy, but possible beneficiaries of it. Still, possibility is not enough. The question had to be asked in a different register. What material interests clustered around Ocey's life and death? Who had reason, beyond emotion or eccentricity, to prefer one outcome over another? And how had those interests been organized before the bathwater ever became a scene? This is where money changes from background pressure into evidentiary force. In ordinary family life, money is often dispersed through habit. Rent is paid. Food is bought. Debts are postponed or juggled. Clothing is mended, reused, stretched beyond its intended life. People know the pinch without necessarily seeing the full books. But in criminal inquiry, money must be reassembled. Each fragment becomes a clue to intention. A premium once taken for granted becomes suspicious if the insured person dies conveniently. A policy once described as prudent begins to look predatory if it was placed upon a weak and dependent woman under the control of those who stand to gain. Debt, previously a matter of household shame, becomes motive with dates attached. To follow the money, then, is not simply to list amounts. It is to reconstruct a moral climate through paperwork. By this stage in Ocey's story, that climate had already been prepared by years of strain. The family had lived too long under pressure for financial motive to appear as some vulgar afterthought. It belonged to the texture of the case from the beginning. Yet, only now, as investigators turned from atmosphere to document, could motive begin to acquire the solidity the law prefers. Sentiment says the death felt wrong. The papers ask, who profited if it was murder? This question is often treated as blunt, but it is rarely simple. Money in family crime does not always flow in one clean line from death to enrichment. More often it appears as relief rather than abundance. A crushing debt eased. A desperate shortage softened. An impossible future momentarily made manageable. The sums involved may not be grand. That is part of the pathos. People do not always kill for fortunes. Sometimes they kill for breathing space, for the illusion of rescue, for enough money to postpone humiliation a little longer. The sordidness of such motive does not lessen its force. It may, in fact, intensify it. A life is not weighed against luxury, but against the pressure of ordinary want. The moral fall is all the more brutal because the gain is so meager beside the loss. This seems to belong strongly to Ocey's case. The financial interest in her death was not the polished intrigue of landed inheritance. It was the modern paper economy of insurance and familial desperation. That distinction matters. Insurance murder is peculiarly chilling because it makes ordinary prudence complicit in violence. The policy is legal. The signatures are proper. The language is respectable. Provision, protection, security, these words hover around the document. Yet if the person insured is weak, governable, and enclosed within a household already practiced in using her dependents, the same document becomes something far more sinister. A contract from which one party may be more useful dead than alive. Once investigators began tracing the policies associated with Ocey, the household's grief had to compete with a harder question. Why had so much paper gathered around this frail young woman? Policies do not materialize by accident. Someone seeks them. Someone pays premiums. Someone considers the future in a way precise enough to turn flesh into value. In a healthy household, this may represent love or prudence. In a corrupt one, it may represent preparation. The difficulty for investigators lies in determining which moral world the paper belongs to. That determination cannot be made from the document alone. It depends on context, the victim's condition, the family structure, the conduct of beneficiaries, the timing of decisions, the pattern of explanation before and after death. In Ocey's case, context made the paper glow darker. She was not an independent woman arranging her own financial affairs from a place of stable judgment and equal power. She was weak, dependent, and deeply embedded in a family system where older women held disproportionate interpretive authority over her life. That fact transforms the meaning of insurance. The policy is no longer merely an adult's rational provision. It becomes an instrument nested inside unequal relations. One asks not only what was signed, but under whose influence, in whose interest, and against what background of depletion and control. This is where the investigation begins to see the family not as a group of mourners burdened by misfortune, but as a network of interests. The mother's interest, the aunt's interest, the household's combined need, the husband's more uncertain position, the child's existence as both burden and moral cover, the weak woman at the center, no longer simply a relative, but the bearer of paper consequences. To map these interests is to take the family apart in a way the family itself would never voluntarily do. The household insists on unity. Investigation insists on distribution. Who paid? Who signed? Who knew? Who expected what from Ocey's death? Who had reason to prefer the story of suicide over the story of homicide? Money is not the whole answer, but it is the one part of motive least impressed by performance. One can imagine the discomfort this caused those around Ocey. A family accustomed to managing impressions is suddenly met not with sympathy, but with accounting. Mourning matters less than beneficiaries. Demeanor matters less than dates. The black dresses fade before ledgers and policy terms. It is not that emotion disappears. Rather, it loses its privilege. The investigation no longer asks how the women looked beside the bath. It asks what papers existed before the bath, and what those papers would mean afterwards. There is a humiliation in this shift, and perhaps a panic. For the family scheme, if scheme there was, depended on keeping death within the language of feeling, sorrow, frailty, despair, unfortunate necessity. Financial examination drags that language into a less forgiving light. If the household has indeed been calculating upon a death, then what felt to its members like private burden and practical necessity now appears as greed. And not even grand greed, but the greed of the cramped room, the unpaid bill, the deferred disgrace, the household too practiced in turning weakness into utility. That is often the ugliest sort of greed, because it clothes itself so successfully as pressure. The investigator following the money must resist this clothing. Hardship explains temptation. It does not excuse murder. Nor does long female labor under financial strain somehow ennoble the transformation of a dependent young mother into a source of payment. Yet one sees how the transformation could occur. That is what makes the trail so morally instructive. Each premium, each debt, each policy arrangement shows not simply that money mattered, but how long it had been allowed to matter in relation to Ocey's body. A policy is a bet against catastrophe in honest hands. In corrupt hands, it can become a quiet invitation to produce the catastrophe it was meant merely to cushion. This is why paper trails in domestic murder often feel so cold. Passion may have burned in the household, resentment may have simmered, but the policy reveals a more disciplined intimacy with motive. Someone had planned ahead. Someone had considered death in advance as an event with practical consequence. The body in the bath now appears not as a sudden break in life, but as the completion of an arrangement whose financial meaning pre-existed the act itself. That temporal structure matters enormously. If the value of Ocey's death was already legible on paper, then the death did not create motive, it fulfilled it. The investigation, in tracing these matters, would also have begun to clarify an old distinction too often blurred in public memory: the difference between inheritance and insurance. Popular recollection loves the phrase, killed for money, and memory sometimes flattens all financial motive into inheritance because inheritance fits the older, more Gothic imagination. But insurance is more modern, more bureaucratic, and in some ways more chilling. An inheritance suggests wealth already possessed by the victim and awaiting succession. Insurance suggests value manufactured around the victim through institutional forms. It means a life has been entered into a system whose payout depends upon death. The person becomes, in part, a future claim. Ocey's case belongs far more to this second world. That fact is worth dwelling on because it places the crime at the intersection of domestic control and modern financial culture. The women around her were not merely schemers in some timeless sense. They were participants in a world increasingly organized by paper, policy, and the promise that private loss could be converted into formal compensation. Their alleged crime, if crime it was, exploited that modernity. They turned not only household weakness, but institutional foresight to their advantage. The very tools of prudent life became part of the mechanism of predation. By now the evidence begins to gather density. The body had suggested that Ocey was physically incapable of the neat narrative laid over her death. The note had looked too useful. The witnesses had offered atmosphere and fragments. Now the money confirms that there was something substantive at stake beyond household eccentricity. Suspicion no longer floats. It lands. And once it lands, family stories start to look different. How often had the women spoken of hardship? How often had necessity been invoked? How often had Ocey's condition been framed in ways that made her seem both pitiable and burdensome? How were decisions about her life and movement related to the financial instruments surrounding her? These questions deepen the horror because they suggest that care itself may have been contaminated at the source. Every kind gesture, every act of household management, every somber explanation may now be reread in light of the fact that the weak young woman at the center represented not only a problem to be managed, but a potential payment to be claimed. This does not mean every affectionate impulse was false. It means affection and calculation may have become inseparable, which is often the final moral decay of exploitative families. The law, however, requires more than moral disgust. It needs linkage. It needs to show not only that money existed, but that the people under suspicion understood and stood to benefit from it. This is where the trail tightens. Beneficiary structures, patterns of premium payment, the timing of the policies in relation to Ocey's weakness and death, and the household's behavior afterwards all begin to matter in concert. A policy that might once have appeared merely practical becomes, when joined to the bath, the note, and the body, an item in a much larger structure of design. And design is the word the family most needed to escape. For if the money can be shown to have been arranged with knowledge and interest, then the death ceases to be tragic misfortune under pressure and becomes purposeful. Not necessarily purposeful in the melodramatic sense of a villain cackling over a contract. Far more often purpose appears as a settling of will around a future already imagined. The household is drowning in need. The weak woman is insured. Her condition is worsening. A death story has cultural plausibility. The family has long practiced narrative control. The possibility ceases to seem impossible. That is design in its domestic form, not grand architecture, but the convergence of paper, pressure, and habit around a vulnerable body. Following the money, therefore, does more than establish motive. It restores chronology. The reader sees that Ocey's death did not become valuable after the fact. Its value had been organized beforehand. This backward extension of motive into the pre-death period is devastating because it casts the whole household in a new light. The older women were not merely reacting to her decline. They may have been living for some time in awareness that decline and death were economically legible events. Every day of her weakness becomes retrospectively charged. Was she being sustained? Managed? Preserved just enough? Worn down? Readied? The papers do not answer all these questions, but they make them unavoidable. They also place Willie in a different moral frame. The marginal husband may not have commanded the household, but the financial trail forces inquiry into where he stood in relation to the policies and their consequences. Was he merely displaced? Passive? Misled? Financially helpless? Or did the paper world around Ocey's death touch him too? Such questions are painful because they complicate pity. Yet complexity is the proper condition of serious true crime. One must follow all interests, not only the most visually dramatic. Even so, The maternal and avuncular household remains the darker center. The women who had so long interpreted Ocey's weakness now appear tied not simply to her care, but to the administrative fruits of her dying. It is one thing to say a household oppressed a weak young woman. It is another to show that her death, if accepted as self-destruction, would materially benefit those most responsible for defining the meaning of her weakness. That combination is what hardens suspicion into something far more dangerous. For now, though, the money does not yet speak in court. It speaks in files, in interviews, in growing investigative resolve. It strips the case of any lingering innocence attached to mere family oddity. No longer can the death be dismissed as a sad and private catastrophe. The policies insist on public consequence. They draw institutions into the room after all. They make the bath matter not only as image, but as event linked to claim, to payment, to formal advantage. And once institutions sense that death may have been organized for gain, the household loses the privilege of being mourned first and examined later. That is the turning point this chapter marks. The investigation has moved fully from unease to structure. The body spoke back, now the paper speaks with it. Together they form a kind of grim duet against the household story. One says the woman was too diminished for the explanation offered. The other says the explanation offered served interests too concrete to ignore. Between them, sympathy begins to recede. This does not mean the women in black cease to evoke fascination. If anything, the money sharpens public obsession by giving the atmosphere a hard motive to cling to. But for investigators, fascination is no longer enough. They now possess a map of benefit. Every policy line, every debt, every financial relationship helps redraw the family not as a unit of sorrow but as a contested field of advantage. Ocey, meanwhile, is drawn more clearly than ever as what she had tragically become inside that field. A weak young mother, increasingly governed by others, with a body already diminished and a death already priced. The full meaning of that pricing is now impossible to ignore. The bath had offered stillness. The note had offered explanation. The witnesses had offered fragments. The body had offered contradiction. Now the money offers purpose. And once purpose has entered the case in that form, the family's united story cannot hold much longer. Soon the contradictions within the household will begin to split open. Soon the women's accounts will be weighed not against sympathy, but against interest. Soon the law will no longer be circling the edges of suspicion. It will begin to build a case. Chapter 15. Family stories begin to fracture. Every household that lives by narrative eventually faces the same risk: repetition. A story can be persuasive once, sometimes twice, particularly when grief, propriety, and social hesitation work in its favor. But stories told too often, by too many interested mouths, begin to lose the smoothness with which they first entered the world. Details shift. Emphases alter. One speaker remembers a thing too strongly, another too weakly. The note that seemed so convenient must now be described again, under sharper questioning. The weak woman's recent condition must be explained not merely to sympathetic neighbors, but to men comparing accounts. The order of events, once offered as settled, is suddenly exposed to time, cross-reference, and interest. What was enough for a hallway or a rented room is not always enough for inquiry. This is the stage at which family crime often becomes most revealing. Not at the bath. Not even at the first medical contradiction. But when the household is required to keep speaking. The family surrounding Ocey Snead had relied, by all appearances, upon a powerful domestic consensus. The older women had long interpreted Ocey's body, her weakness, her needs, and the practical terms of her life. The room of death had extended that habit into its darkest form. The note had attempted to supply written closure. The money, once traced, had given investigators reason to doubt both the room and the writing. Now the pressure shifted from things to people. Those who had so long spoken for Ocey would have to speak for themselves. That is a much harder task. To narrate the weakness of another person is easy if one already holds authority in the household. To narrate one's own innocence under suspicion is a different labor entirely. It requires consistency. It requires emotional discipline. It requires not merely recalling what happened, but recalling what everyone else will say happened and keeping one's own account aligned with theirs. This is difficult even for honest families under the shock of sudden death. For a household carrying money, motive, and prior management of the victim's life, it becomes perilous. Every repetition of the family story risks exposure not because a single lie must necessarily collapse at once, but because domestic fiction is built for intimacy, not forensic comparison. One can imagine the early accounts still bearing the confidence of habit. Ocey had been weak. She had been low. She had not been herself. The household had done what it could. The death was terrible, but it arose from her own despair. Such explanations, uttered in the first wake of discovery, may even have felt natural to those speaking them. Families long accustomed to interpreting one member's life often cease to distinguish between what they believe, what they need, and what they have decided others ought to accept. Repetition gives the story the sound of truth. After enough repetitions, the speakers themselves may inhabit it with surprising ease. Yet inquiry changes the conditions of speech. Questions return. Dates matter. Actions must be placed in order. What was said to the doctor? Who last saw Ocey alive? What did she eat? What medicines were given? Who handled the note? Who entered the bathroom first? What exactly had her mood been in the days before her death? How were the policies arranged? Who knew their value? Who paid what, and when? A family story designed to convey emotional plausibility now has to withstand administrative precision. This is where fractures begin. Rarely do they begin with grand contradiction. Far more often they start in tone. One witness sounds too ready, another too cautious. One person enlarges Ocey's despair, another, perhaps without thinking, places too much emphasis on her physical weakness instead. One recalls a conversation in language that feels curiously prepared. Another shifts responsibility for some practical detail away from herself. A timing slips. A gesture is described differently. A household that functions smoothly as a unit begins, under scrutiny, to reveal internal strain. Even if all involved remain committed to the same broad account, their motives for maintaining it are not always identical, and motive affects memory. This is one reason family conspiracies are harder to sustain than outsiders suppose. Blood loyalty is strong, but so are fear, self-preservation, resentment, and the small humiliations that accumulate inside controlling households. The very people who once presented a seamless front may, under sustained questioning, begin to protect themselves at one another's expense. Not by open betrayal at first, but by subtle redistribution of emphasis. One did not know the exact policy terms. Another handled that. One was merely helping. Another was closer to Ocey than she was. One repeated what she had been told about Ocey's state of mind. Another was responsible for medicines, or rooms, or arrangements. The collective story remains outwardly intact, yet individual burdens begin to shift beneath it. A united household becomes a field of defensive position. The women in black, so memorable in public image, were unlikely to be identical in mind or nerve. The press prefers collective villainy. Actual families are more uneven. One person may have been the stronger will, another the more practiced manager, another the emotional supporter who became implicated through proximity and repetition rather than initiative. Once suspicion hardened, these differences would matter. A family can sustain its mythology while the outside world merely watches. Under investigation, mythology yields to gradation. Who knew most? Who directed? Who simply complied? Who could withstand prolonged scrutiny? Who had the confidence of moral authority, and who depended upon it? These questions do not only assist the law, they illuminate the family structure itself. What begins to emerge in such moments is often not only the weakness of the official story, but the internal hierarchy that produced it. The person who talks most is not always the person who knows least. The person who sounds calmest may have had most practice in command. The person who falters may not be innocent, but may reveal where power truly sat. In Ocey's case, the same domestic arrangement that had long enabled older female relatives to speak for her now had to sustain them under hostile examination. That shift, from uncontested authority to contested explanation, is devastating to coercive households. They are least prepared for a world in which their descriptions no longer govern. Family stories, once fractured, also lose their emotional force. The tragedy of suicide depends upon singularity. The dead woman was inwardly broken. Those around her were shocked, grieved, perhaps burdened by regret, but not morally implicated in her choice. A family murder disguised as suicide depends on keeping that singularity intact. The moment accounts begin to vary, the emotional center shifts. The focus is no longer Ocey's supposed despair. It is the household's need to defend itself. The women cease to appear first as mourners. They appear as speakers with interests. Every answer is heard not simply as recollection, but as strategy. This altered listening is one of the greatest losses of power a deceptive family can suffer. No matter how somber the dress, no matter how pious the tone, the speaker is no longer granted innocence in the act of explanation. That change can be felt before it is fully proven. Investigators begin to listen for alignment rather than sorrow. They notice the details too quickly supplied, the phrases that sound repeated, the points of apparent certainty around matters that ought, under shock, to remain slightly blurred. The family story, once strong precisely because it was orderly, now risks condemnation for the same reason. Real grief is often inconsistent. Arranged grief tends to know what it needs to say. This does not mean honest people never sound composed. It means composition becomes dangerous when joined to motive, a suspicious scene, a weakened body, and financial benefit. One should also remember that the household's earlier success in speaking for Ocey now becomes a liability. They had interpreted her too thoroughly. They knew too much about her supposed despair, too much about her weakness, too much about what she felt, feared, or could no longer bear. Such certainty may once have made them appear devoted. Under investigation, it begins to look proprietorial. How had they come to possess such complete authority over the meaning of another adult woman's interior life? Why had her husband not held equal interpretive weight? Why did the women who stood to benefit financially also stand closest to the language explaining her death? These are destabilizing questions because they cut beneath factual discrepancy into structure. And structure is where the family is most vulnerable. A lie about time can perhaps be corrected. A lie about a conversation can perhaps be defended as confusion. But a household organized around domination, dependency, and financial interest cannot easily explain away the very arrangement of its own power. As questioning continues, the old domestic unity becomes harder to maintain because each person feels the threat differently. One fears prison. Another fears disgrace. Another fears the collapse of authority more than the collapse of truth. Another may still believe, in some warped mixture of self-pity and practicality, that everything done was necessary. These are not equal psychic burdens. The same broad story may therefore be carried with varying degrees of conviction, resentment, and fatigue. Inconsistency enters not because people forget everything, but because they no longer want to bear precisely the same share of danger. This is how conspiratorial households begin to speak sideways. Not openly against one another, at least not yet, but with pauses, with displacements, with carefully narrowed admissions, with an emphasis that quietly indicates, I was there, but not in that way. I knew, but not fully. I helped, but only as any relative would have helped. I believed what I was told. I am shocked that suspicion has fallen on us. Each of these movements may preserve the larger fiction while loosening the collective bond that first sustained it. There is also the matter of audience. Families tell stories one way to neighbors, another to police, another still to lawyers or the press. The transition between these audiences is not always graceful. A phrase that satisfied a landlady sounds inadequate to an investigator. A tone of solemn reserve that won sympathy in the hallway may appear evasive in formal questioning. The family must adapt, and adaptation under pressure often reveals prior artifice. Those accustomed to managing everyday appearances may find institutional scrutiny a harsher mirror than expected. What seemed dignified now looks guarded. What seemed sorrowful now looks rehearsed. What seemed private now looks strategic. In Ocey's case, this transition would have been especially punishing because the family had invested so much in controlled image. The black dresses, the note, the calm domestic framing of the death. All these depended on public readability. They were meant to be seen and interpreted in one direction. Once investigators and prosecutors began reading them the other way, the women had to defend not only facts but symbols. Why the note? Why the scene? Why had Ocey's weakness been so well described beforehand? Why had financial arrangements clustered where they did? Why did the household's version of events seem so immediately complete? The story no longer fractured only at the level of details. It fractured in meaning. What had once looked like care now looked like preparation. What had once looked like mourning now looked like costume. What had once looked like private tragedy now looked like advantage. The law often builds its strongest cases at exactly this intersection, where discrepancies of fact meet contradictions of meaning. No single inconsistency need be fatal. Together they can make innocence feel structurally implausible. A family may keep its main line intact while losing the trust that once allowed the main line to carry. The listener no longer believes because the story no longer sits naturally within the pattern of evidence. It is not one lie that condemns, but the emerging sense that the entire household account has been arranged to protect itself from a reality too dangerous to name. That sense must have grown steadily around Ocey's relatives. And as it grew, the emotional cost within the family would have grown too. To continue maintaining a story under such conditions is exhausting. People forget what they have said to whom. They become angry at being doubted. They resent one another's hesitations. They sense where investigators are pressing hardest and may begin, consciously or not, to redirect pressure elsewhere. In a household already built on hierarchy, such stress can produce a terrible secondary drama. The quiet struggle among the suspected over who will bear the final moral weight if the common defense fails. This is when old loyalties are tested against older instincts. The instinct to preserve the family name. The instinct to preserve one's own liberty. The instinct to protect the dominant figure who has long organized everyone else's life. The instinct to survive by yielding someone weaker to judgment, just as the household had already yielded Ocey. There is a grim symmetry in that last instinct. Families that live by internal sacrifice do not necessarily stop sacrificing when the law comes to the door. They simply change the victim, whether or not explicit betrayal had yet occurred. The family story in Ocey's case had clearly lost the seamless force with which it first emerged from the bathroom. Too much now stood against it. The body, the money, the witnesses, the overcomplete note, the atmosphere of management surrounding Ocey's life. Each of these facts exerted pressure on the women's accounts, forcing them to carry more than such accounts were ever meant to bear. Narrative alone could no longer contain the case. That is the turning point significance of this chapter. It marks the failure of household speech as sovereign fact. Until now, the family had largely controlled meaning. They described Ocey's condition. They framed the death. They wore the grief. They occupied the space around the body first. With fracture, that authority begins to splinter. Their words are still spoken, but not obeyed. Their account still exists, but only as one contested version among others. The household no longer governs interpretation. It is itself being interpreted. For coercive families, this is a kind of undoing deeper than accusation alone. Their power has always depended on being the source of reality within the room. Once outsiders successfully challenge that role, the family's internal architecture is shaken. People who relied on certainty must now improvise. People who relied on dominance must now defend. People long accustomed to using the weak may discover that their own weakness under scrutiny is not so easily hidden. The story is no longer theirs. By now the atmosphere around Ocey's death has changed completely. The bath is no longer the center. The women are no longer merely the strange mourners of public imagination. The family's narrative, once poised and useful, has begun to fray at the seams. The law is learning what private life had concealed. That unity under strain is not the same as truth, and that a household capable of speaking for a woman so completely in life may prove unable, under pressure, to speak consistently for itself. Soon the case will move into its next and harsher phase. Soon private contradiction will become public spectacle. Soon the courtroom, with all its appetite for motive, science, performance, and moral drama, will take hold of what the family has thus far failed to keep contained. But before that happens, one must remain for a moment with the image of fracture itself. Not a scream, not a confession, not the melodramatic snapping of a perfectly woven lie. Something subtler. A pause too long. A detail mislaid. An emphasis shifted. A loyalty suddenly thinner than it was yesterday. The household story had carried Ocey to the bath. It had nearly carried her through death as well. Now, at last, it was beginning to fail under the weight of its own repetition. And when family stories begin to fail, they rarely fail quietly for long. Chapter 16. A crime of women. There are murders that disturb because of what was done. There are others that disturb because of who, it appears, did it. The death of Ocey Snead belongs to the second category as much as the first. By the time suspicion had hardened around her mother and aunts, the case no longer seemed merely a domestic killing with a financial motive. It had become, in the public imagination, a particular kind of nightmare, a crime of women. Not women at the edge of the story, not women as grieving witnesses, not women as adjuncts to male violence, but women at the center. Women accused of planning, managing, and profiting from the death of one of their own within the most intimate architecture of family life. That distinction mattered enormously in 1909, and it matters still. Societies are never neutral about female violence. They pretend, at times, to be shocked simply by the fact of it, but the deeper shock lies elsewhere. Women are trusted in daily life by means of a cultural bargain so old it often passes unnoticed. They are imagined as closer to the body, closer to care, closer to weakness, closer to children, closer to grief, closer to the small domestic disciplines by which life is preserved. Even when this ideal does not describe actual women particularly well, it still exerts force. It shapes what is expected of them, what is forgiven in them, and what is difficult to imagine them doing. A violent man may violate moral law. A violent woman, especially in the home, appears to violate nature itself. This is why a case like Ocey's generates more than ordinary horror. It appears to turn the grammar of care inside out. A mother ought to protect. An aunt ought to support. Older women, especially in households under strain, may rule sharply, but the social script insists that their rule still bends towards preservation. If instead they become the managers of decline, the keepers of a false note, the beneficiaries of a weak young mother's death, then the household's moral order has not merely broken. It has inverted. Public language reflects this inversion with remarkable speed. Women accused of such crimes are seldom described in the plain terms used for male offenders. They are cast as unnatural, hard, strange, cold, black-hearted, masculine in cruelty or demonic in patience. Their age becomes part of the accusation. Their clothes become part of the accusation. Their reserve becomes part of the accusation. Society cannot look at them merely as people who may have committed murder. It must also explain how they became the sort of women who could. That is the cultural work the phrase, "Three Sisters in Black," had already begun to do. This chapter asks what lies beneath it. For all the lurid fascination the case provoked, the women at its center did not step outside history. They were not free-floating monsters. They were older female relatives living in a period that granted women limited formal power and immense informal responsibility. They had likely learned, over years, how to stretch money, manage appearances, organize rooms, regulate emotion, and speak with authority on matters of illness, decency, and domestic necessity. In another family, under other pressures, those same capacities might have sustained life. In Ocey's household, if the suspicions were correct, they appear to have been transformed into tools of control and, ultimately, into instruments of death. This is what makes the case so important as a crime of women. It reveals female power not as an aberration, but as a fact of domestic life. Too often, history writes women as powerless until they offend, at which point it suddenly rediscovers their capacity to act. The truth is less flattering to the culture that prefers such simplifications. Women always possess forms of power, though not always the forms that law or politics most readily recognized. They governed interiors. They controlled access. They handled food, medicine, garments, rooms, moods, and moral language. They determined who was fit to receive visitors, who was overexcited, who was keeping up appearances, who was too weak to decide. This was intimate power, not public office, but it was power all the same. Where character was sound, it could sustain households through adversity. Where character decayed under pressure, it could become terrifying. Ocey's story belongs to that second possibility. A crime of women, then, does not necessarily mean a crime committed in a flamboyantly feminine style. It means a crime emerging from the structures through which women traditionally exercised authority. Not the knife in the alley, not the pistol on the road, but the room, the bed, the bottle, the note, the bath, the story told in a low and sorrowful voice to those who arrive too late. Such crimes are often less visible because the actions involved resemble the gestures of care. Feeding, tending, washing, settling, soothing, administering, interpreting. The boundary between nurture and domination is crossed not by abandoning domestic function, but by corrupting it from within. That is why these cases haunt so long. They contaminate ordinary acts. After a crime like this, the bath is no longer merely a bath. The medicine is no longer merely a medicine. The older female relative is no longer merely a caretaker. Everything associated with household trust acquires an aftershadow. The public response to such cases often oscillates between disbelief and overstatement. First comes resistance. Surely women, mothers, aunts, respectable mourners, could not do this. Then, once the possibility gains traction, comes embellishment. They were witches, furies, black widows, grotesques of greed and cunning. Both responses obscure reality. The first protects comforting illusions. The second makes the women too exceptional, too theatrical, and thus too easy to place outside ordinary life. The more useful response is harder. It asks how ordinary domestic authority, when joined to financial desperation, household hierarchy, and a vulnerable victim, can produce lethal outcomes without requiring the offenders to become mythic. The answer is not flattering. Women, no less than men, can exploit dependency. Women, no less than men, can convert care into access and access into control. Women, perhaps more effectively in some domestic contexts, can make coercion look like concern because society already expects them to occupy that role. That expectation becomes a shield. It also becomes a weapon of delay. A sick young mother under the supervision of older female relatives does not immediately invite suspicion. She invites sympathy for the household, patience with its privacy, respect for its burdens. The very cultural ideal that casts women as moral custodians helps conceal those moments when some women have ceased to be custodians of life and have become managers of someone else's useful death. This is not because femininity is false. It is because virtue attached to social role is never a sufficient guarantee of conduct. In Ocey's case, that lesson is brutal. The women later suspected were not merely nearby when she died. They were bound to her through exactly those relations society most readily romanticizes: mothering, aunting, female kinship, domestic solidarity under strain. The horror lies partly in the fact that such bonds should have furnished the strongest protection. Instead, they appear to have intensified control. The same intimacy that made the women plausible caretakers also made them efficient overseers of weakness. The home did not restrain danger. It organized it. There is another reason this case must be read as a crime of women. It exposes the emotional economies in which female violence may operate. Men's violence is often imagined as eruptive, though this is also a simplification. Female violence in domestic history has more often been coded as patient, cumulative, indirect, managerial. It may rely less on open force and more on attrition, less on public threat and more on the quiet making of a person smaller, less on obvious domination and more on the moral vocabulary of duty and practical necessity. Such violence does not always leave the signs the law most easily reads at first glance. It thrives in ambiguity, in socially sanctioned access, in the ability to decide what is wrong with another person and how that wrongness ought to be handled. That seems grimly apt to Ocey's life. She was weakened before the bath. She was interpreted before the note. She was managed before the death. The women around her held not only physical proximity, but explanatory power. This is female authority at its darkest. Not merely the power to act upon a body, but the power to name what that body's suffering means. The era's anxieties about female criminality were shaped strongly by poison, concealment, emotional performance, and the home. Ocey's case intersects with all of these, whether literally or symbolically. Even when the method is drowning rather than poison, the logic is similar. The victim is often already compromised, already subdued, already within the reach of those able to approach without resistance. The act is intimate, but its success depends less on sudden strength than on prior control. That is one reason male observers and newspaper readers found such cases so unnerving. They revealed forms of power men had often ignored or sentimentalized because those forms operated in spaces culturally assigned to women. Once exposed, those spaces could never look quite so innocent again. This does not mean women's domestic labor should be treated with suspicion in general. That would be absurd and unjust. Most care is care. Most mothers do protect. Most aunts do support. But true crime at its best does not defend social myths against unpleasant evidence. It studies where those myths failed. In Ocey's case, the myth that female kinship naturally shields the vulnerable failed with lethal force. The women did not become powerful by stepping into male roles. They became powerful by perfecting the authority already available to them as women. This is a harder truth for society to digest than simple female monstrosity. Monsters are easy. They excuse the world. Structures are harder. They implicate it. If older women could manage a younger woman's life so completely that her weakness became useful, her death profitable, and her apparent suicide narratively convenient, then the problem is not merely individual wickedness. It is also the broader arrangement that gave those women unquestioned access to her body, mood, money, and story. It is the social reluctance to doubt female domestic authority. It is the ease with which private suffering is left in the hands of the family, especially when the family presents itself through familiar signs of burden and respectability. In that sense, a crime of women is also a crime made possible by what the wider world assumes women cannot be. One might say that Ocey was murdered twice by gendered expectation. First, by the expectations that allowed older female relatives to exercise overwhelming control over her life without early institutional challenge. Second, by the expectations that made the initial story of her despair so plausible because she was a weak, tired, diminished young mother. The same cultural scripts protected the women and diminished the victim. That is why gender must remain central to the case, not as decoration but as mechanism. It is also why the public's fascination with the women, however distorted, was not entirely misplaced. People sensed that the case touched something foundational. A domestic murder by women for money, hidden behind care, threatened the imagined moral economy of the home. It suggested that female dependence and female authority could meet in ways far more dangerous than sentiment allowed. It showed that the household was not only the refuge of women, but a site where women might exercise power with appalling efficiency over other women. This truth remains uncomfortable because it resists easy politics and easy pity alike. The women at the center of the case were not men in disguise. They were not liberated by violence. They were not aberrations outside history. They were women shaped by material pressure, domestic responsibility, constrained opportunity, and household power, all of which may help explain them without in the least excusing them. That is precisely why the case endures. It offers no reassuring moral distance. It does not say the home failed because masculinity invaded it. It suggests the home may fail through its own internal hierarchies, through women acting as women in roles society has normalized, but acting without mercy. There is, finally, a sadness in how public response to crimes like this so often magnifies the women's image and diminishes the victim's life. Ocey disappears once more behind the significance of the female offenders. Readers remember the black dresses, the phrase, the eerie unity of the suspected women. They forget the young mother whose body, weakness, and silence made the crime possible. Any serious true crime account must resist that imbalance. To call this a crime of women is not to move Ocey further from the center. It is to explain the particular social machinery that closed around her. For the machinery was gendered from the beginning. The child was trained into obedience by female authority. The adult was managed through maternal and avuncular oversight. The weak mother was interpreted through the language of feminine frailty. The death was dressed in the script of female despair. The mourners wore the social costume of female grief. The public, shocked that women could do such a thing, turned them into legend. Nothing in this chain can be understood properly if women are treated as incidental to power. By now the family story has begun to fracture. The money has been followed. The body has challenged the room. The women themselves have shifted in public imagination from somber caretakers to possible architects of murder. The next stage is almost unavoidable. A case so charged with gender, motive, atmosphere, and contradiction cannot remain in the private register. It must move into court, where society will attempt to translate domestic horror into legal speech. That translation will never be perfect. Courts like facts cleaner than family life provides them. Jurors like motives tidier than greed and care intertwined. Reporters will continue to favor image over nuance. Still, The courtroom matters because it is where a crime of women ceases to be merely scandal and becomes a formal question of guilt. But before the trial begins, one truth should be fixed. Ocey was not destroyed by some abstract darkness. She was destroyed, if the case against the women was right, by a very specific configuration of female authority, domestic access, financial desperation, and cultural trust. That is what made it a crime of women. Not because women are uniquely terrifying when they kill, but because the particular powers available to them in private life can, under corruption, become instruments as lethal as any more openly violent force. And once society sees that clearly, it cannot entirely return to its easier illusions. Chapter 17. Into Court. There comes a point in every notorious domestic crime when the household loses its final claim to privacy. The doors that once kept strangers at the edge of things no longer suffice. Rooms are replaced by transcripts. Family explanation is translated into sworn testimony. Objects once handled in distress or calculation become exhibits. The dead woman's body, which in life was managed by those around her and in death was arranged to speak a prepared story, passes into the custody of institutions. No longer does the case belong chiefly to the family, the neighbors, or the first stunned observers standing in a hallway or bathroom doorway. It belongs now to the court, and the court asks of private life a question private life most fears. What, precisely, happened here, and who is to answer for it? That passage from household to courtroom is never clean. The law likes sequence, motive, evidence, culpability. Family life offers dependence, resentment, hierarchy, silence, habit, self-deception, and motives that have often ripened over years in forms too intimate and compromised to be reduced without loss. The courtroom, therefore, does not so much reproduce domestic truth as force it into a public grammar. Some things sharpen in that translation. Others flatten. Atmosphere must become testimony. Unease must become inference. A house full of women, debts, weakness, and practical cruelty must be arranged into a prosecutable narrative capable of surviving cross-examination and satisfying the jurors' need for coherence. In the case of Ocey Snead, the journey into court was itself part of the spectacle. By then the case had already acquired the elements the press most eagerly consumed. A young woman drowned in a bathtub, a suspicious note, family financial motive, a body whose condition contradicted the first story, and above all the image of the women later remembered as the three sisters in black. Public curiosity had long since outrun private sorrow. The trial would not merely determine criminal liability. It would stage, for a broader audience, a conflict between two competing readings of domestic life. On one side stood the household's version, a weak and unhappy woman whose death arose from her own despair. On the other stood the prosecution's darker theory. That weakness had been managed, money had been organized around it, and the final scene in the bathroom represented not inward collapse but family murder disguised as suicide. Courts are drawn to such stark oppositions, even when the reality beneath them is more layered. That does not mean the opposition was false. In Ocey's case, it appears to have captured the essential moral struggle accurately enough. Yet one should remember what was lost in the process. A household is not simply a mechanism of motive. The women in black were not only defendants, they were also products of the domestic, economic, and gendered world that had shaped their forms of authority. Ocey was not only a victim in an evidentiary chain, she was a person whose life had been reduced in stages before it ended in the bath. Willie Snead was not only a witness, nor the child only an emotional fact. Still, the courtroom could not absorb all of that complexity equally. It had to decide. And deciding requires simplification. This is one reason trials fascinate the public even as they distort what they reveal. They promise clarity at precisely the point where history is thickest with ambiguity. The courtroom arranges people in visible relation to one another. The accused are seen. Their faces are read. Their clothing is described. Their demeanor becomes a public text. Witnesses speak under oath. Lawyers select facts and sequence them for effect. The body of the dead woman, absent yet omnipresent, is represented through medical testimony, photographs perhaps, material descriptions, the cold paraphrase of those who examined what remained of her. Everything private is brought, as far as possible, into common view. For the women in Ocey's case, This must have constituted a reversal both practical and symbolic. They had long exercised power through interiority, within rooms, through family roles, through access, through explanation, through the moral privacy of care. Court stripped those privileges from them. Their account of Ocey's life was no longer taken as given. Their words had to compete with the doctor's findings, with the policies, with the note's suspicious convenience, with the accumulating witness impressions, with the prosecution's claim that what looked like sorrow had all along concealed something colder. The women who had once governed meaning inside the household now found meaning being governed around them. That is a profound shift in any family crime. It is especially profound in a case shaped so strongly by female domestic authority. The courtroom is a public, masculine-coded space of official judgment. The household, particularly in this story, had been a feminine-coded space of intimate rule. To move from one to the other is not merely to change settings. It is to transfer jurisdiction. The older women who may once have decided who could see Ocey, how she was described, when she was to be disturbed, what her weakness signified, and how her death should be interpreted were now themselves subject to an alien regime of timing, questioning, procedure, and public reading. Their former authority did not disappear, but it changed character. No longer natural, it became suspect. No longer domestic, it became strategic. No longer accepted as care, it was interrogated as control. This tension would have shaped the atmosphere of the court as much as any single item of evidence. Trials of women, especially notorious women, are never only about acts. They are also about performance. The public watches to see how female defendants inhabit accusation. Are they cold, tearful, composed, insolent, broken, too theatrical, insufficiently emotional? Every gesture is read morally. A male defendant may be judged on evidence and demeanor. A female defendant is judged also on femininity itself. Does she appear as a mother should? As a mourner should? As a respectable older woman should? Has she worn black too effectively, or not effectively enough? Is her reserve dignity or hardness? Is her composure innocence or proof that something in her has long since departed from ordinary feeling? Such readings are unstable and often unfair. They are also historically inevitable. The women in black had already become a phrase before the courtroom fully claimed them. The trial would only intensify that transformation. Reporters and readers did not come merely to hear about policies and pathology. They came to see the women themselves, to place their dark public image beside the machinery of the law and ask whether the outer signs of weird female sorrow truly belong to guilt. In that sense, the courtroom became a second stage after the bathroom. The first stage had been arranged by the household to persuade. The second was arranged by the state to test persuasion against evidence. Ocey herself, as in so many murder trials, was present chiefly through others. Her body had spoken through medical findings. Her alleged note had attempted to speak in her name. Her life was summarized in fragments: weakness, marriage, motherhood, dependence, financial value, the stories told about her. The trial could not restore her voice. It could only decide whether the voices that had claimed to speak for her death were lying. That limitation matters. Courts do not resurrect the dead into full personhood. They render verdicts upon the living. The danger for the writer is to let the dramatic contest between prosecution and defense eclipse the woman whose reduction made the contest necessary in the first place. Still, court mattered because it forced public structure onto private horror. The prosecution, to succeed, had to perform a difficult task. It had to make the invisible visible without overreaching. It had to show that the scene in the bathroom was not self-explanatory but staged, that the note was not closure but contrivance, that Ocey's body revealed prior depletion inconsistent with the household story, and that the financial arrangements surrounding her life gave the women around her strong reason to prefer her death. More than that, it had to persuade jurors that a crime of women, a domestic murder committed under cover of care and female respectability, was not only possible but proved. This would not have been a trivial burden. Societies are slow to doubt the moral signs attached to female caregiving, even when evidence pushes them to do so. The defense, by contrast, had a simpler task in form, though not in substance. It did not need to produce a perfect alternative history. It needed only to preserve reasonable doubt. That doubt could be nourished in many ways. By emphasizing Ocey's weakness and supposed melancholy. By invoking the natural confusion of death and grief. by attacking the certainty of medical conclusions, by suggesting that what looked like financial motive was merely practical household foresight, by framing the prosecution's case as a lurid overreading of a tragic but private event. In a murder trial, especially one heavy with atmosphere, the defense often relies on the law's hesitation before narrative excess. Surely, they may say in effect, the state is turning sorrow into drama, domestic oddity into conspiracy, female eccentricity into homicide. This is why the trial was never only about facts. It was also about whose narrative style would appear more credible. The prosecution had to turn a family system into a case. The defense had to turn a case back into a sorrowful accident or suicide shadowed by misunderstanding. Jurors, meanwhile, sat between these competing acts of translation. They were not historians, nor sociologists, nor theorists of gendered power. They were listeners asked to decide whether the women before them had, in effect, taken a weak young mother whose life was already narrowed by dependence and converted her final vulnerability into an opportunity for gain. That is not a simple intellectual act. It requires not merely following evidence, but overcoming deeply ingrained assumptions about what kinds of women commit what kinds of crimes, and under what signs of respectability or grief. One imagines the courtroom charged with conflicting moral atmospheres, the somber visual residue of the women's public image, the cool authority of doctors, the practical dryness of policy documents and financial records, the emotional undertow of a dead mother and living child, the peripheral sadness of Willie, the hunger of the press for theater, the strain, perhaps visible on the defendants themselves, of sustaining composure while their household's private order was dismantled in public. Murder trials often look decisive in retrospect. In the moment, they are full of pressure and uncertainty. Witnesses falter. Lawyers overplay. Judges correct. Jurors watch faces as much as words. Reporters amplify whatever symbol they think readers will remember longest. The dead woman's life is cut into portions serviceable for argument. The accused become at once people and emblems. All of this would have been true in Ocey's case, perhaps more than in most, because so much of the public already believed it knew what sort of story it was seeing. The danger in such knowledge is that it may become prejudice. The value in court is that prejudice, at least in theory, must meet proof. This is why the chapter, Into Court, marks a threshold more significant even than public scandal. Scandal names. Court tests. The phrase, 3 sisters in black, may have fixed the defendants in popular imagination, but only the legal process could attempt to tether that image to formal culpability. The state had to say not merely that the women seemed strange, or even that their household life had been dark and coercive, but that they were criminally responsible for the death of Ocey Snead. To say such a thing publicly and officially is to take on a burden equal in some sense to the one previously borne by suspicion. If the state failed, the women might remain socially tainted yet legally uncondemned. If it succeeded, the household's hidden arrangements would be translated into a verdict the world could cite thereafter as settled. Either way, the trial would change the afterlife of the case. No longer would it be merely a story of strange women and a dead girl in a bath. It would become a judicial narrative, with all the authority and all the simplification that phrase implies. The trial also did something subtler. It exposed the limits of domestic privacy as defense. Throughout Ocey's life, privacy had worked against her. It allowed her weakness to be managed, her access to outsiders filtered, her story told by stronger voices, her death almost successfully written as her own decision. In court, privacy could no longer function in quite the same way. Hidden things had to be dragged into sequence. Private motives had to be inferred from public acts and documents. The family could not simply ask to be left alone with its tragedy. The state, standing in for a wider society, claimed the right to penetrate the household and decide whether what had occurred there belonged to sorrow or crime. That claim is one of modernity's hardest and most necessary intrusions. Without it, family murder disguised as care would too often remain unanswerable. And yet, even as one acknowledges the necessity of the court, one must recognize its incompleteness. Trials can punish. They cannot restore. They can reject the family's final lie. They cannot undo the years in which Ocey's weakness was normalized, her marriage marginalized, her motherhood burdened, her value translated into policy, her body reduced enough that the bath could be used as the last stage of a plan. The courtroom arrives at the end of these processes. It judges their climax, not their whole human cost. Still, endings matter. Formal judgment matters. Public contradiction of the household's story matters. For a woman so long spoken over, even partial justice represents a profound reversal. By the time the case entered court, then, all the essential elements were in place. The bath no longer stood alone. The note no longer persuaded cleanly. The body had challenged the room. The money had supplied motive. The family stories had begun to fracture. The women themselves had become legible not as mourners first, but as defendants. The courtroom could now do what the household had so carefully tried to prevent: place all these things in relation, and ask whether their relations spelled design. That question would govern everything that followed. The prosecutors would press towards it. The defense would resist it. The jurors would carry it back into deliberation. The newspapers would translate it into headlines and legend. And Ocey, silent at the center, would remain the absent measure against which all this public effort was finally judged. For now, the doors have opened. The black dresses have entered. The witnesses are waiting. The papers have been stacked. The body is ready to speak through others once more. The household is no longer a household in the eyes of the law. It is a case. And cases, once publicly made, do not belong to the family any longer. Chapter 18. Medicine, Motive, and the Meaning of Water. Courts prefer facts, but facts in murder trials rarely arrive unaccompanied. They come already burdened with interpretation. A doctor names what the body suggests. A lawyer arranges those suggestions into sequence. A family offers alternative explanations, each shaded by interest. Jurors hear not only evidence, but competing meanings. This is especially true in a case like Ocey Snead's, where the final scene had been so carefully prepared to mean one thing, and the body so stubbornly invited another. By the time the trial reached its evidentiary core, the question was no longer merely whether Ocey had died in water. Everyone knew that she had. The deeper question was what the water meant. Did it represent self-destruction? Did it complete an already desperate act of feminine despair? Or had it been chosen because it could be made to look like precisely those things while concealing a death imposed from outside? If the previous chapter marked the household's entry into public judgment, this one marks the place where that judgment had to be built from more than atmosphere. The prosecution could not convict on black dresses, strange demeanor, and financial suspicion alone. The defense could not rely forever on the pathos of a weak woman and the intuitive plausibility of a note beside a bath. Sooner or later, both sides had to come to the body and to the practical question of whether what happened in that room matched the life, condition, and final capacity of the woman found there. Medicine thus became more than supporting testimony. It became the bridge between room and motive. That is what made it so powerful. In a household crime, motive without mechanism can look speculative. Mechanism without motive can look accidental or tragic. But once medical testimony begins to show that the physical condition of the victim sits uneasily beside the scene's intended explanation, the two domains start to converge. The woman was weak in ways consistent with prolonged diminishment. The death scene was arranged in a manner convenient to those who stood to gain. The bath, which first looked like the final location of her own will, begins instead to resemble an instrument chosen because it would harmonize with the lie prepared around her. Water, in that sense, was not only method, it was rhetoric. This is among the most disturbing truths of the case. A body in a bath speaks in culturally legible ways. It suggests privacy, sadness, feminine retreat, bodily surrender. In the early 20th century, as in many periods, a woman drowned in domestic water could too easily be fitted into an imaginative script of weakness and self-erasure. The method carried symbolic force far beyond its physical reality. Whoever arranged such a scene, if arranged it was, relied not simply on the drowning itself, but on the social meanings already attached to drowning in that space. The prosecution, therefore, had to do something difficult: strip water of its sentimental legibility and return it to material fact. A woman in water is not necessarily a woman who chose it. A weak woman in water is not necessarily a woman who entered it independently. A note near water is not necessarily a truthful explanation of what occurred there. The bath, in other words, could no longer be allowed to narrate itself. This is where medical testimony carried its full dramatic and legal weight. Doctors could speak to Ocey's bodily condition, to signs of prior depletion, to the possibility of drugging or incapacity, to the difficulty of reconciling her state with the image of a self-directing act. Their words would not have possessed modern forensic precision, and one must resist the temptation to overstate certainty. But certainty is not the only thing that matters in court. Plausibility matters too. If trained men could persuade the jury that Ocey's body bore the marks of someone already too weak, too diminished, or too compromised to fit the household's account cleanly, then the entire moral balance of the case shifted. The water no longer cleansed suspicion. It deepened it. This is perhaps the true meaning of the chapter's title. Medicine, motive, and the meaning of water. Names not three separate subjects, but three threads drawn tight around one another. Medicine asked what the body could plausibly have done. Motive asked who needed the body to seem capable of precisely that. Water became the point where these questions met. One can imagine the prosecution's case advancing with grim clarity. Ocey was weak. She had been weakened further within the household. Financial interests surrounded her life. The family had long managed the interpretation of her body and mind. A note was conveniently present. The body, however, did not cooperate with the suggested simplicity of the scene. Therefore, the most reasonable explanation was not suicide but murder disguised in the form of female self-destruction. This is a formidable narrative, especially when supported by cumulative evidence rather than any single theatrical revelation. The defense, on the other hand, would have had to work hard against accumulation. It could challenge the doctors. It could question whether physical weakness precluded suicide. It could suggest that grief and desperation take forms outsiders cannot predict. It could insist that financial arrangements were prudent rather than predatory, that household management was necessity rather than control, that prosecutors were mistaking eccentricity and hardship for homicidal design. Most of all, it could attack the prosecution's confidence. Medicine was not omniscient. Motive was not proof. Water still drowned, whatever meaning lawyers later draped upon it. Such arguments are not foolish. Indeed, they are exactly what a defense ought to make. This is what keeps the chapter honest. One must not write as though every point was effortless for the state. Historical trials are rarely that simple. Bodies can be overread. Prosecutors can be tempted by narrative elegance. Women already made strange in public imagination can be convicted as much by mood as by proof, if care is not taken. The defense's insistence on uncertainty belongs to justice as much as the prosecution's insistence on suspicion. Yet here, as the case seems to have developed, uncertainty had limits. Too many lines pointed in the same direction. The water alone might have deceived. The water plus the body, the note, the money, the household control, and the women's own fractured story became far harder to explain away. That is how murder is often proved in intimate settings, not by one fact, but by convergence. It is worth pausing over the doctor's position in this. Medical experts in cases of domestic female death occupy a difficult moral and rhetorical ground. They are asked to speak with authority about the dead body, but that authority is always partial. The body cannot be questioned. The household may have altered the scene. The broader conditions of the victim's life must be inferred. Yet when the victim is a woman whose suffering has long been defined by others, mother, aunts, husband, neighbors, press, the doctor's testimony may offer the only language not primarily invested in preserving or dramatizing her social role. Cold though it is, medicine can free the body from myth. In Ocey's case, that freedom was indispensable. Without it, she might have remained permanently trapped in the category most useful to the household. The weak, unhappy young mother who finally succumbed to her own despair. Medicine did not restore her personhood, but it did challenge the theft of it. It insisted that whatever else Ocey had been, she was also a human body in a specific condition, and that condition had implications the family could not simply narrate away. The courtroom, in hearing this, would have been drawn into an older and larger cultural argument about women, water, and death. Female drowning occupies a peculiar place in social imagination. It has long been aestheticized, romanticized, moralist. The drowned woman is imagined as pale, passive, surrendered, carried away by feeling or fate. Such imagery softens violence. It encourages the observer to see death in water as somehow less brutal than other forms of killing, particularly when the victim is female. But drowning is not soft. It is bodily, panicked, resistant, and intimate in its horror. To return Ocey's death from symbol to mechanism was therefore also to restore some of its true violence. That restoration mattered because the defense, whether explicitly or not, could only benefit from the softening power of the bath. The prosecution needed jurors to imagine not the picturesque sadness of water, but the practical reality of a weakened woman being finished there because the setting would look sad enough to excuse itself. Water had to be translated from romance to instrument. The doctors assisted in that translation by denying the scene its supposed naturalness. A body already depleted, possibly drugged, certainly not thriving, does not sit comfortably within the defense's preferred image of a solitary and decisive act. The bath begins to look less like a woman's retreat and more like the final convenience chosen by others. This is where motive presses back into the medical frame. Why water? Because it fits the existing story of a weak woman. Why a note? Because water alone might not fully carry the narrative. Why such careful domestic arrangement? Because the death needed not only to occur, but to appear meaningful in a precise and useful way. Why would anyone do this? Because the woman at the center of it had become financially legible in death. Medicine supplies the difficulty. Motive supplies the reason. Water joins them. The chapter also invites reflection on the jury's burden. Jurors in such a case are not merely weighing isolated facts. They're being asked to decide whether ordinary objects and scenes have been lying to them. This is psychologically demanding. People like to trust the recognizable grammar of domestic life. A bath, a note, a grieving family. These feel easier to understand than the notion that women charged with care could reduce a younger relative to bodily weakness and then place her in water to simulate self-destruction. To convict requires crossing a threshold of imagination many people resist. One must admit not only that this crime could occur, but that it could occur under signs specifically chosen to resemble its opposite. That is why trials of this kind can feel, to spectators, almost like lessons in disillusion. The jury must learn that womanly sorrow can be performed, that family care can become access, that a weak body may be more vulnerable precisely because society misreads weakness as inwardness rather than coercion. That water can serve the liar as well as the mourner. If they learned that lesson in Ocey's case, it would have been through the combined pressure of medical detail and financial logic. The court did not need omniscience. It needed enough coherence to strip the household's story of credibility. Once the jurors could no longer believe that the meaning of the bath arose naturally from Ocey's own condition and action, the prosecution's larger theory became increasingly difficult to resist. There is a severe elegance to that theory. Perhaps too much elegance, one might worry. True crime must always be wary of solutions that fit too perfectly. Yet here the perfection belonged first to the household stage scene, not to the prosecution's dismantling of it. The state did not invent the neatness. It challenged it. It argued that the note was too useful, the setting too apt, the body too compromised, the financial arrangements too suggestive, the women's explanations too burdened by interest. In that context, the prosecution's narrative feels less like literary satisfaction and more like the necessary unwinding of a domestic fiction. Still, the courtroom remained a theater of competing styles as much as of proof. The doctors spoke in the clipped authority of science. The lawyers translated that authority into moral shape. The defendants embodied, in silence or speech, the social scandal of women accused of turning care into murder. The absent Ocey hovered as body, note, mother, and policyholder, each version of her pressed into service by someone. The press, no doubt, harvested every image it could. All this converged on the question of what the bath meant. A defense victory would preserve its first meaning: sorrow, retreat, self-destruction. A prosecution victory would impose the second: concealment, opportunism, murder. The difference between those meanings is the difference between tragedy and crime. By now the case was close to the point where the law would have to choose. The evidence had been laid. The body had been made to speak through medical witnesses. The money had been traced. The note had been challenged. The women's public image had been recontextualized as something more dangerous than mere eccentric mourning. All that remained was the formal act by which a court transforms argument into judgment. But before that judgment, one last truth should be fixed. Ocey did not merely die in water. She died in a contest over interpretation. Her body was placed in a scene meant to erase the violence done to her. Medicine reopened that scene. Motive explained why it had been arranged. And water, stripped of its sentimental disguise, emerged as the quiet accomplice chosen because it could carry a lie. That is the meaning of water in this case. Not purity, not release, not even simply death. Use. And once the court had seen that clearly enough, the verdict could not remain far away. Chapter 19. Verdict. After all the words, the law must finally do something terrible in its own right. It must reduce. A life has been lived in all its private density. A household has formed and decayed. A weak young woman has been managed, diminished, priced, and found dead in a bath beside a note meant to make meaning settle too quickly. Doctors have spoken. Witnesses have remembered in fragments. Money has been traced through paper that outlived the body to which it was attached. The women in black have passed from household authority to public suspicion, from suspicion to defendant status, from private managers of reality to figures whose reality is now managed by the court. All of this must, at the end, be compressed into a question answerable in one of the few languages the law truly knows. Guilty or not guilty. There is something both necessary and brutal about this compression. Necessary, because without formal judgment the dead remain too vulnerable to whatever story the living have found most useful. Brutal, because no verdict, however just, can restore the full shape of what has been lost or explain perfectly the inward corruption that led a family to treat one of its own as a source of relief in death. The law pronounces. It does not heal. It settles liability. It cannot reconstruct a woman's stolen life in all its vanished ordinary detail. Yet, even so, the verdict matters because it marks the point at which private power meets public refusal. The family's final account of Ocey would not, in the end, be the only account that survived. By the time the case reached that point, the bath no longer belonged to the household's interpretation. The room had failed to remain self-explanatory. The note had failed to close inquiry. The body had failed to consent to the lie. The money had failed to remain in the background. The women's somber public image had failed to protect them from the converging weight of motive, contradiction, and medical doubt. What remained was the formal act by which a jury, and through it the state, decided whether those failures amounted to proof. The suspense of verdict is often described theatrically, but in historical true crime the more interesting question is not whether the courtroom fell silent before the words were read. It almost certainly did. The more interesting question is what, by that moment, silence meant to the different people gathered there. For the defendants, perhaps, it meant the collapse of a world in which their authority had long gone unchallenged. For Ocey Snead, perhaps, it meant the dreadful narrowing of grief into legal outcome. For the lawyers, it meant the instant when narrative becomes consequence. For the press, it meant the securing of the case's afterlife in headline form. For the dead woman at the center of it all, though the law could not know this, it meant that the final theft attempted against her, the theft of authorship over her own death, had either been exposed or, if the verdict went the other way, tragically ratified. That is why verdict in this case carries moral weight beyond procedure. A guilty finding would not merely punish. It would reject the household's central fiction. It would say that Ocey did not drown in a bath because despair overcame her private will, but because others, standing within the very relations meant to protect her, had taken the conditions of her weakness and shaped them towards death. It would transform the note from explanation into evidence of deception. It would make the black dresses signify not burdened innocence, but the failure of respectable feminine performance to shield the truth forever. It would declare, in effect, that the domestic world had lied and that the law had chosen not to believe it. A not guilty outcome, by contrast, would not necessarily mean innocence in any deeper historical sense. It would mean only that doubt remained sufficient to prevent punishment. Yet in public memory, such distinctions often collapse. People remember verdicts more readily than burdens of proof. That is one reason they matter so much. In the case of Ocey Snead, the verdict carried the additional force of deciding how society would remember a crime of women. Had the state failed to persuade, the phrase "three sisters in black" might still have survived, but its meaning would have remained more spectral, more ambiguous, more dependent on scandal than on judgment. A successful prosecution fixed the phrase differently. It anchored the public's dark fascination to legal culpability. It turned what might have remained Gothic suggestion into judicial story. From that point forward, the women were no longer merely figures whom newspapers had found useful. They became women upon whom the law had laid responsibility. This is a powerful transformation, though not an infallible one. One should always be careful with verdicts in historical writing. Courts can be wrong. Juries can be seduced by narrative, prejudice, or public mood. Female defendants especially may be judged not only on evidence, but on whether they satisfy or offend the culture's expectations of womanhood. It is not enough simply to say that because a jury convicted, every ambiguity vanished. Yet here the accumulation of evidence, the body's condition, the family's financial interest, the suspicious arrangement of the death, the fractured household stories, makes the verdict feel less like a triumph of theater than like the necessary formal culmination of truths already pressing towards one another. The law, in other words, did not create the moral shape of the case. It ratified it. One imagines the words falling with a peculiar mixture of finality and incompletion. Guilty. Perhaps more than once, if more than one defendant stood answerable, each repetition tightening the knot between family, money, and death. There is a coldness in legal finality that can feel almost indecent after so intimate a crime. The household has been taken apart in public. Now the state arranges its remains in categories of punishment. Sentencing follows. Terms are pronounced. Time is measured out. The women who once moved through rooms, who once stood close enough to Ocey's body to tell the world what it meant, now stand as bodies themselves before another authority. They are no longer interpreting. They are being interpreted in the hardest available form. For the public, this often feels like closure. It is not closure. It is translation. The emotional life of the case does not end because a sentence is imposed. Ocey is still dead. The child is still motherless. Willie is still left with whatever guilt, impotence, anger, or exhausted sorrow the years have settled into him. The rooms in which the family once lived do not become clean because the court has spoken. The black dresses do not stop meaning what public imagination has already taught them to mean. And the older questions, how a family reaches such a condition, how female care becomes access to harm, how money and weakness grow entangled, remain after the gavel and the newspaper columns have moved on. Yet one should not, in the name of complexity, refuse the significance of formal judgment. A verdict is one of the few public acts by which a society tells the dead that the story arranged over them has not wholly prevailed. This matters especially in cases of staged suicide. Such crimes aim not only to kill but to recruit the victim's own image against herself. If the law accepts the staging, then the victim is lost twice. Once to violence, once to interpretation. If the law rejects it, something essential is restored, however imperfectly. The dead woman cannot be returned to life, but she is at least released from the false narrative imposed upon her body. Her death becomes legible again as wrongdoing done to her, not as the final product of her own supposed collapse. That release is perhaps the truest dignity the verdict could offer Ocey. It also forced the women's image into a new relation with truth. Up until the verdict, the three sisters in black remained partly a media construction, however suggestive. Afterwards, the image was joined to consequence. The black dresses no longer signified only public fascination with female strangeness. They became attached to criminal judgment. Their afterlife would still be theatrical in popular memory, but now theater rested upon legal substance. The women were not simply weird. They were condemned. And with condemnation came a different kind of silence. Not the silence of the bath. Not the silence of the note laid beside the body. Not the silence of the household trying to make inquiry stop at the bathroom door. A state silence. The silence after decision. The silence in which the accused are taken away and everyone left behind must begin to live with whatever form of justice has been achieved. One wonders what such justice meant to Willie. Historical records rarely dwell kindly on the interior life of men like him after the verdict. They are left in outline: husband, witness, survivor. But survival is not small. To sit through a trial in which one's wife has been translated into evidence, and the women once closest to her have been named her killers, is to undergo a kind of secondary unhousing. Whatever had once been confusing, frustrating, or humiliating within marriage is now fixed in a far harsher light. The story cannot be undone into domestic difficulty. It has become murder. The husband must then carry not only grief, but the knowledge that the woman he failed to protect died not in private despair, but inside a household struggle he could never master. And then there is the child. Verdicts do very little for children, except shape the language in which absence will later be explained. A child too young to understand loses a mother first as body, then as routine, then as memory. The law may one day provide a sentence to attach to that loss, but children do not live in verdicts. They live in the long afterlife of vanished touch, vanished voice, vanished daily presence. This is one reason true crime must never mistake conviction for restoration. The state punishes. It does not mother. It does not return to the child what the bath took away. Still, public reaction to a verdict often reveals what a society most wanted from the case. Relief, perhaps, that strange women had been contained. Satisfaction that the domestic lie had failed. Vindication of modern investigation and medical testimony. Moral excitement at seeing greed in mourning clothes brought low. The press, no doubt, would have framed the outcome with precisely such emphases. Trials end. Stories continue. Indeed, verdict often strengthens story by giving it the one thing journalism values almost as much as atmosphere: finality. But finality in true crime is always partial. The deeper human questions outlive the sentence. How long had Ocey known herself as weak in ways others found useful? At what point did care turn fully into management? Did the women convince themselves that necessity justified what they did? Did any one of them hesitate? Did the plan, if plan it was, emerge all at once or by dreadful increments? No verdict can settle these things entirely. What it can do is establish responsibility sufficient to prevent the household from keeping the last word. That is no small thing. In the architecture of this book, the verdict therefore functions as both end and refusal. It ends the legal drama. It refuses the domestic fiction. It says that all the elements gathered thus far, the child called Oceana, the household rule, the marriage without escape, the frailty, the insurance, the family trade, the rooms, East Orange, the bathtub, the note, the body, the women in black, the husband and witnesses, the money, the fractures in the family story, the recognition that this was a crime of women, were not merely suggestive fragments. Together they formed a pattern strong enough that the law chose to name it as crime. That naming carries its own somber dignity. There is no triumph in it, only correction. The correction is this: Ocey did not disappear because she was weak enough to end herself. She disappeared because weakness had been enclosed by power, priced by paper, and delivered into water under a story prepared by others. The verdict, at its best, restores that truth to public record. By now, however, even public truth is beginning to give way to aftermath. Once the sentence is imposed, the question is no longer chiefly who did it. It becomes what remains of Ocey's name, of her child, of Willie, of the condemned women, and of the case itself as it passes out of court and into memory. That is the next and quieter phase of every notorious crime. The law has spoken. The newspapers have had their climax. The black dresses have become legend attached to conviction. But the dead woman still waits, as she has waited all along, for history to decide whether it will remember only the spectacle around her or something more human and more lasting than spectacle. For now, though, the courtroom has done what it can. The household story has been broken. The women have been judged. The note has failed. The bath has been read differently at last. And the word the law speaks over all of it, guilty, is not enough, but it is not nothing. Chapter 20. What remained of Ocey? After the verdict, a case begins to thin. Not immediately. For a while there are still reports, reactions, sentencing details, the public appetite for one more summary of what has already been told. The names remain in circulation. The women in black continue to signify. The trial's language hardens into shorthand. People who followed the case speak of it as settled, though in truth what they mean is not that understanding has become complete, but that the machinery of public attention has moved from uncertainty to conclusion. It is enough for most. The dead have been translated into judgment. The living have been arranged into categories of guilt, pity, survival, notoriety. The newspapers begin, slowly, to look elsewhere. And then the real afterlife begins. It is the afterlife not of ghosts, but of remainder. What remains of a woman once the law has finished with the people accused of killing her? What remains of a young mother whose death drew public fascination not only because she died, but because the women around her looked so memorable in grief and suspicion? What remains when the legal system has pronounced sufficiently to satisfy its own needs, but cannot return a voice, a body, a daily presence, or the ordinary texture of a life broken before it had much chance to become properly its own? What remained of Ocey Snead was, at first glance, not enough. This is one of the bitterest truths in historical true crime. The victim, however central in death, is often peripheral in aftermath. The machinery of investigation, trial, and punishment revolves around the dead body for a time, then moves on. The defendants continue to exist as social figures. Their motives, faces, clothing, speech, and sentences remain narratable. The victim, by contrast, risks being compressed more and more tightly into the final emblem. The drowned woman, the weak wife, the mother found in a bath, the girl with the strange name. Once a case has entered legend, the victim frequently survives only in relation to the spectacle of her own ending. This chapter resists that vanishing as far as the record permits. To ask what remained of Ocey is not merely to ask what happened after the trial. It is also to ask what the trial and the scandal failed to destroy. There is, after all, something stubborn in personhood. It does not yield entirely to public narrative, though public narrative tries very hard. Even in fragment, a life may push back. A name too distinctive to disappear quietly. The fact of motherhood, the remembered weakness that, once read properly, becomes not evidence against her but evidence of what was done to her. The body that refused the first lie. The legal correction that placed responsibility back upon those who had sought to make her death appear self-authored. These things do not restore Ocey fully, but they prevent her from being wholly consumed by the legend of the women who surrounded her. Still, the remainder is thin. She left no rich archive of self-description, no diary sufficient to return us her inner weather, no full run of letters by which we might trace how she understood her marriage, her child, her mother, her aunts, her weakness, her fears, her diminishing world. What survives instead are the usual sad proxies granted to women in historical crime. Other people's descriptions, medical observations, legal summaries, newspaper emphases, and the mute significance of what was done to her body. One learns the outline of her life by pressure rather than self-disclosure. She was acted upon so consistently that action itself becomes the record. That is an injury beyond death. It is not only that Ocey died. It is that she was left so vulnerable to being narrated by others, first by family, then by doctors, then by prosecutors, then by newspapers, and now by history. The task is therefore not to pretend certainty where none exists, but to gather carefully the human residue still visible between those competing claims. That residue, though sparse, is meaningful. A young woman, a wife not fully protected by marriage, a mother whose child survived her, a body already reduced before it entered the bath, a life enclosed by stronger family wills, a death made to carry a story not her own, a legal judgment that, however imperfectly, refused that imposed story. From these fragments one can begin to speak of what remained. First, there remained the child. This fact matters beyond sentiment. Children are the longest afterlife of family crime. A husband may remarry or withdraw into obscurity. Defendants may be imprisoned, die, or pass into infamy. Public memory may distort and fade. But a child carries loss into time differently. A child grows in the shape of an absence not chosen. Whatever else happened in the years after Ocey's death, one thing is certain. Her child grew in a world from which the mother had been removed by violence, and in which the explanation for that removal was burdened with scandal, legal judgment, and the suffocating atmosphere of family betrayal. The record may not follow that child in the fullness such a life deserves. History rarely does. Yet one should not pass too quickly over the fact. A child's existence insists that Ocey's life was not merely a prelude to a courtroom. She belonged to daily continuities of feeding, holding, soothing, and being needed. The bath shattered those continuities, but the child remained as living witness in the deepest, most bodily sense. Not a witness who could testify, but one whose life had been formed within Ocey's, and then violently severed from it. It is one of the quietest and most devastating forms of remainder. Then there remained Ocey Snead. Husbands in true crime aftermath often become ghostly figures in their own right. Too close to the story to disappear. Too marginal in the public telling to receive full attention. Ocey, throughout the case, had seemed like a man occupying the edge of his marriage, a husband displaced by stronger female kin, and a household system he could neither master nor wholly escape. After the verdict, what remained to him would have been not merely widowhood, but the harsh reclassification of his confusion into certainty. The strange tensions, the humiliating exclusion, the household explanations, the weakness he had failed to remedy or perhaps failed fully to interpret. All these now existed under the legal sign of murder. That knowledge is a form of remainder too. History cannot tell us fully what he made of it. Whether he felt relief that the law had named the truth. Whether guilt settled more heavily upon him once private strangeness became public crime. Whether his grief remained tangled with resentment, helplessness, or some more exhausted mood beyond those simpler words. But he remained, and his remaining matters because it restores dimension to the case. Ocey's death did not only produce a conviction. It left behind a husband obliged to continue in the world after learning that the domestic sphere from which he had been half excluded was not merely oppressive or difficult, but murderous. Such survival has its own loneliness. There also remained the convicted women, though this chapter is not chiefly theirs. That they remained is important because historical memory often prefers villains to victims not only in the moment of scandal but in its longer afterlife. The women in black, once judged, did not vanish from public imagination. If anything, conviction fixed them more securely within it. Their image hardened into story. They became the enduring thing readers remembered. This is partly why a chapter titled What Remained of Ocey is necessary. It pushes against the habitual drift by which what remains of the case is said to be the women themselves rather than the damaged life at its center. And yet one must acknowledge the injustice honestly. In cultural memory, the women remained more vividly than Ocey did. They had the stronger image, the phrase attached to them, the theatrical atmosphere, the public appetite for female monstrosity. Ocey had only her name, her weakness, her bath, and the fact that the law eventually refused to let these be read as proof against her. This imbalance is not accidental. It is built into the way sensational history works. The dead woman is pitted for a season. The offenders become archetypes. To write responsibly against that tendency is one of the book's quiet obligations. What else remained? A record, partial and compromised, yet significant. A body of testimony, newspaper columns, legal conclusions, fragments of description. The dreadful utility of the note, now transformed from attempted closure into evidence of deceit. The memory of the body's condition, which made it impossible to preserve the fiction of a woman acting freely in her last moments. These things remained not as full memorial, but as resistant matter, enough to prevent Ocey from being absorbed entirely into the role of the girl in the bathtub. One may say, cautiously, that what remained of Ocey was truth reclaimed in pieces. Not total truth, not intimate truth, not the inward account of her own heart, but the truth that she had been wronged. The truth that weakness had not made her responsible for her own ending. The truth that the story laid over her body was false. The truth that those nearest to her, rather than protecting her, had stood within the circle of that falsehood and sought benefit from it. These are severe truths. They do not comfort, but they matter because they return moral proportion to the case. There is another sense in which something remained of Ocey, the shape of vulnerability her life reveals. Historical victims often become important not only for what happened to them, but for what their lives teach about the conditions under which exploitation flourishes. Ocey's life had been marked by a devastating confluence of dependency, female family control, marriage without sufficient escape, bodily weakness, financial valuation, and the social readability of feminine despair. That shape remains. It survives the particulars of names and dates because it is not unique to one case. Readers recognize, sometimes unwillingly, that the pattern has not vanished from the world. People are still enclosed by family systems that turn care into control. Weakness is still interpreted by those who benefit from governing it. Women are still vulnerable to being read as authors of their own destruction when what they most need is intervention. In that sense, Ocey remains not as emblem, but as warning. One should be careful with that word. Warnings can flatten the dead into lessons. Yet there are some histories whose moral force cannot be ignored. Ocey's case warns against trusting domestic signs too readily, against assuming female kinship is necessarily protective, against reading a weak young mother's despair as private fact without asking what structures enclosed it, against allowing financial motive to hide behind the sentimental language of burden and duty. Above all, it warns against treating the dead woman's final stillness as if it tells the whole story. Her stillness was arranged. Her life before it was active with other people's pressure. What remained of her was the revelation of that pressure, if one chooses to see it. But warnings, too, are not enough. For a life to remain, it must be imagined in more ordinary dimensions. One must resist the pull that makes every detail tend back towards the bath. Ocey must be thought of as someone who moved through rooms before she died in one. Someone who held or was held by her child. Someone who likely knew boredom, hunger, embarrassment, moments of affection, moments of fear, moments of wanting a simpler life than the one available to her. Someone who may have hoped marriage would enlarge her, or that motherhood would secure her place, or that weakness would pass, or that the women around her were overbearing rather than lethal. Someone whose days were made not only of doom, but of the small repetitions by which all human life proceeds until it no longer can. That ordinariness is also what remains. It remains as a claim against sensational reduction. The strange name does not make her unreal. The black dresses do not turn the case into folklore. The bath does not make her merely symbolic. She was an ordinary woman in the most important respect. Her life had the same inherent scale as any other, and her destruction was therefore as grave as any more publicly intelligible violence. What remains of her ought to be measured against that scale, not against the theatricality of the case's afterlife. There is also the matter of memory itself. Some victims fade because their cases never catch public attention. Others are trapped because their cases catch too much. Ocey belongs to the second category. Enough remained of the case for it to survive, but what survived most readily was not always what ought to have survived. This chapter stands in that difficult space. It cannot give back what the archive never kept. It can only insist that what remains of Ocey is more than the phrase attached to the women accused of killing her. She remained in the fact of maternal loss. She remained in the legal refusal of the household lie. She remained in the body's stubborn contradiction of the story prepared for it. She remained in the warning her life offers about domestic control under the language of care. She remained, most simply, in her name, Oceana, shortened to Ocey, a life too often reduced but not altogether erased. And perhaps that is the truest remainder any victim of historical crime can hope for. Not complete restoration, which history almost never grants, but enough human particularity that the dead cannot be wholly swallowed by the spectacle of what was done to them. After verdict, then, there was no triumph, only continuation in altered form. The child would continue. The husband would continue. The convicted women would continue for a time within punishment and infamy. The public would continue to tell the story, increasingly in shorthand. And Ocey would continue in fragments, vulnerable still to being used. Now by memory, by journalism, by later retellings, unless someone took care to gather those fragments into a shape at least recognizably human. That care is part of this book's work. The bath had taken enough. The household had taken enough. The note had tried to take even the meaning of her end. What remained of Ocey was therefore precious precisely because it was incomplete. It had survived pressure, spectacle, and theft. It could not tell us everything, but it could still insist on one thing with perfect clarity. She was here, she was used, and she ought to be remembered as more than the scene in which others hoped to bury her truth. Chapter 21. The case becomes legend. Some crimes end in court and begin again in memory. Not because the facts change, though they often blur. Not because the dead return, though their names sometimes rise unexpectedly through decades like things improperly buried. Rather, a case begins again in memory because public fascination does not preserve events neutrally. It distills them. It strips away what is slow, administrative, or morally repetitive, and leaves behind what can travel. An image, a phrase, an arrangement of mood, a single grotesque contrast sharp enough to endure when the finer grain of truth has worn away. This is how Ocey Snead's death passed from crime into legend. The legal case had ended. Responsibility had been named. The note had failed in its original purpose. The bath had been read otherwise. The women in black had moved from spectral suspicion to convicted infamy. Yet none of this meant the story would thereafter survive in proportion to what had actually happened. On the contrary, conviction often accelerates myth. Once uncertainty is reduced enough for the public to feel licensed to remember, what it remembers is seldom the whole. It remembers what can be repeated. And what could be repeated here was irresistible. A girl or young woman with an unusual name. A bathtub. A suspicious suicide note. Women dressed in black. Money somewhere behind it all. A murder that looked, at first glance, like a kind of domestic theater. That constellation was too vivid to remain merely archival. It begged to be retold. Retelling, however, is not preservation. It is transformation. The first transformation is usually compression. The long preparatory violence of the case, the household control, the bodily weakening, the administrative cruelty, the financial arrangements, the dynamics of female domestic power, contracts into the emblematic scene. The bath replaces the life before the bath. The note replaces the years in which Ocey's story had already been spoken for by others. The black dresses replaced the structural truth that the women were dangerous not because they looked strange, but because they were ordinary enough, socially enough legible as caretakers, to make their control effective. Legend always prefers the visible to the systemic. This is one reason the case remains memorable and misunderstood in equal measure. The public remembers the black dresses because dress can be pictured. It does not as readily remember insurance structures, bodily depletion, or the moral corrosion by which care became access and access became murder. It remembers the phrase, 3 sisters in black, because phrases travel. It forgets how much that phrase, for all its truth as image, also distorts. It turns women shaped by economic pressure, domestic authority, and long habits of control into near folkloric figures. Their danger becomes aesthetic before it remains structural. That shift is the beginning of legend. Legends need not be false to be misleading. Indeed, they are often most durable when rooted in something true but sharpened at one edge and dulled at another. The women did wear black. The death was in a bathtub. The note was central. Money was involved. But in legend these things cease to be parts of a sequence and become symbolic furniture. The reader no longer sees a weak young mother progressively reduced within a coercive household. The reader sees a Gothic tableau. The emotional truth of menace survives. The social truth of how menace operated begins to dissolve. There is a second transformation too. Moral simplification. History in its raw form is untidy. People are mixed, motives layered, guilt shared unevenly, weakness intertwined with complicity and self-deception. Legend cannot bear too much of this. It requires cleaner moral shapes. The victim becomes more innocent, flatter, more passive. The offenders become more uncanny, more unified, more wholly consumed by greed or wickedness than any actual persons can ever be. The public likes this because it relieves it of the harder task of examining ordinary structures. If the women were simply monstrous, then the world that trusted them need not examine why it trusted them. If Ocey was simply a frail, angelic victim, then the more uncomfortable realities of dependency, marriage, bodily weakness, and household power may recede. Such simplifications are emotionally satisfying and historically impoverishing. Ocey's legend suffered from both tendencies. She became the bathtub victim, rather than a woman whose life before the bath mattered urgently to understanding the murder. The women became near archetypes of female menace rather than older female relatives whose authority operated through familiar social channels. The case itself drifted towards the Gothic because the Gothic gave readers a language equal to the atmosphere, even if it displaced the social mechanisms beneath it. This drift was helped enormously by journalism. Newspaper culture in the early 20th century was perfectly equipped to turn criminal proceedings into durable public story. It knew how to isolate the memorable phrase, the unusual physical detail, the emotional contrast, the image that could survive even when a reader forgot the names of judges, prosecutors, and exact dates. 3 Sisters in Black was one such gift. It had cadence. It had image. It fused guilt and costumes so neatly that later retellings scarcely needed to do more than repeat it. The case became portable because journalism had already done the hard work of compressing it into a title. Titles are dangerous in true crime. They make cases graspable, but they also decide in advance what sort of thing the case will be. Once Ocey's story was absorbed into that title, it could easily be retold as an eerie anecdote rather than a deep study of family exploitation. People remembered that there were women in black. They forgot the longer history of a woman made usable by frailty, money, and domestic control. They remembered the bath. They forgot the body's resistance to the scene laid over it. They remembered murder for money. They forgot that the money was not grand inheritance in the melodramatic sense, but the colder modern paper logic of insurance and household desperation. This is how legend flattens modernity into folklore. A murder shaped by bureaucracy becomes a tale of dark women and a bath. A case about administrative violence inside family care becomes a story of strange ants. A legal correction to a staged suicide becomes a macabre curiosity passed between readers. And yet legend also performs a strange service. It keeps the dead from disappearing entirely. This is one of the more uncomfortable paradoxes in true crime. Without sensational compression, many victims would vanish from public memory far more completely than they do. Ocey remains partly because the case became memorable in exactly the wrong way. The title distorted, but it also preserved. The image of the bath reduced, but it also prevented total erasure. Her strange name stayed attached to the story because the story had acquired enough atmosphere to travel beyond the moment of prosecution. One cannot therefore simply reject legend without losing something. The task is harder. One must enter the legend and then dismantle it carefully enough that the human life beneath can be seen again. The case becomes legend not only through repetition but through adaptation. Each retelling makes choices. Some emphasize the bizarre appearance of the women, some the bathtub, some the financial motive, some the legal novelty, some the shock of female criminality. Very few dwell sufficiently on Ocey's life before death or on the slow household processes by which her weakness became so useful. This selectivity is not random. It reflects what readers and tellers have historically valued in crime. Atmosphere over administration. Image over structure. Surprise over the familiar banality of coercive family power. In this sense, the legend tells us not only about Ocey's case, but about the culture that kept retelling it. It wanted women who looked memorable. It wanted domestic horror in a single room. It wanted greed wrapped in mourning clothes. It wanted the old thrill of discovering murder where care should have been. What it wanted less was the patient recognition that such things happen not because families become suddenly uncanny, but because social habits around dependency and female authority allow exploitation to ripen unnoticed until the final act becomes almost narratively inevitable. Legend avoids the almost. It prefers the striking. There is also a more intimate way in which cases become legend. Through imperfect memory. A person recalls not the whole, but a shard. A woman drowned by relatives in a bathtub. A name beginning with O. A boarding house feel. Black dresses. Suicide staged for money. The recollection is wrong in parts, right in outline, eerie precisely because it has survived in fragments. This is how historical crime lives in ordinary minds. It returns as image before fact, mood before chronology. The case of Ocey Snead lends itself unusually well to this kind of survival because it was always built, in public telling, from a handful of unforgettable pieces. But the persistence of those pieces should not be mistaken for full remembrance. To remember a case as legend is not to remember a person as person. This matters especially for Ocey because she had already suffered reduction in life. Her weakness was interpreted by others. Her death was staged with meaning chosen by others. Her afterlife in memory then risked being captured by others again. Journalists, popular historians, curious readers, those who delight in the bizarre. She becomes, repeatedly, a center around which other people arrange sensation. The struggle to recover her from that arrangement is therefore also a struggle against the secondary violence of legend. One might ask, what would it mean for the case not to become legend? Perhaps it would mean a thinner cultural life, fewer readers, less survival in memory, more archival obscurity. The answer is not simple. Legend is a distortion, but it is also a vehicle. It carries the case forward. The problem arises when the vehicle becomes the whole road. Then no one remembers why the image was terrible in the first place. They remember only that it was memorable. The chapter's task, then, is not to strip the case of its legendary qualities, which would be impossible and somewhat dishonest. The legendary qualities are there: a bath, women in black, a young mother, a false note, insurance, conviction. What must be resisted is allowing those qualities to float free of the social and human realities that gave them force. The black dresses mattered because respectability mattered. The bath mattered because water could be made to mean female despair. The note mattered because weak women were already culturally legible as authors of self-destruction. The money mattered because modern paper systems had priced a vulnerable life. Once these connections are restored, legend becomes less misleading. It can be read not as pure Gothic, but as concentrated social truth. That reading is still unsettling. Indeed, it may be more unsettling than the legend alone. Gothic stories reassure us that horror belongs to extraordinary people in extraordinary frames. Ocey's true case says something harsher. That extraordinary horror may wear the face of domestic management, female duty, practical necessity, and somber respectability. The legend keeps the eerie mood. The history restores the ordinary mechanisms. Together they form the full afterlife of the case. And that afterlife is long. Cases like this survive because they offer what memory loves: image, phrase, and unresolved moral residue. Even after conviction, some part of the story remains dark enough to invite fresh fascination. How exactly did the women think? At what point did necessity become calculation? Did they feel pity, guilt, reluctance? How much did the household's routines change in the days before the bath? Was the note the product of panic or prior planning? These lingering uncertainties do not weaken the legend. They feed it. Public memory likes a case best when enough is known to horrify and enough remains uncertain to keep imagination active. Ocey's case possesses that balance and abundance. But for the serious writer, the point is not merely to admire the durability of the legend. It is to see what the legend has done. It has preserved the case, yes. It has also overcentered the women who killed her and undercentered the structures that made killing her possible. It has made atmosphere feel like explanation. It has encouraged retellers to treat the case as strange rather than as exemplary of enduring patterns in coercive domestic life. In short, it has made the story easier to repeat and harder to truly understand. This is why the penultimate chapter must dwell here. A book such as this does not only recount crime, it also examines how crime is remembered. If it failed to do that, it would risk becoming one more repetition of the very legend it seeks to unpack. To say the case becomes legend is to acknowledge that no historical true crime account writes on untouched ground. The story arrives already freighted with titles, images, expectations, and bits of half-memory. The writer's duty is not to pretend those freighted forms do not exist, but to refuse their complete sovereignty. Ocey deserves at least that much. She deserves not to be remembered only as the girl in the bath, not only as the one with the strange name, not only as the occasion for the phrase "three sisters in black," but as a woman whose death became legendary because the world found its most theatrical features easier to carry than its deeper truths. The chapter, therefore, ends not in the legend's triumph, but in its exposure. Yes, the case became legend. Yes, it still lives through image and phrase. Yes, public memory continues to approach it through atmosphere first. But beneath the legend the same facts remain: patient and severe. A vulnerable woman, a family structured by female authority and financial strain, a death staged to look self-authored, a body that resisted the lie, a court that rejected it, and an afterlife in memory that must now be read as carefully as the evidence once had to be. Legend is what survived most easily. Truth survived too, though with more effort. And it is to that harder survivor that the final chapter must now turn. Chapter 22. Inheritance, insurance, and intimate violence. Some cases survive because they are unusual. Others survive because they are familiar in ways the age would rather not admit. The death of Ocey Snead has always been presented as strange, and in certain outward respects it was. The unusual name, the women in black, the bathtub, the note, the family theater of mourning and money. The case came into public life already carrying the atmosphere of a story too stylized to be entirely true, and perhaps that is why it has endured. It satisfies the appetite for historical crime as spectacle. Yet if one stands back from the imagery that made the case memorable, a harsher and more important pattern comes into view. Ocey's death was not only a bizarre murder. It was a study in intimate violence organized through dependency, financial valuation, and the social assumptions that permit both to flourish under the language of care. This is why the case still matters. It matters not because people remain fascinated by women who kill, though they do. Not because old crimes in old rooms have a gothic pull, though they do. It matters because it shows with unusual clarity how a vulnerable life may be progressively enclosed by others until its destruction becomes both materially useful and narratively manageable. The bath is unforgettable, but the bath is not the deepest truth. The deepest truth lies in the conversion that preceded it. A daughter into a dependent, a wife into a marginal figure within her own marriage, a mother into a burdened and weakened body, a living woman into a set of papers with consequences payable upon death. That conversion is not obsolete. To understand it, one must begin with the title of this chapter. Inheritance, insurance, and intimate violence are not three separate themes. They are three ways of describing the same moral movement. Inheritance names the older human temptation to treat death as transfer. Insurance names the modern bureaucratic form through which death acquires monetary legibility. Intimate violence names the field in which those temptations and structures become operative not among strangers, but among kin, among the very people presumed to care. The distinction between inheritance and insurance is worth holding carefully. Popular memory often blurs them because both belong to the broad category of killing for money. But the blur is revealing. Inheritance is ancient, almost mythic. It belongs to wills, estates, succession, the idea that someone's death clears a path to wealth already awaiting division. Insurance is different. It is deliberate, contractual, modern. It creates value around a life through premium and policy. The person becomes not merely a future heir's obstacle or opportunity, but the center of a financial instrument that others may cultivate, maintain, and, under corruption, exploit. Ocey's case belongs to this modern world. That fact should not be underestimated. Insurance murder carries a particularly cold intimacy because it requires thought not only about the death itself, but about the period before death. Premiums must be paid, policies kept current, the insured body observed, managed, and held within conditions that make eventual payout possible or useful. It is a form of economic imagination directed at mortality. Most of the time, this imagination is prudent. Sometimes, under pressure, it curdles. What should be a hedge against loss becomes an inducement to create the loss. That inducement does not act alone. It requires intimate conditions in which the future value of death can be attached to a person already lacking power enough to resist being valued in that way. This is where intimate violence enters. Violence inside families is still too often imagined as a matter of blows, eruptions, shouted threats, the obvious theater of domination. Those things matter. But there is another form, less legible at first, which works through narrowing. A life is made smaller. Choices are made fewer. The victim is rendered weaker, more dependent, more apologetic for existing, more accustomed to being interpreted by others, more uncertain of the right to resist. There may be no dramatic scene for years. There is only the slow establishment of a domestic world in which one person's personhood thins while the authority of others thickens around her. Ocey's life, as far as it can be recovered, followed this arc with tragic exactness. She did not move from freedom into sudden captivity. She moved from dependence into more specialized forms of dependence. Childhood under strong female authority became marriage without full escape. Marriage became motherhood without secure domestic independence. Motherhood became frailty. Frailty became administrative usefulness. At each stage, something of her capacity to direct her own life appears to have diminished, while the household's right to speak for her increased. By the time money and policy attached more heavily to her body, the moral conditions for exploitation were already in place. This is what makes the case a study in intimate violence rather than merely financial murder. The money mattered, profoundly, but money could matter so effectively only because Ocey had first been made governable. A fully autonomous person may still be killed for insurance, of course. Yet in this case the horror lies partly in the way financial motive fused with pre-existing domestic control. The women who stood closest to her did not need to overpower a stranger. They needed only to continue. In darkened form, the household authority they had long exercised. The violence of the bath was terrible. The violence of preparation may have been more complete. There is also a gendered lesson here that should not be evaded. Too much writing on intimate violence still defaults to male offender, female victim, household fear radiating from husbands or lovers. That pattern is tragically common. But Ocey's case insists on another possibility. That women, too, can exercise intimate violence with devastating skill, especially in spaces where female authority is socially protected and morally assumed. Mothers, aunts, older female relatives, caretakers, these roles carry access, credibility, and the power to interpret weakness. They can soothe, organize, isolate, and speak on behalf of the sufferer in ways that appear natural, even virtuous, to outsiders. Under corruption, those same powers become extraordinarily dangerous. This does not make women uniquely sinister. It makes sentimentality about women historically irresponsible. The case strips away the comforting fiction that domestic femininity is in itself a safeguard against cruelty. It shows instead that the household powers granted to women can sustain or destroy, depending on the moral world in which they are exercised. The same skills that preserve life under hardship, thrift, management, emotional reading, authority over rooms and bodies, can become instruments of exploitation when joined to greed, desperation, and the habit of treating the weak as administrable. That pattern, too, is not obsolete. Modern readers may feel some safety in the distance of costume and date. The black dresses are old. The boarding house atmosphere is old. The legal language is old. The methods of insurance may seem quaint beside contemporary finance. Yet the core mechanism of the case remains painfully familiar. Vulnerable people are still priced. Bodies are still managed by those who claim to care. Financial pressure still reshapes moral language. Families still convert one member's weakness into a collective problem to be solved by stronger wills. Staged self-destruction remains one of the most useful lies available to intimate abusers, precisely because social systems remain so willing to read private suffering as private choice. That continuity is perhaps the case's most disturbing legacy. It means the story is not preserved merely because it is atmospheric. It is preserved because it continues to illuminate forms of coercion that have changed costume but not essence. A weak young mother in 1909, surrounded by female relatives and enclosed by financial logic, is not identical to any modern victim. But the structure of her danger remains legible. When dependency and value become attached to the same body, that body is in peril. When those in control of a vulnerable person's food, movement, medicines, story, and access to outsiders also stand to benefit from that person's death, the conditions for intimate violence are fully present, whatever era one happens to inhabit. The case also reveals how difficult such violence is to see while it is unfolding. This is one reason it should not be reduced to historical oddity. People like to believe that exploitation announces itself clearly, that only extraordinary wickedness could transform care into access and access into murder. But Ocey's story argues otherwise. The household remained socially legible for a long time. The women looked like women under burden. The rooms looked like rooms of hardship. The weakness looked like weakness. The bath looked like a bath. Even after death, the note nearly completed the deception. This is the signature of intimate violence in its most effective form. It hides not by departing from ordinary appearances, but by over-inhabiting them. That lesson bears heavily on the present. How many vulnerable people are still spoken for by the very relatives who diminish them? How many domestic arrangements appear burdensome but decent until one follows the money, or the body, or the pattern of who gets to define whom? How often is a woman's visible weakness treated as proof of inward collapse rather than as a sign that she is being managed into smaller and smaller forms of survival? These questions outlive Ocey. That is why the case should not be read as relic, but as warning. Yet warning must not become abstraction. There is always a danger, in concluding historical true crime, of turning the victim into a lesson and thereby repeating, in another register, the reduction already done to her. Ocey was not born to illustrate a thesis about intimate violence. She was a person whose life happened to reveal that thesis with unusual force. The distinction matters. One honors her best not by dissolving her into social meaning, but by letting the social meaning emerge from the particular cruelty of what happened to her. that cruelty had several layers. There was the bodily cruelty of weakness compounded. There was the familial cruelty of care turned into management. There was the financial cruelty of a life assigned paper value in death. There was the narrative cruelty of the note and the staged bath. There was the cultural cruelty of a world ready enough to believe a weak woman authored her own ending. And there was the after-cruelty of legend, which nearly allowed the women who killed her to remain more vivid than the life they extinguished. If this concluding chapter has a purpose, it is to gather those layers and show that they belong together. Ocey's death was not an isolated horror floating free of context. It was the final articulation of a system. That system joined household power to financial motive. It joined female domestic authority to bodily access. It joined modern insurance to old human greed. It joined a vulnerable woman's visible frailty to the public plausibility of suicide. It joined private violence to public misreading. The bath was the scene where all these joins became visible at once. And because they became visible, the case survived. Not only as legend, though legend helped. Not only as legal matter, though the verdict mattered deeply, but as a severe historical example of what intimate violence looks like when it is patient, administrative, familial, female, and financially structured. There are crimes more spectacular than this one. There are crimes more brutal in open physical terms. Yet few are so instructive in the way they show violence happening through ordinary social forms. A woman grows weak. Older relatives manage her. Money gathers in paper around her life. A domestic room is chosen. A note is placed. Water does the final work. The world is invited to interpret the result as sadness rather than design. One cannot ask for a clearer anatomy of concealed exploitation. And still, even at the end, one must return to the woman rather than only the anatomy. Historical analysis, necessary as it is, should not make Ocey vanish again into pattern. She was not a symbol standing conveniently at the intersection of inheritance, insurance, and intimate violence. She was a human being caught there. The greatness of the wrong done to her lies precisely in the fact that her ordinary personhood was made available to others as material. Her body was weakened. Her agency was thinned. Her death was staged. Her memory was nearly overtaken by the legend of the women around her. To restore her, however partially, is to say that beneath every category lies the irreducible fact of a singular life. This book began by resisting eclipse. It ends in the same spirit. Ocey Snead deserves to be remembered not because her case is eerie, though it is. Not because the women who killed her wore black, though they did. Not because the bathtub scene is unforgettable, though it remains so. She deserves to be remembered because her death reveals, with terrible precision, how easily a vulnerable life may be converted into value when family authority, social trust, and financial desperation are allowed to converge without mercy. That is the final truth the case leaves us. Inheritance reminds us that death has long been treated as transfer. Insurance shows how modern life formalized that transfer in paper. Intimate violence reveals who, in the private room, may be made to pay for it. Ocey paid for all three, and the least history can do, having watched her life narrowed into use, is refuse to let that use be the last thing said about her. Epilogue. The room reconsidered. In the end, the room remains. Not as the household meant it to remain. Not as the first stunned I may have taken it in, with its arrangement of bath, note, clothing, and sorrow already prepared into something too coherent to feel immediately false. Not even as the newspapers later preserved it, steeped in atmosphere and sharpened into the kind of tableau public memory finds difficult to release. It remains differently now, after the body is spoken, after the money has been followed, after the women have been judged, after the legend has been named for what it is. A room no longer allowed to explain itself. That is the only honest way to leave the case. For all the writing that has swirled around Ocey Snead, the headlines, the trial accounts, the after-stories, the morbid fascination with the women in black, the room remains the final and most dangerous temptation. It asks to be looked at as ending. It asks to gather all meaning to itself. A weak woman in a bath, a note nearby, domestic stillness, the private grammar of feminine despair. Even now, after everything, the scene tries to pull interpretation back towards itself. It wants to be complete. It wants to persuade once more that the truth of Ocey's life can be contained in one final image. But the whole book has argued otherwise. The room is not the beginning. It is not the explanation. It is not even, in the deepest sense, the true site of the crime. The crime had already been underway long before the bathwater stilled around Ocey's body. It had begun in dependence, in management, in the slow reshaping of a life by stronger wills. It had matured in frailty, in household authority, in financial pressure, in policies that made death legible as value. It had rehearsed itself in rooms where the weak were spoken for, and where the language of care gradually ceased to mean protection. The bathroom was only the place where all these prior violences were at last made visible in one concentrated form. To reconsider the room, then, is to refuse its false singularity. One must imagine not only the tiles, the water, the arranged objects, but all that entered with Ocey and had entered her long before. The weight of being the weak one, the managed one, the spoken for one, the burden of motherhood without secure shelter in marriage, the exhaustion of a body already too reduced, the moral atmosphere of a household where care and control had long ceased to be safely distinguishable. She did not arrive there untouched. The room received a life already narrowed almost to breaking. That is what the household's arrangement tried to conceal. It sought to make the room look like origin rather than conclusion. A woman chooses despair, steps into water, leaves her note, and the room bears witness. That was the lie. The truth, colder and more instructive, is that the room was chosen because it could erase the longer chain of cause. It could take years of diminishment and compress them into a single visual story of female sadness. It could make a household's pressure look like one woman's private surrender. It could convert intimate violence into apparent self-destruction. This is why the room still matters. Not because it is picturesque, but because it shows how crime can depend on the cooperation of ordinary objects. The bath did not kill on its own. The note did not write itself. The silence did not descend naturally. Everything in the room had been enlisted. There is a particular profanity in that enlistment. Domestic rooms are meant, at least in hope, to shelter vulnerability. They hold washing, resting, dressing, the repetitive small dignities of the body. To make such a room assist in the final betrayal of a weak young mother is to turn the ordinary architecture of care into a mechanism of deception. That is perhaps why the image survives so strongly. It offends not only because a murder occurred there, but because the room itself was made to agree. And yet, in the end, it did not agree completely. That is one of the few consolations history permits. The room failed. Not in the immediate sense. It persuaded enough, for a little while. But it did not hold forever. The body resisted. The note frayed. The money pressed forward. The household story split. The law refused the arrangement's claim to finality. The room, intended as the last word, became instead one piece in a larger sentence pronounced against those who had tried to use it as cover. To reconsider the room is therefore also to recognize its defeat. Not a total defeat. No correction can be total where the dead remain dead. But enough of one that the scene no longer belongs to the household. It belongs, uneasily, to history, and history, at its best, refuses to let appearance stand where deeper truth has been recovered at such cost. Still, history's recovery is partial. One must not pretend otherwise. There are things the room keeps. The exact texture of Ocey's final consciousness. The last moments of fear, confusion, or exhausted trust. The small sounds no one else heard. The unrecorded movements. The inward fact of what it is to understand, or not understand, that those nearest to you have turned the ordinary place of privacy into the place where your life will be taken. These things remain inaccessible. No court reached them. No document preserved them. The room, even reconsidered, is still a place of human unknowability. To admit this is not weakness in the historical account. It is honesty. Some privacy survives even violence, though not by design. And yet enough is known. Enough to say that Ocey did not author the meaning the room tried to place upon her. Enough to say that her weakness was not proof against her, but proof of what had been done around and perhaps to her. Enough to say that the women who surrounded her death cannot be understood only as Gothic figures in black, but as wielders of ordinary domestic power made lethal by greed and moral decay. Enough to say that the bath, once thought to explain, must now be read as concealment. Enough to say that the room cannot be permitted the dignity of innocence. This is what it means to reconsider a crime scene after history has done its work. One returns, not to wonder at the image, but to unmake it. The woman in the bath is no longer simply a dead body arranged in sorrow. She is a life brought there by years of enclosure. The note is no longer simply farewell. It is a final attempted theft. The black dresses are no longer simply mourning clothes. They are part of a public language that once protected the wrong people. The water is no longer release. It is use. And perhaps that last word is the most necessary one. Use. So much of Ocey's life seems, in retrospect, to have been organized around being used. Used as daughter under household authority. Used as wife without full escape into her own domestic sovereignty. Used as weak mother, manageable and costly. Used as insured body, valuable on paper. Used at last as the silent center of a scene intended to spare others inquiry and perhaps secure them payment. Even after death, she was almost used again by legend, turned into the memorable corpse at the center of other people's fascination. The work of this book has been, in part, to interrupt that chain of use. The room reconsidered is therefore the room disarmed. It can still grieve us. It can still disturb. It can still remain vivid in the mind. But it cannot any longer be allowed to dictate the meaning of Ocey's life or death. One imagines it now emptied. The water drained. The body gone. The note removed into evidence. The women no longer standing there to direct interpretation. Another household, perhaps, eventually passing through the same walls, unaware or only half aware of what happened there. This is the ordinary fate of rooms. They do not keep faith with events. They outlast them without loyalty. Whatever horror occurred is absorbed into fresh routines, fresh bodies, fresh towels, fresh silence. History must therefore hold what architecture cannot. It holds, here, not the sanctity of the room, but its exposure. A room that tried to lie. A room that nearly succeeded. A room that now, read properly, reveals not the mystery of female despair, but the terrible practical intelligence of intimate violence. That is what remains when the atmosphere is stripped away. And what remains of Ocey? Not enough, never enough. But more than the room intended. Her name remains. Her child remains in the shape of loss. Her body remains as the witness that broke the lie. Her case remains as warning. Her life remains in fragments gathered against disappearance. And the room, finally, remains not as her explanation but as the place where the world was almost persuaded to forget everything that had been done before. Almost, but not quite. That small difference is the whole moral burden of the case. The room was meant to close over her. Instead, in time, it opened. And through that opening came the harder truth, that Ocey Snead was not lost to water alone, but to a family willing to make water carry a story useful to itself. The story failed. She did not return. Nothing can repair that. But the room no longer belongs wholly to them. And that, in the bleak arithmetic of true crime, is as close to justice as history can usually come.